Hello, everybody. Welcome. Super Ball says hello. Welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice, and this is Super Ball. And she says hello. How's everybody doing today? Super Bowl caught me off guard here. We are going to pick up on day 4 of Florida versus Henry Segura. For those that are new to this trial, Henry Segura this is a retrial. His first trial ended up in a mistrial in 2017, and this is from 2019. So we're doing a rewatch until tomorrow, because a live trial is going to kick in hopefully tomorrow for us. But this happened in 2010 in Tallahassee. Henry Segura is accused of brutally unaliving. She just turned off my mic. of brutally unaliving Brandi Peters, who was his girlfriend, and the mother of his son, who was also unalived, 3-year-old JaVonte. And then Brandi had 2 twin daughters who were 6, Tamiyah and Taniyah. And Tamiyah was shot, but Taniyah and JaVonte were drowned. So this all happened in Brandi Peters, her house in Tallahassee. So the looking co-host, yes, you go Super Ball. So who is with us today? Dreama Landry, good to see you. Julie, thank you for joining us. Jules, hey, how are you? Happy Manic Monday. Pammy, morning to you. Good to see you. Fala, good morning to you. Just noticed there was a stream yesterday. Yep. Am I going to be lost? They did DNA yesterday, and a couple of his friends came on. Well, actually, one of his friends, Vance Wiggins was the manager of the child support, so he talked about that. There was a DNA analyst and the cell phone expert. Cell phone expert was probably the best, and the child support manager. So the cell phone expert basically pinned Henry at or around Brandi's home during what they think between 6:30 and 8:30 time frame. So there you go, Fala, you're caught up. Any O moments in the DNA or cell phone? Were there any O moments? Nothing too spectacular. Yeah, nothing too spectacular other than they proved that he had a burner phone. The phone was his friend's, one of his friends, which he testified earlier. You know what followed? One of the O moments was that they didn't check any DNA other than blood. They didn't check for contact, DNA or any, they just checked the blood. And there was foreign DNA, and that was about it. But they couldn't really. So, stop turning off my mic. Kitty butt in the mic. Pants is leaving her DNA all over my mic right now. Kitty, exactly, Kitty. Hey, Krista Limited Edition, how are you? Trial Junkies United, Lily Wayne, good to see you. All right, Brett, are you with us? Let me put on my live chat instead of top chat. Okay, there we go. Hey, there you are, Brett. And he tried to get rid of a car Monday. Yes, that is true. That was the other thing that we learned. Evil Queen, hello to you. All right, let's get started. This is going to be, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's going to be about 6-hour stream, so we'll be done around 3 or 4. So just so you guys know. Okay, let's get started. It starts off with on whether Santos or Griffin will testify. So it's only 5 minutes, but then we actually get into testimony. So let me pull this up for you guys while Super Bowl gets settled in, because Super Bowl is going to be Super Bowl. You going to settle in on me? You going to come here? Come on. Can't get started until cat gets sorted. Okay, I'll see you guys on the other side.
As it pertained to drug trafficking. So Mr. Griffin is the one who initially claimed that he didn't know Mr. Green, and ultimately admitted that they were drug dealing associates who had a falling out. And the existence of both that relationship and the disagreement that they had serves to corroborate Mr. Santos' testimony and serves to establish the existence, beyond testimony from Mr. Santos, of that relationship and the reason for their involvement.
So is Santos going to testify before Griffin?
Yes, sir, that would be the plan.
I guess I'll hear what Mr. Santos has to say, and I'll review this and see how it fits together.
Yes, sir. Okay. The next one has to do with CeCe Timmons. I believe Ms. Timmons is being called by the defense, and I think one of the things they're going to elicit regarding Ms. Timmons is a letter that Brandi Peters had received from Mr. Santos. Last time that question was asked of Ms. Timmons, that piece of evidence was in evidence last time. This time we've done the previous aspect of the motion limiting for hearsay. As it relates to those particular letters, it is not in evidence at this point, and I would certainly argue that the letter, and I believe they're going to try and get that letter in through Ms. Timmons, that letter would in fact be still hearsay and inadmissible as it relates to that. Further, any reaction that she says that Mrs. Peters has to any of those letters would be pure speculational aspects on her part, based upon conversations she's had with Brandi Peters, so it would also be based upon hearsay, all of which is in fact inadmissible.
Mr. Prince.
Once Mr. Santos
Remind me what the sequence of events was, please.
Yes, sir. So there had been email communication, as the court probably recalls, between Mr. Santos and Brandi Peters. She received a letter, I believe it was
Ms. Peters
received a letter from Mr. Santos either the day of or the day before she was murdered. On the outside of the letter, it indicated, Mr. Mailman, if Brandi has moved on to heaven with her 3 little angels, forward this letter there. That the contents of the letter were nonsensical code, as have all his letters to Ms. Peters, including the emails. But the purpose of the letters is not to prove whatever he is asserting within the letter itself. Number one, it's to corroborate Santos' claim about his relationship with Brandi, the fact that they knew each other, had contact with each other regularly. So even if it were being offered for the truth of the matter, which it's not, but if it were, I would submit that it would be admissible under Chambers for that reason, which is to say that it's corroborative of Santos and admissible under the 14th Amendment for due process reasons. Secondly, we don't intend to ask, was Ms. Peters scared? What did she tell you about how she felt? As we did last time, I would only seek to elicit her observations of Ms. Peters' demeanor upon reading the letter and bringing the letter across the street to show Ms. Timmons.
I'll access Ms. Timmons' prior testimony and make you read that again. But you have it with you.
I have the copy of it, but it's all in the rest of it. I'll get it to you.
I can pull it up from there.
Yes, sir. And that, I guess, brings us to the final point, is even if Mr. Santos himself comes in and trying to admit those letters being Mr. Santos, it is still an out-of-court statement, and despite what Mr. Prince said, he is offering for the truth of the matter asserted. Those letters are for the purposes, as Mr. Prince just stated, is nonsensical code for this drug dealing aspect, and certainly he's going to be asking Mr. Santos about that. He's further going to be having Dela Cruz testify to that. Those letters are in fact being offered for the truth of the matter asserted therein, and that is this nonsensical code and the fact that there's a relationship between the two of them. They are out-of-court statements asserting those particular issues, and they are in fact hearsay and inadmissible. They are self-serving hearsay. Well, they're not self-serving, but they are statements offered to the magistrate.
I'll read it if y'all will. Anything else?
I'll have a motion as it pertains to impeachment of Santos. I don't know if does the court want to hear that now? Or prior to Ms. Santos?
We can take it up now if you want.
Yes, sir. But I would move in limine to prevent the state from attempting to impeach Mr. Santos by suggesting that he's lied about involvement in other murders. I would suggest that would be improper impeachment because you can't attempt to prove that a witness is lying about one thing by impeaching them with the fact that they may have lied about some unrelated thing. That is the definition of improper impeachment.
I'll overrule that objection. Santos coming forward to try to be the star in various situations, I think is extremely relevant. I'll overrule that objection. Anything else?
No, sir.
Okay. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in recess. I'm just going to be starting my computer here. Y'all can be at ease.
All right, so that seemed like they were just trying to possibly impeach Santos, who is a known drug dealer, card-carrying member, talking about, and then Griffin as well. Mr. Griffin and Mr. Green, they had a drug relationship and a falling out. Then they talked about CeCe Timmons, who is a friend of Brandi's, and I guess she's going to be called by defense. And they're going to talk about that Brandi received a letter from Santos. And that letter will prove that Santos knew Brandi. So that was pretty much what I got out of that. All right, next up is going to be more testimony for the state. So let's get to that. Hold on a sec.
Remain standing for the jury.
Everybody, please sit and you call your next witness, Mr. Pugh.
Judge, our next thing we're going to present is a stipulation by both parties. This is a stipulation after a recorded call, State's Exhibit 124, and I have a transcript for the jury that's been marked as, for identification as 124A. May I approach?
You might. To announce the stipulation at this point?
Yes, sir.
The defense agreement?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is stipulation of the parties, so you should take these as proven facts. The defendant, Henry Segura, was incarcerated in the Sueur County Jail in Sueur, Minnesota from September 2nd, 2011 to September 29th, 2011. At the Sueur County Jail, the inmates have access to phones in their cell blocks. The phones are monitored by a computer system which records the date and time of the call, the number dialed, and the identity of the inmate making the call. The inmates are informed that the calls are being recorded when they are booked into jail and by signs posted by each phone. The recorded call you are about to hear, State's Exhibit 124, is a call made on September 4th, 2011 to area code 850-421-1288 and was made by the defendant Henry Segura, which was verified by his inmate identification information and voice recognition. You're also being provided with transcripts of this call. I assume you're going to provide to the jury.
Yes, sir.
The transcripts are being provided to you for your consideration of the evidence. The recordings are the evidence, and the transcripts are provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recordings. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recordings and what you read in the transcripts, you must rely on what you hear, not what you read. You may publish 124.
Judge?
Unplug it. Unplug it. You can pull it out of the speaker. We're actually trying not to play the system so we don't end up with the problems we did last time.
I'll turn it off. Okay, go ahead.
Collect call from someone at Sueur County Jail within Minnesota. Use RPS to accept the call, dial 0. RPS.
No.
Try to?
What?
Did you try to?
Not yet. What do you think you'll take on the payments? What payments? The ones I spent on days around?
Yeah.
Well, wait, no. Figure out how much in one of those.
I'm sure you can find somewhere that keeps them around the rest.
What's my credit?
What's wrong?
But that was because I had to pay with debt just to do it. Then I gotta move everything out of here. Huh?
You're missing all the pages.
You're trying to do that?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Here's the transcript. Just missing pages.
Whole bunch of pages.
All right. Your Honor, if we can, we're just going to play this afterwards. We'll do Dr. McElfresh now, and then we'll come back to it.
Okay. All right. You just let us pass the transcripts down to that end, if you would, please.
Now, this time, today we call Dr. Kevin McElfresh. Send him in, please. Let's do it.
I'm not downtown, and I took off, and I have to leave Friday.
I'm sorry. Was distracted momentarily. All right, if you would face the clerk and raise your right hand, please, sir.
I swear affirm testimony about giving the truth, the truth, whole truth, and nothing but truth, so help you God.
I do.
Have a seat. Slide us to the railing, please, sir.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jurors?
My name's Kevin McElfresh. The last name is spelled MC, capital E-L-F-R-E-S-H.
Okay. And Mr. McElfresh, do you have a doctorate?
I do,
What is that in?
in molecular and population genetics.
Okay. So you're Dr. McElfresh then?
That is true.
Okay. Is it okay for me to refer to you as Dr. McElfresh, or you prefer Mr. McElfresh?
Dr. McElfresh is fine.
Okay. Dr. McElfresh, what do you do for a living?
I have spent my entire career working on forensic DNA analysis. I began work about 4 years after my postdoctoral, or as my postdoctoral ended, about 4 years after my doctorate. working for a company in New York developing forensic DNA analysis, databases, database analytics, things like that, and then became the director of identity testing when we began doing forensic DNA tests back in 1987. And then throughout my career, either working actively in forensic DNA analysis, primarily on mixtures of DNA. Then I also worked on research and development and did a lot of the work, the molecular biology and population genetics background in developing the STR loci that we use today.
Okay. Well, let me back up just a little bit. You said you started shortly after your doctorate. When was that?
I received my doctorate in 1984 from the University of Georgia in molecular and population genetics. Prior to that, I did a bachelor's degree of biology and received that from FIU in Miami. And I have a master's of science degree in molecular, cellular, and developmental biology from Iowa State University.
What do all those degrees mean?
It means I spend a lot of time in the laboratory and studying, but all of it revolves around looking at how often you would find a particular genetic marker in a population, a human population or whatever, and finding ways to explain how some markers can be very prevalent in one population and not as prevalent in another population, and tying that prevalence in the population back to the very molecular reasons that drive it.
Okay. And so this started back in 1984.
Correct.
When you started working on this.
Well, right. Through all of my research and both my master's degree and my doctoral degree were revolved around all of that material, either developing new assays to find ways to get at genetic data, because back in the 1980s, we didn't have the kind of DNA sequencing technology we have today. And so we used various other markers, and I developed a number of tests during my research that helped us get after some of that genetic data. But
what is DNA sequencing? I know you're much more smarter than I am. So on some of these things, I need to explain a little bit.
Basically, all of our cells, we are who we are because of our DNA, and that DNA is contained in your cells. And in every population, those markers are in different frequencies. If you think about it, we often think of populations of individuals who are blonde-haired and blue-eyed as being, Northern European, and so on. And all of those things are different in different groups of people. And so what we do is we assay that information and we build databases of it, and then we use it to predict how things might happen in a population, and in my case also tie it back to the actual molecules that would be part of that driver. So by analogy, if I asked anybody in this courtroom, how long are you going to stand in front of the courthouse before you see a blue Ford go by? Well, the answer is not very long. We all have a database of cars in our head. We've seen a lot of blue Fords. And so we would use that information to say, well, I'm probably not going to stand there very long. So the population frequency of blue Fords is kind of high, right? And that would be different if I said, well, how long before a Rolls Royce goes by? Well, maybe quite a long time. So again, we go back to our database, we use that information to make a prediction, and then we can add other information in. Rolls Royces are very expensive, blue Fords are not, and we tie that information together, and in my case then we do some mathematics to use that as a predictor, and then see how best we can fit molecular data to the actual models that we've built.
And as you said, you started this back in 1984. I mean, I wasn't aware that the DNA analysis as we're talking about existed back then.
It actually did not.
Explain that.
Well, we did DNA analysis. We had a number of technologies in research and medicine and other fields where we could analyze DNA. And about that time in Europe, there was a researcher who developed a different style of DNA testing for forensics, and we were different in that we developed it strictly on a locus by locus basis. He did it as a conglomerate. We did it singly, but we developed those tests here in the U.S.
When you say we, are you talking about we as in the United States, or we as in you're part of that crew?
We as in I was part of that group. That was my laboratory in New York that I went to after I finished my postdoctoral research. And we built the first databases. It was our laboratory that did the first DNA cases in Florida, and myself and others who worked on those cases.
So essentially, as we know DNA analysis today as it relates to forensics in the courtroom, you were on the team that basically started it all and put it together.
Yes, that's true.
Okay. Now, in order to do so, did you have numerous, I guess, meetings and conversations and teams and research having to do with population studies and things along those lines and how it affects DNA?
Certainly, there continues to be a number of national and international meetings that are held. At that time, the very first symposium, some almost 30 years ago now, I think there were 25 of us that actually were working in the field at that point. And we would get together and share information and share data. I have a number of scientific papers in the literature that I've written about various aspects of forensic DNA testing, some book chapters and other things that I've written. And all of that was being shared in the scientific community. It continues to be. And then as other laboratories and states began implementing forensic DNA testing, I did a lot of workshops and teaching on how to do the analysis and do the laboratory system work.
So starting out back then when you were basically putting this together with the team that you were up until today, have you continued to be a part of that research and DNA analysis? Yes, very much so. In fact, right now I'm working on a number of advanced neural network and AI algorithms to analyze very large data sets of DNA sequencing information to try and tease out new ways that we could separate forensic DNA mixtures or mixtures of DNA, for example, from cancer tumors. And then have you previously testified as to your opinion in the results of DNA comparisons and mixtures of DNA?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times over that career?
Honestly, very early on, I was testifying an awful lot, and I never did really keep track. But over 34 years, and many trials a year for 34 years, it's been a lot.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I would tender the witness.
Any additional board diary at this point, Mr. Chairman? All right, you may proceed.
Now, Dr. McElfresh, do you also have experience in making DNA analysis of what would refer to as complex mixtures, low RFUs, things of that nature?
Yes, one of the things, after the laboratory in New York was eventually sold and bought by another company, I went to Washington, D.C. and formed a company with Tom Bodie called the Bodie Technology Group. And it was there that we developed a number of the loci that we use today, but it was also there that we did a lot of work on mass fatality type situations. So it was my labs at Bodie that we processed the bone fragments from Ground Zero in New York. I personally was also on the team that exhumed the remains from the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. And in each of these we had remains or DNA that was very low level. In the case of 9/11, of course, these were remains that were soaked in jet fuel, set on fire, soaked in water. It was awful. And so,
I assume that's complex mixture of,
yes,
unfortunately, a whole lot of people.
exactly. These were complex mixtures with not a lot of DNA because samples were literally crushed into each other. So we've spent a lot of work and a lot of research doing this type of analysis.
And I also understand you also were on a team that did the tsunami over in Indonesia a number of years ago as well.
That's correct. It was our group at Bodie that we were rotating teams in and out of there as well.
And when you say our group, were you a part of those group? Were you overseeing them? What was your function?
Lots of different functions. It depended on what needed to be done. Some days I'd be in the lab working. Other days I'd be doing analysis, and I probably did much more analysis than lab work. But and you know, occasionally I'd have to act as the administrator, which was my ultimate job. So all kinds of different tasks from, you know, really whatever needed to be done, we all worked together and we were all capable of functioning in different formats.
In this regard, were you hired by the state of Florida, in this particular case, the state attorney's office, to do an analysis as it relates to a grab bar that was found in the murder of Brandi Peters?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. And you were paid to do so?
Yes.
How much you get paid?
$250 an hour.
Okay. And approximately how many hours have we compiled at this time for this?
I really haven't looked, but it's probably somewhere between 8 and 10.
Okay. Now, as it relates to that grab bar, we previously heard from a witness that said that Florida Department of Law Enforcement can't make calls and comparisons on RFUs. What is an RFU, just for clarification purposes?
It's a relative fluorescent unit. It's really simple measure. It doesn't have a particular metric to it other than just intensity. So it's a relative intensity value.
We previously heard from a witness that Florida Department of Law Enforcement can't make calls, inclusions, and things along those lines on RFUs that are below 100. Is that a standard throughout the United States as far as that number of 100?
It's very typical. Lots of laboratories will vary somewhere between 75 and 150 depending on the types of machinery that they're using. It's Thermo Fisher now. It used to be called Applied Biosystems, but they make the instrument that they actually size separate the DNA on. And these instruments all have very small but real differences in their ability to read intensities. And so every laboratory will validate their systems, and then based on their instrumentation, 100 RFUs to between 75 and 150 tends to be pretty typical.
And some of the RFUs in this sample were in fact below that 100, correct?
Correct.
And even some of those RFUs that you, and those alleles that you use for your analysis was below those levels, correct?
Yes.
Why is it that you can make those comparisons and Florida Department of Law Enforcement can't?
First of all, I have an inordinate amount of experience with these loci. I've looked at their DNA sequence, I've helped build population databases, and I've seen so much more data than a large system like FDLE would see that is, shall we say, at the edge of what you can interpret. And consequently, large systems like FDLE will put in place guidelines, and that's an important distinction, they're really guidelines, that limit what all of them can do because they have to find some normal baseline that they can have everybody operate in. These are large groups of people, they have standard operating procedures, and their attempt is to make sure that everybody working within this can do the very best job. That also means, and very often like our medical system, you go to the doctor, he can say, well, I think you have some heart issues here, I'm going to send you to a specialist. He knew what he was talking about. He could tell you had heart problems, and he could probably tell you what exactly they were. But he also said, we're going to step outside my box and get you advanced help. And that's really where I come in. That's one of the things my groups have always been over the course of my career.
So as I understand it then, you just bring a level of knowledge and understanding of DNA sequencing and how it relates to the human genome as well as population studies that just quite frankly most Florida Department of Law Enforcement analysts don't have.
That's very true, and I have 34 years of experience on top of that. So it gives me a breadth of knowledge that most people coming out of school with a bachelor's degree or master's degree would not have.
So let's talk about that analysis as it relates to this particular graph bar. Pursuant to previously marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit number 149 and 150. Actually, take a look at those particular items.
Okay?
Do you recognize those items?
I do.
What do those items appear to be?
These are the electropherograms, which is the raw data from the
Process the jury yet.
Okay, sorry. These are the raw data from the processing of the sample.
Okay. And that's the sample you looked at that we talked about, the exhibit number 136 from Florida Department from Tallahassee Police Department, and I believe it's 63 from the state's exhibit.
Yes.
Okay. Are those the electropherograms that you utilized in order to make the analysis that you did?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This time I move state's exhibit number 149 and 150 in evidence.
Any additional objection, Mr. Prince? All right, my ruling be the same, be admitted.
I guess first and foremost, let's talk about exhibit number 149 and in general. What is an electropherogram?
An electropherogram is the printout of the actual laser readings as the DNA is separated. So what happens is we amplify the DNA with what are called primers, and they make pieces of DNA, right? It's like a molecular Xerox machine, but we're making very small chunks of DNA. And so each person will have differing amounts of DNA between point A and point B. You know, some people will have shorter pieces, some people will have longer pieces, and those pieces represent literally the amount of DNA sequence between 2 points. And what happens is after we've done making these size pieces of DNA, we load them in the top of a capillary. And it's about the diameter of a human hair. It's filled with polymer. And what happens is the DNA is pushed through that polymer with electricity. The long pieces take longer to get through. The shorter pieces move through quicker. You know, trying to run through the woods with a large piece of wood on your shoulder. You got to stop and move and shift around, so that longer piece takes longer to get through. And so these peaks that you see, this is in black and white.
You have a laser pointer up there if you want.
Oh, I do.
Top button.
Okay. So these peaks represent the moment that a fragment of DNA passed in front of the laser. And when it passes in front of the laser, it gives off fluorescence. And that fluorescence is captured by a camera and recorded. So just, you know, like what you see in the hospital with somebody who's got their heart reading, you get these little peaks. And so
I think one person referred to him as an upside down ice cream cone. Is that what we're talking about?
yeah, there you go.
Okay.
And you can see that you will have, depending on the sample, in a not a normal sample, but a sample of a single individual, we would only ever expect to see 2 or 1 peak. And the other thing that we'll see is that this is the lower molecular weight on this end. This is higher molecular weight here. So this is about 400 or so base pairs of DNA here, and this is about 50 down here. And you can think of base pairs like rungs on a ladder, right? You have 2 sides on the ladder and the rungs, and it's the rungs in DNA that actually encode the information. So we can tell when we look at this, for example, we see 3 peaks in here. We see a number of peaks here. This means we have a mixed sample. Okay, we have more than one individual because we have more than 2 peaks. And it's entirely possible, like many of us share brown eye color. So we will have situations where multiple people can share the same DNA peak, but overall, across all of the loci that we look at, you won't share all of them, just as we may all share brown eye color and even brown hair color. But by the time we get done looking at all the things of an individual, you become an individual. So that, as you say, well, my friend has brown eyes, okay? That eliminates all the people with blue eye color and other eye colors. He has brown hair. That eliminates the people that have brown eyes but the wrong color hair, and so on when we get to height and other things. So that by the time we've looked at a composite picture of an individual, we can find places where they are or are not included, and we have to take into account that as we get up into the higher DNA molecular weight regions, especially in samples that are very little DNA, that have been damaged or otherwise mistreated, we will lose the ability to even analyze the DNA at all. So we take all of that into account when we look at this.
And this just so we're clear, this electropharogram, you didn't develop this. This was actually developed by Florida Department of Law Enforcement and Joe Ellen Brown, correct?
That is correct.
Were you also given, I guess, standards of DNA from Joe Ellen Brown as to the victims of this particular case?
I was, yes.
As well as potential suspects?
That is correct.
I'm showing some previously introduced into evidence of State's Exhibit number 148. Is this the information you provided as it related to the victims in the case, as well as Henry Segura and Antonio Anthony?
Yes.
Again, these were developed by Joe Ellen Brown at Florida Department of Law Enforcement, not yourself, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now this grab bar, did you make a comparison as to those identifiers of the victims of this particular case, as well as Henry Segura in analyzing this electropharogram?
Yes, I did.
And did you form an opinion about whether or not, or who was in fact present?
Yes. As a result of looking at this raw data, and to be clear, I was provided this data by FDLE, but I was provided the raw data so I could go all the way back and look at that data for myself rather than just depending on the tabular data. So that when I went back and looked at the information you just had up from Mr. Segura and Brandi Peters and the children, then I used that data after I'd already analyzed the raw data on my own.
Okay. Were you also given some, I guess, enlargements of, and I'm showing you previously I introduced in the evidence as 150, the enlargements in color of those particular electropharogram and the results?
Yes, I was. And in particular, the importance of this is it gives us a good look at this baseline area that you don't necessarily see in the other printout.
And you said you were given some raw data as well. What are we talking about?
Well, no, the raw data is the electropharogram.
Okay.
So it, rather than just depend entirely on what the interpretation of the data was and just the tabular data, I went back and looked at all that data for myself and reinterpreted so that I could understand, first of all, what FDLE had done, and then be able to compare that with what I had done.
Okay, so you analyzed the analysis.
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Did you make any determination as to whether or not Brandi Peters was included in this mixture?
She is included in that mixture, yes.
Did you make any determinations as it relates to whether, now Tamiyah and Taniyah were twins, as I understand it, so their DNA structure is the same.
That is correct.
Did you make any findings as to whether Tamiyah and Taniyah are present in this?
They are present in that.
Did you make any findings as it relates to JaVonte Segura?
I did look at JaVonte Segura's DNA, and he does share a lot of the DNA markers, but he also has some that are missing. So as a result of what I looked at, I had excluded him as a source and as a possible contributor.
When you say you shared markers, what do you mean?
Well, like I said before, he had brown eyes, and lots of people have brown eyes. We all, there are only in various of these loci between 8 and 25, we call them alleles, and there are 7.5 billion people on the planet. So we're going to have some sharing of those between individuals, but overall there are going to be places where you don't have those markers. And so while he did share some of the markers in this, he didn't have a complete set.
Okay. And because he doesn't have a complete set, that indicated to you that he was not present? Is that what I understand?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you look at whether Mr. Segura was in fact present?
Mr. Segura, I did analyze him and look at that data, and he is present in that mixture.
Okay. As it relates to the mixture, as I understand it, you're founding a mixture there, and it contains Brandi Peters.
Correct.
Tamiyah Peters.
Correct.
And Henry Segura.
That is correct.
Now, did you said a lot of times you did frequency of occurrence things and things along those lines as it relates to population studies. Are you able to make a determination as it relates to the likelihood of Mr. Segura being present in this particular mixture?
Yes, and the likelihood ratio that I calculated is for all of those individuals being in the mixture together.
Okay, so you're talking about the likelihood of the mixture itself containing all the individuals present, Tamiyah, Taniyah, Brandi Peters, and Henry Segura.
That is correct.
Okay. And did you come to a calculation as it relates to the likelihood of that mixture containing those 3 individuals?
Yes. So I compared the likelihood that these 3 individuals are in the mixture versus 3 unknown individuals being in this mixture. That is, that in fact, this is DNA shared by other individuals that we didn't test. And when I do that calculation, it's 700 billion times more likely that that mixture is the result of Brandi Peters, the twins, and Mr. Segura.
700 billion times more likely it contains that Mr. Segura, Brandi Peters, and Taniyah Peters than anybody else in the world.
That's correct.
One more? No further questions?
Rob?
May we approach briefly, Ron?
What's that?
May we approach briefly?
Okay.
We're going to let the jury step out. All right. Y'all go have a cup of coffee. I've got to do a little work. Sorry. Everybody be seated, please. Let the record reflect the jury's outside the courtroom. This is a proper, let's take a proper on the first issue you were wanting to talk about, Mr. Prince.
Yes, sir. I believe the issue, Your Honor, is the monitors for the jurors are not on.
Are not on?
No.
Why are they not? We weren't aware of that. They didn't tell us that. Anyway, we'll figure that out when we get a break.
Dr. McAfresh, you testified a minute ago about your work in identifying victims of the 9/11 attack, correct?
That's correct.
That was when you were with Bodie?
That's correct.
And Bodie already had a contract in place with NYPD at that point to do DNA analysis for them, right?
With whom?
With NYPD?
That was a completely different issue. That was a contract to look at backlogged rape kits that they had determined that they had, I think, some 14,000 backlog rape kits. So we were working with NYPD on a completely separate issue when 9/11 happened. That contract wasn't a part of or any other relationship. And we, New York City also called in, I think it was Cellmark Diagnostics then, They're part of Bodie now. The work we did there was completely separate. I happen to have a good working relationship with the head of the DNA laboratory at NYPD, Dr. Robert Shaler.
And my point in asking this question was just to establish that you had an existing contractual relationship with that agency, as well as other state agencies, law enforcement agencies all over the country at that time. Bodie did, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you were the chief operating officer for Bodie, is that right?
I was Mr. Tom Bodie was the chief operating officer. I was the vice president, I was the lab director. I was more operations than administration.
So in other words, you oversaw the actual nuts and bolts work of DNA analysis, right?
That's correct.
Okay. During that time frame, Bodie had a contract to do DNA analysis for the state of Illinois, correct?
They did, yes.
And at some point, an independent audit conducted by the state of Illinois revealed what they believed to be botched DNA tests during that time, correct?
That was the way it was reported in the news. That's not what actually happened.
Okay. That's what their take on it was, though, correct?
No. The situation was, as part of that contract, they were hoping to limit how much money they spent on old cases by using the sperm fraction, or a visualization of sperm. And by contract, we were allowed to take one sperm swabbing, go to the microscope, look to see if we saw sperm. If we did not, that case did not get processed. They went back to cases where we had taken one swab, went to another area and swabbed it and did see sperm. So it wasn't a one-to-one correlation. And so they said, well, you could have processed that case. Well, if we had processed it under our normal conditions, we might have swabbed it several times, but we were by contract only allowed to swab it once. So the controversy is around the way it was reported and also the way they checked it, because they never checked our samples. They made new samples from a different area. So it'd be like swabbing a different area, swabbing the trigger on a gun and swabbing the barrel of a gun and getting different answers, which might not be surprising at all.
In any event, they viewed the results as being botched, such that they thereafter terminated the contract, a multi-million-dollar contract, correct?
They did actually stop that contract, yes.
Yes, sir. That's the end of that topic, Your Honor.
Anything on that, Mr.
I have an argument, Your Honor. You said there's a problem with the news. The way
if you want to have further testimony, let's
further testimony. So you said there's a problem with the news and the way it's reported. What do you mean?
Well, the contract itself had some severe limitations on it. And we abided by those limitations, and ultimately the contract just really was unworkable. And it was stopped. It's been reported because of the adversarial nature in which this type of work exists. One group of people has chosen to report it as botched, horrible results, that in fact wasn't the case at all. The results we got were exactly correct. The results that they got were correct. And the inner workings of the contract itself made it impossible to come to some middle ground. So its interpretation by everybody it's been reported for each side as self-serving. And all I can do is say that, I was allowed to test one sample. That sample gave a negative result. When a different sample was tested, it didn't give a negative result. That's hardly surprising. And we knew it was going to be a problem. And ultimately, that's why the contract became unworkable.
Yep. No further testimony.
That's your argument, Mr. Pitt. You can step down. We're going to take a break before we bring the jury back in. You can step down for a minute.
All right. You want me to wait till he's out of the courtroom, or?
No.
Okay. My argument, Your Honor, is simple. It's a news report. Is what he's attempting to impeach him on, and I don't mean any ill will towards those that are present with the cameras, but not the news doesn't always get it right. If Mr. Prince had a member of the audit team that was here that could testify as to the problem with the audit and what the actual issues were, then that may be in fact proper. But in this particular case, all we have is a news article and no verification of that news article as being inaccurate. It certainly doesn't surprise people that different news articles lean one way or the other in all parts of life, and therefore it's not accurate. In this particular case, we've got no verification of it. I believe it's improper impeachment because it is, one, the article is in fact hearsay. We don't know what the article is based upon as being valid or not. In addition to that, as I said, there are bias aspects of it. Last time we actually had this argument as well, and it was excluded by the court. If we had known this was coming in, based upon that ruling, we might have been able to have something to rebut that anyway. But regardless, the bottom line is it's improper impeachment because there's no validity, no way to verify what is being reported in that particular article, and the proper testimony clearly indicates there was different issues there that were present versus what possibly is the true issue. And if we had someone from the audit team that could rebut that, that would be fine, but a newspaper article itself would be improper.
Brent?
For clarity's sake, I didn't say anything about an article during the question. I simply asked him whether he had a contract with existing state law enforcement agencies, whether that included Illinois, and whether that contract was canceled after an internal audit reviewed botched results. He's the one that brought up the article. I didn't say anything about that, first of all. Secondly, I think Mr. Fuchs is commingling issues that are unrelated, which is to say that because I got the information from the article, it doesn't mean that it's an improper topic of cross-examination. I mean, in order to ask a question on cross, there just has to be a good faith basis to ask the question. And I would say that the article provides that good faith basis. It's perfectly reasonable and relevant to, after Mr. Fuchs spent 10 or 15 minutes building up Dr. McElfresh's credentials, to impeach him with the fact that in a prior incident, a multi-million-dollar contract was canceled due to botched results by his firm. I understand that he has a different take on what actually happened, and he can offer that different take on redirect examination. I would submit that the argument that we should have somebody related to that incident called is specious to the extent that Mr. Fuchs, I imagine, would be arguing that we were trying to impeach him with extrinsic evidence on an unrelated topic if we were trying to do that. So, given all that, I would say that it's an appropriate topic bearing on bias and credibility for the jury to consider.
I do agree with the defense. They don't have to necessarily have a witness standing by to cross-examine on an issue, but having heard the witness's explanation, which you're largely going to be stuck with because it's clearly a collateral matter. Essentially, it was a contract dispute that resulted in the contract being terminated, so I think it's going to cause more confusion than it's going to illuminate, because to really resolve that, then we'd have to go back and figure out what the contract says and whose interpretation of the contract was correct, which is a rabbit trail we just don't need to go down. So I'm going to sustain the objection at this point. I find there's perhaps some probative value, but on balance, there's a 403 issue that's going to cause more confusion than it's going to assist. So let's take 5 minutes and we'll start back with the jury.
Yeah.
All right, so that was basically he was trying to impeach Mr. McElfresh. What did somebody say? McElfresh. So he was hired to analyze the grab bar only, Dr. Kevin McElfresh. But it looks like McElfresh. So he was hired just to analyze the grab bar, which was in the shower. He explains the DNA and the process. Electropherogram was developed by Joellen Brown, and he just used that to review the data. Brandi, the twins, and Henry were all present, but JaVonte, he couldn't be excluded. Then the jury left, so they kind of get into his background, and basically he was attempting to impeach. Oh, my mic's too hot. All right, sorry guys. He attempted to impeach the doctor on the news report and a multi-million-dollar contract that was canceled. So the judge sustained the objection. Just call him Mac, fresh mackerel. Okay, so let's move on. Let's bring Dr. Kevin McElfresh back on. And I will see you on the other side of the break.
Court is back in session.
Everybody be seated, please. May I proceed, Mr. Prince?
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. McElfresh, I just wanted to touch on one kind of introductory point. You indicated you're being paid for your time, correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated that you weren't exactly sure as to how many hours you had, but you said probably 8 to 10 or so?
I think so, but that was probably analytical time. I don't have a record in front of me. There's been some trial testimony and
Well, let me ask you this.
my travel here.
Yes, sir. That's what I was going to get to. Let's say since November of 2018, you've had to travel back and forth to Tallahassee for this case several times, correct?
2, I think.
Okay. So you, of course, get paid for your time as it relates to those instances, right?
Yes, and I actually don't think I've billed for that, but I would get paid for it, yes.
And have offered testimony on a couple of occasions. Of course, that's time you get paid for as well, right?
That's correct.
And so what's your best estimate as to how many hours you've worked on this case roughly since, say, November of 2018?
In terms of analytical time, probably 8, 10. There's probably another 10 or 12 in travel and courtroom.
So roughly 20 or so.
Okay.
I mean, that's what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Again, I'm sorry, I don't have that information in front of me.
And I'm not going to hold you to an exact number. I just want to clarify that's during the time period we're talking about, roughly November of 18 through today, 10 to 12 hours in travel time, 8 to 10 hours in terms of actual analytical work.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall being deposed back in November of 2018?
Yes, that was about the right time frame.
Do you recall being asked during that deposition, referring to page 6, beginning at line 4, how much work do you have to date, approximately? And answering, I don't know, probably less than 10 hours. So as of November 2018, you were saying you already had some amount of time, just less than 10 hours. You told the jury a few minutes ago you have 8 to 10 hours total, and now you've indicated that you've got over that just since the deposition, correct? So it's really, we're talking about closer to 30 hours worked as opposed to 8 to 10.
That was November of 18. It's been a year since then. Again, I don't have any of that information in front of me. I'm pulling this from memory and based on results. If it's 20, if it's 30, I have records that I keep so that I can accurately bill.
Yes, sir.
But I don't have those with me. I don't travel with them.
And I understand that, which is why I say the exact number is not important. If it was 8.3 or 9.6, no big deal. But when asked on direct examination, you answered under oath that you'd worked 8 to 10 hours, and now it seems you're saying that number's probably closer to 30 hours, which you would agree drastically increases the amount of money you make on the case, right?
Well, I charge less when I travel. I don't charge $250. I charge $150. And I answered based on the analytical work that I did, not on travel and other material.
Well, even in that event, then, you said that the analytical work is an additional 8 to 10 hours since November of 18, right?
No, I meant in total on this particular piece of work.
So you didn't understand the question when I said just a second ago how much analytical work since November of 18?
Again, I interpreted analytical work to mean actual work on data and calculation.
Yes, sir. That's what I mean.
That's what I said.
I'm talking about the timing, though, not the type of work you're doing.
Jack getting argumentative.
Just saying. Okay, so let me ask you a couple general questions about DNA interpretation. What is SWGDAM?
The Scientific Working Group on DNA Analysis Methods. It is supported and administered by the FBI.
And what does SWGDAM do?
They produce guidelines for various aspects of DNA testing. It's a group comprised of state lab directors and other people in law enforcement that are doing DNA testing.
And does SWGDAM identify guidelines that accredited labs should follow to make sure that they're producing reliable results?
Yes.
Okay. Is one of the things that SWGDAM requires is that any accredited lab develop interpretive guidelines for use within their lab. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
One of the recommendations is that each laboratory develop its own set of interpretation guidelines, which is why when I mentioned earlier, we have various cutoff values that have a range, not a single number across the United States.
Right. And so those numbers would be based on what each individual lab determines to be a reliable threshold based on the instrument that they're using, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So to be clear, SWGDAM doesn't issue interpretive guidelines itself. Is that right?
No, it offers oversight in terms of what things you can do, and it does have a series of guidelines that it says you should consider, but they're not laws by any stretch of the imagination.
One of those guidelines is that if you're interpreting data developed in a particular lab, you're supposed to use that lab's interpretive guidelines, correct?
To a point, and that's why they're called guidelines. The guidelines are meant to serve as reference points for the analysts in that laboratory that are working under the training that they've received from that laboratory. They are not meant necessarily to extend to the field as a whole.
No, not meant to extend to the field as a whole, but they are meant, and when I say they, I mean the interpretive guidelines developed by a particular lab, they are meant to apply to any analysis being done on data developed from that lab, correct?
Yes, and as you point out, it's their guidelines. So there are rules and there are even procedures in place within laboratory systems that those guidelines can be set aside when necessary by using, there's paperwork to be filled out, of course, but you can get exceptions to the guidelines because it's impossible to write a particular rule that would cover all of biology, because literally every sample can be unique and there's no way to legislate that. So what we have in laboratories are methods by which exceptions can be granted.
Generally, the purpose of a requirement that you follow the interpretive guidelines developed and validated by a particular lab is because that's what the lab has said based on their tests with their specific instruments. This is what the reliability threshold is. Is that generally true?
For their analysts and the training that they've received, yes.
And more relevantly, for their instruments, correct?
Well, every instrument that you see will be slightly different, and even instruments over time will change. And so you have to, you have to consider things like the age of the laser, for example. But again, it is for their system, for their analysts and the way they're trained.
Okay. As an example, did you take into account the age of the laser used to develop this data set?
It didn't seem necessary based on the visualization of the data. It seemed clear enough that the laser was probably working just fine. Typically on older lasers, you get intermittent issues, and I didn't see that in this data.
One of FDLE's interpretive guidelines that was validated for use with Profiler, which that's what we're looking at, right? The Profiler page?
Yes.
One of the rules is that you can't do inclusion statistics where the RFU value is less than 100, correct?
That is one of their guidelines.
Okay. And that's a guideline for interpretation that was validated internally by FDLE for their labs, right?
For their analysts with their training, yes.
And again, more important than the analyst's training or experience, validated for use with that specific instrument, correct?
Again, yes, but that's part of their system. It's part of a whole system. It's not just you can't just sort of uniquely pull that out.
Explain what developmental validation is.
Developmental validation is when you've developed a brand new system. You have a brand new genetic marker, you have a brand new piece of equipment, you have software, something that you're using that you are the first person to develop it. And so you go through and you do a validation to show that it actually works the way you say it's going to work. And there's a series of guidelines that you follow for developmental validation. After that, there are two types based on whether it's equipment or reagents. You can do what's called a use test to show that the equipment is working the way it's supposed to be working. That is, you have 10 of these machines and you buy machine number 11, you do a use test to show that it's working. Or you can do what's called an internal validation, which is really a redo of the developmental validation, but now on something that's already completed.
Okay, and developmental validation for a specific kit, like Profiler, that's totally different than what you did, identifying and developing use for particular loci, however you say it, correct?
Loci.
Yes, sir.
No, we performed developmental validation on a number of items when we were developing them. At that time, we weren't using them as multiplexes like they're used here. We didn't have that capability, and we were using them as what's called monoplexes. So instead of running one reaction and getting 12 results, we were running one reaction and getting one result. So we'd have to run the test 12 times. But at that point, Bodie wasn't a reagent company, and we were working with the reagent companies, and they took over and produced the product.
Right, that's my point. I'm just trying to clarify that developing and identifying loci that you want to use for interpretation, figuring out how the molecules present at those loci work, that's a different process than the practice that companies have to engage in to developmentally validate their instruments, correct?
No, it's largely the same between instruments and reagents at the time you're actually developing those things. And like I said, even though we were doing monoplexes, we did developmental validation on those prior to the reagent companies taking them over. But I don't think I understand your distinction, perhaps, but we did a lot of work on those.
Your work was primarily focused on the science of the DNA itself, as opposed to getting a particular kit to market, right?
Oh, most certainly.
Yeah, and so the focus of your work is on understanding individual loci, understanding individual molecules, frequency of occurrence within genetic populations. That's the stuff you were focused on, right?
Certainly.
Not so much figuring out how to make sure one particular product, a kit, is reliable for use in lab testing, right?
Well, at that stage, I was certainly concentrating on the population genetics and the molecular genetics.
Right.
Excuse me. Once the kits were built, then we turned around and did validation on those kits in our laboratory for our use.
Right. That wasn't Profiler, though. You didn't participate in the company's developmental validation of Profiler, right?
Not in the company's developmental validation of Profiler. Only after Profiler was released as a commercial kit.
Right.
Then we validated it for our use.
For your lab, as required by SWGDAM, right?
Yeah, well, SWGDAM didn't exist then.
Okay.
So it was before that.
Gotcha. So you guys were kind of doing the same thing back then that is required of accredited labs now, which is you have to validate interpretive guidelines for use with whatever kit you're planning to use for testing.
Yes.
Okay. Similarly, labs go through a process of I think you already referenced this, labs go through a process of internally validating, separate from the developmental validation, interpretive guidelines for use with particular kits, right?
Yes, certainly.
And the purpose of those internal validations is to ensure that based on the procedures that lab is teaching and carrying out during testing, that the instrument is going to produce consistently reliable results, right?
Yes.
And you didn't have anything to do with the development of FDLE's interpretive guidelines for use with Profiler, correct?
I did not.
Okay. I want to ask you about the timing of the opinion you're offering relative to State's Exhibit 63, the swab of the bath bar. When were you first brought into this case to consult with the State Attorney's Office?
In 2016.
Not 2011 by Mr. Campbell?
Oh, excuse me. I may have just misspoke. Yes. No? Hold on just a moment.
Yes, sir.
No, I was correct. It was March of 2016.
So if you previously offered testimony indicating that you were first retained to work on this case back in 2011 or 2012, that would be incorrect?
That would be incorrect.
Okay. And if you previously testified to that fact under oath, you would agree that that testimony would be inconsistent with the testimony you're offering now?
It would be inconsistent. I apologize. I do my best when I'm working on cases to keep things straight, but the exact date that somebody asked me to start working on a case doesn't always stick very well.
I understand. You would agree that there's a significant difference between 2011, 2012, and 2016, right?
I have the letter from Mr. Campbell on 2016. If I said 2011, then I misspoke.
Okay. What Mr. Campbell was initially looking for was to have you review FDLE's findings as it related to complex mixtures, correct?
Correct.
And you agree that this sample that we're looking at, the electropharogram for the swab of the bath bar, is a complex mixture, correct?
It is.
Okay. You didn't offer the opinion that you're testifying to now, however, until sometime in the fall of 2017, correct?
I believe that's correct. I don't have any notes on when I first offered that opinion. I don't typically have any information about cases or what samples are relevant typically.
No, you're just provided a big stack of documents relating to the analysis, the DNA summary charts, the electropharograms, all that stuff, right?
Yes.
And that's called generally, when you get it from FDLE, their biology file. It's going to be a big, thick file depending on the number of exhibits, and it will have all that information, right?
That's correct. It's the biology file or the case file.
Right. And so to be clear and help the jury understand what it was Mr. Campbell wanted you to do, he wanted you to use your experience working with complex mixtures to see if any analysis beyond what FDLE had done could be done, right?
Yes, he wanted me to look at this information and review it and help him understand it as well.
Right. And after reviewing that information, you offered Mr. Campbell your opinions about any exhibit or exhibits that you could offer additional analysis on, correct?
Yes.
And that did not include this exhibit, number 63, correct?
I don't specifically recall, and I don't have any notes to what we had a discussion about, and I don't have any way to know, because of the nature of what he asked me to do, what material or information was even germane to the case. So I offered my opinion on a lot of different things, but I had no idea whether they were even relevant to the case.
As a further example, it wasn't until fall of 2017 that you reported your statistical findings 700 billion times more likely to include Mr. Segura, the twins, and Brandi Peters than other people, right?
It was approximately that time frame or a little later.
And that was after and in response to someone from the state attorney's office calling you and asking you to look at this specific exhibit and see if you could do something else with it, right?
Yes, I was contacted and told, could I review this and look at it again?
And this was part of the initial biology file.
Yes.
And yet, at no point prior to fall of 2017, after you had been retained, did you offer an opinion about this? It took somebody from the state attorney's office calling and asking you to do something different as it related to this specific exhibit, correct?
Of course.
Okay. I want to ask you about some general principles then that are employed by you and other analysts during interpretation of a data set. Is it generally true, and I understand you're going to say you got to look at the sample as a whole, is it generally true that if you're looking, for example, at a clean two-donor mixture, trying to identify the major and minor contributors, one of the things that you'll look at is proportional peak height?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's relative to other peaks.
Right. And so, as an example, if we were looking at a sample and trying to identify major and minor components, we might have the major contributors RFU values up around 1,000 and the minor contributors down around 200, just as an example. Is that right?
That's certainly possible, but it doesn't necessarily, each of those conditions can be different based on the length of the DNA that you're analyzing and also the overall quality of the sample.
Right. Just as a general matter, though, those peak proportions, like, for example, if I'm a person that has a 12 and 13 at D3, you would expect my peak proportions to be relatively similar on any data sample developed using my DNA, right?
Not necessarily.
Isn't it most common that that's the case? Like, there's going to, the FDLE has calculations that they do for percentages, and if the peak heights are too different, then they aren't able to say they're from the same person. The peak heights have to bear some proportion to each other in order to be called as being from the same person, right?
There are labs that do have that interpretation guideline. The problem with that is there are several scientific papers where we know that the substrate that the DNA comes from can influence significantly the quality of the results. Specifically, metal surfaces can have that problem. So that the process that we call PCR, which is polymerase chain reaction, which is literally the molecular Xerox machine that we use, will be interfered with by metal ions. Okay? And so we can get significant imbalance in the DNA peaks from the surface that it comes from. We can get imbalance in the peaks simply by the fact that if there's not very much DNA in the sample, and you can tell that when you have low RFU values, then what will happen is literally as the Xerox machine starts, sometimes it'll miss that page on one round. And the way PCR works is it makes a copy, then it makes another copy of the original and a copy of the copy. So you go from 1 to 2 to 4 to 8 to 16 in your progression. But if it misses one of the peaks on the first one, then those volumes lag. And so you'll get imbalanced just as a function of the PCR process itself. And then, of course, there can be other things in the material or the surface that can interfere with it. And all of those go into how you look at the results when you see them, which is why, as I said earlier, typically the electropharogram is the story of the sample.
I understand that there are circumstances that may cause peak heights from a single individual to be out of proportion with each other. But as a general matter, FDLE's interpretive guidelines require, in order for an analyst analyzing data developed within their lab, on their kits, in order to call two peaks as being from a single person, they have to have a percentage-based proportional relationship. correct?
That is in their guidelines, yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the specific loci you identified as places where you were going to do inclusion statistics for this sample here. You did it at D3, VWA, D8, D5, and D13, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there are no allele at D3 that are foreign to the 4 victims, correct?
Yes, everybody has 15s or 17s.
Right. Same with VWA. There's no allele there that are foreign to the 4 victims.
Let me explain the individuals you're asking about specifically when you say 4 victims.
Right. So Brandi, Taniyah, and Tamiyah have the same DNA, right?
Right.
And then JaVonte.
Well, JaVonte, yes. Okay.
So there's no DNA at VWA that's foreign to the 4 victims, correct?
That's correct.
And similarly at D13, there's no allele that are foreign to the 4 victims.
Yeah, excuse me, yes. D13 is right here, and you can see everybody shares 11 and 12. And those two are very common alleles in the population. It's like having brown and blue eyes. So I'm not surprised that here we have a combination of 3 people, but only 2 alleles.
Let me just clarify your answer as it relates to D13. The 11 and 12 are allele numbers that the victims do have, correct?
They do.
So there's no foreign allele number showing up at D13?
No, everybody shares the very same data set.
Right, okay. So the 3 loci we just talked about, D3, VWA, and D13, there are no foreign allele numbers, correct?
I'm trying to make sure I understand your question exactly.
Let me rephrase that. That wasn't very precise. At the 3 loci we just talked about, D3, VWA, and D13, there are no allele numbers showing up that are foreign to the allele numbers the victims have at those particular loci.
That would be correct.
Okay. The other 2 loci, there's D8 and D5. There you were able to identify a couple of foreign allele numbers, correct?
Correct.
And so there's 2 allele numbers in the entire data set that are foreign to the victims, right?
There's 2 sets, yes. But, for example, in D5, there's this 12 right here.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a unique peak to one of the individuals, Mr. Segura.
Or any number of other people, correct?
It could be other people, but you notice that in the case of Mr. Segura, he's a 12-16. Talking about D5 or D? I'm talking about D5. He is a 12-14.
Mm-hmm.
That's these 2 peaks right here. And those are separate from Brandi Peters and the twins.
But not,
So-
I'm sorry, as it relates to the 14 is not foreign to all 4 victims. JaVonte has a 14 at D5, right?
He does, but he has an 11 as well, and that 11 would be with the 11 from Brandi and from the twins. So what we have, and as you talked about a moment ago with your balance, you see this 12 and 14 relatively balanced, and this is a low RFU sample, so relatively balanced and set off by themselves, unique from the other individuals. So this is sort of a hallmark that you can look at and say, okay, I have something here that's different enough that I can interpret that.
Well, when we're dealing with RFU values this low, it's totally possible that Brandi's 11 would be masking JaVonte's 11 at D5, right?
It could be.
Right. So the only number at D5 that's foreign to all 4 victims is the 12 there, right?
That's correct, and that's but Mr. Segura has that 12.
Right. Okay. And so The other foreign allele in this data set is at D8, correct?
That's correct.
16.
That's correct.
Both of those allele are starred allele, correct?
They are low intensity alleles. That's correct.
And under the FDLE's interpretive guidelines, you're not permitted to do inclusion statistics on low RFU value allele, correct?
But you'll notice that they still have their computer call that allele. Okay? So they know they're saying it's above their analytical threshold. So it's still called, the fact that they don't interpret it is part of their guideline, but they still recognize it as real data. And that's the issue. That's why we have what's called an analytical threshold versus a stochastic threshold. For them, stochastic threshold means that, like when you drive down the road, it says, careful of falling rocks. It means pay attention, there might be something going on here.
So let's clarify in real people talk what you mean there. You're talking about the two different thresholds for inclusion and exclusion, correct?
I'm talking about the two different thresholds for whether or not we believe the data is real versus whether or not there may be additional loss of information as a function of the low RFU value.
I think we're saying the same thing. Just to be clear, FDLE had an interpretive guideline as it pertained to Profiler, saying that you could call for exclusion purposes peaks above 50 RFUs, whereas to do inclusion, the peak would have to be above 100 RFUs, correct?
Well, typically, and throughout the field, you can call peaks of almost any RFU value if you're going to exclude. The 1996 National Research Council report makes it clear, and SWGDAM has always said that even if you have data below what you consider to be the analytical threshold. So the analytical threshold says that below this line, we don't think the data is real. It could be just noise in the signal to noise ratio. Above this line, the data is real. Okay? But always, even below the analytical threshold, if there appears to be information there that would exclude somebody, you can always call it for exclusion.
That's not really the question I'm asking, so let me try to be a little more precise. FDLE's validated guidelines, interpretive guidelines, that were validated for use with Profiler, permitted exclusion above 50 RFUs, but prohibited inclusion below 100 RFUs, correct?
They would not use that for statistical work, but typically what analysts do, and certainly the way I teach them, is that even though you may have data that is below what you would use for inclusion, it still must nonetheless be consistent with your overall result.
To be clear though, you used for inclusion purposes allele that were less than 100 RFUs, which in theory would violate FDLE's interpretive guidelines, correct?
I used that information, that is correct.
Okay. And to be clear about what you were looking at when you did your interpretation, you looked within the four corners of this electropharogram, correct?
That is correct.
To interpret this electropharogram, you didn't look at any other electropharogram or consider DNA on related surfaces from the crime scene, correct?
No, of course, you don't do that.
Right.
That you cannot do. I had this information, and as the prosecutor put up a few minutes ago, the blow-up color diagram of the same information, so that I could look down at the baseline area below analytical.
Okay. You would agree that if JaVonte is a contributor to this mixture, that would drastically alter the statistical likelihood that you reported, correct?
If he was, then we wouldn't be able to use as much of the data because he has missing data. So you would have to use fewer loci to do the calculation, which would mean you would have fewer multipliers. And that is exactly as it should be, because if somebody's not included, then the mixture statistic ought to be very low to the point of not useful.
And the reason that you didn't want to say JaVonte was included here is because that would have required you to find that there was dropout. In other words, that certain allele numbers for him were falling off the electropharogram, right?
No, I had already determined that there was in fact dropout. I was not trying to include or exclude anybody. I was letting the data speak for itself.
So to be clear about that, there is prevalent dropout all through this sample, right?
There is dropout in this sample.
Okay, because you're saying that there are 3 contributors. Well, technically 4, I guess, since the twins have the same DNA. But you're saying it's Brandi, it's the twins, it's Mr. Segura.
That's correct.
And to be clear about that again, the only allele that are foreign to the 4 victims, which I understand you're saying JaVonte's not there, but the only allele that is foreign to the 4 victims is that starred 12 down at D5 and the starred 16 up at D8, right?
That is all we have for this data set, and given the limited nature of the data set, it's significant.
Generally speaking, if they reran this on Profiler, would that data set be relevant to you as well, if you're trying to interpret this and determine who's contributing, who's not?
It may well be. It's very difficult usually with low-level samples. You'll get some things that'll come up and go down. You have to consider the data you have.
Which is why you say you're looking at the 4 corners of the page, correct?
I'm looking at this result. This is the raw data.
And it's probably obvious and goes without saying, but if you were only to use the foreign allele identified, that is, allele numbers that are foreign to all 4 victims, of course, that would obliterate the statistical report as well, correct?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
If you don't use locus where foreign allele are not showing up, which is to say, if you don't use a locus where only the victims' numbers are present. Follow me so far?
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So the only 2 locus here that we have foreign allele numbers are D8 and D5, right?
Right.
And so the other 3 allele that we the other 3 locus that we talked about, D3 VWA and D13, there's no foreign allele numbers present, correct?
No, but the group of alleles still have the same individuals. So all the individuals' information is still in all those locations.
The hypothetical, I guess, that I'm trying to ask is if you eliminated the 3 locus where there's no foreign allele numbers, that would, of course, impact the statistical finding, right?
Anytime you eliminate loci, it's going to impact, because you multiply each result by the next result, because what you want to know is the collection of results together.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect. Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Prince pointed out the D5 and D8 here. In looking at an electropharogram, are you looking at each individual loci at a individual time? In other words, I'm going to look at D8, interpret that, then I'm going to look at D5, interpret that, then I'm going to look at VWA and interpret that. Or are you looking at as a whole?
You look at it as a whole. So the first thing that I do in any case, I don't care how big the file is I pull the electropharograms out and look at them. I don't even know what the electropharogram is, other than it has, in this particular case, an exhibit number, the number from the collection of the data, whatever that number is. But all I know about that sample at that moment in time is that it has a sample number.
Okay.
I don't.
So we've been talking about this being a sample from the grab bar. That was not part of what it is that you initially would have looked at on this. All you know is it's an electropharogram and it happens to have an exhibit number, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
So at that point, then what I'm looking for is the story of the sample, about how much DNA is there. Is it a mixture? Is it a partial profile, which this clearly is? That tells me a lot about the sample before I even know what it is. So I'm looking at it as a whole. And then, in fact, I don't even know who the contributors may or may not be at this point. Simply that I have that data. And as you can see, what you have for each of these peaks, they're fixed, right? There they are for everybody to see. They're not going to change. Nothing's going to change. Just the question becomes, where might they have come from? And so at that point, then, even when I know, for example, that I have limited data here, this says FGA up there, and I certainly expect to have, because I have very little here, I don't expect to have much down here at D7 S820, and sure enough, I don't. You can see that there's some things down here in the baseline, which is what I looked at the other thing for. But overall, that's the story that I've seen. Now I have the story of the sample, and then I can start my comparisons.
Okay. And then whenever you're doing comparisons, at that point you start looking at each one of these loci and then how they impact all of it together, but also as an individual aspect as well, correct?
Correct. Even at the point at which I'm making a comparison and I make the decision that this person appears to be in the mixture, even where I have incomplete data, if there's anything there at all, what I see still needs to be consistent. Now, I won't use it for statistics at that point, right? I only used 5 markers, and there's clearly 9 markers there, right? Because that data was incomplete. So that didn't count against whoever I was comparing. And then you simply go through the reference samples that you have, and again, what you're looking for is places where you have some uniqueness that says this person's unique to the other people, and there they are. That helps establish what you think your overall interpretation is. That's one of those fine points you look for that sort of helps solidify that.
Okay. So when we go to D8 here and we see these 4 different numbers there, the 11, the 15, the 12, and the 16, that's one of the locations you're looking at and where you're looking for uniqueness of this particular loci, correct?
That's correct. That's a location where there was a unique marker that somebody needed to have if they were in that sample, and that was a location that we talked about. Mr. Segura had a unique marker.
Okay. And that would be number 16, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. JaVonte Segura, the young boy that was killed during this, does not have a 16, correct?
He does not.
Okay. So and I see that the RFU on this one is 74, so it's a low RFU.
That's correct.
But even by FDLE standards of low RFU calling, they can use that for exclusion purposes, could they not?
They could.
So at this point, Mr. JaVonte Segura should be excluded regardless because that number doesn't exist for him, correct?
For him, that's correct.
Okay. So even by FDLE standards, he's not there.
That's correct. Now they have a little bit of a conflict because of this being a complex mixture. They have a number of other restrictive guidelines that keep them from being able to do lots of interpretation here.
Okay. And let's talk about those guidelines. But bottom line is, in this case, that 16 right there tells us right then and there, JaVonte is not present here, and that 16 is, in fact, unique as far as these persons go to Mr. Henry Segura.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, there are interpretive guidelines. We talked about those. SWGDAM.
Correct.
Okay. SWGDAM are guidelines for the lab analysts to ensure their results are accurate given the average ability of analysts.
Yes, each analyst, when they're hired by FDLE and all systems, they're put through a training program, and that training program teaches them how to, everything from how to handle the evidence as it's received in the laboratory at their bench, to returning the evidence, how to extract DNA, how to run the DNA on their equipment, and then how to interpret the results as they get it. So, these are people that typically, I think the requirement is they have to have a bachelor's degree in one of the sciences like biology, chemistry, physics. They can have math. They have to have certain undergraduate course requirements and meet a certain basic standard.
And there was a lot of terms thrown out there, and I noticed that Mr. Prince called them SWGDAM rules, and you're calling them SWGDAM guidelines. There's a difference between the two, is there not?
Yes, this is, kind of like the Pirate's Code. I mean,
You stole my line.
Sorry.
You stole my line.
I apologize. That's, I give it back to you. The fact of the matter is, we can't legislate every possible condition that's going to happen in biology. And if at the moment we try to, we have to violate that. So rather than create rules that just are impossible to follow, then we create guidelines that allow people to act within those boundaries as best they can.
Okay. And those SWGDAM guidelines are established for the purposes of governmental labs, taking into account the training experience of the analysts that are conducting those as well as the equipment, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, when they're setting up those guidelines, they have to not only account for the ability of the analyst that's been there for 10, 12, 15 years and done countless number of analysis, but also those that have just come out of the training program and only been there for 2 years.
Certainly.
So that guideline actually is a average, if you will, of all that experience in order to make sure that the governmental lab ultimately produces a reliable product or reliable test results, if you will, based upon those analysts, including the ones that have just come off the training.
Certainly, and in a large system like FDLE, there are Florida law enforcement labs in other areas of the state. So this is a very large organization with multiple labs and multiple analysts across a broad geographic area. So they have to manage all of that in a single system.
But as we said, there are guidelines, and certainly someone with your experience can look at those guidelines and make determinations even outside those guidelines would be proper?
Yes.
And why is that?
Again, it's having the additional experience and training and having worked a long period of time with lots of very damaged samples. I mean, in a lot of ways, that's been my specialty over my career. And I've developed guidelines, I've developed analytical thresholds, all of those things. I've worked within those systems and helped do some of the initial DNA sequencing on some of these. So I have a breadth of knowledge that not a lot of people would have.
Now, some other issues were made about when you first were contacted on this, and you were initially contacted by Jack Campbell, who was handling this particular case back in 2016.
Correct.
Okay. And at that time, you were actually contacted and asked to look at an overall picture and analysis and whether or not Florida Department of Law Enforcement were complying with the SWGDAM rules and things of that nature and making that initial analysis, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it wasn't until, not to throw Mr. Campbell under the bus, but it wasn't until I took over in the case and contacted you, and we had communication in 2017, I asked you to specifically look at this mixture and give me any interpretations that you could give, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And at that point, that is when you started making the analysis as it relates to this particular sample.
Yes.
And in making that analysis, applying all the information that you have over your long career, your developmental aspects, the development, quite frankly, of the industry, it's your determination that Henry Segura's DNA is present in this and JaVonte Segura's DNA is not, correct?
That is correct.
To the exclusion of, in the likelihood ratio is 1 in 700 billion.
That's correct.
No further questions.
All right, any juror have a question of this witness? All right, you can step down. He's subject to recall, I understand.
He is, Your Honor.
All right, you ready to do your recording?
We'll be up there. I'm going to swap seats when we do.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, but I do have.
A question of this witness? Okay, I'm sorry, write your question down, please. So the question that was asked was whether his analysis was reviewed by anyone else. It would not be appropriate to ask this witness whether somebody else reviewed and approved or disapproved his results. You may well hear from some other analysts that offer their opinion, but it would not be appropriate to ask the witness that question. All right, you can step down, sir. All right, now we're going to have the recording.
Yes, sir. Permission to publish 124 and 124A at this time?
You may.
For the record, Your Honor, when we first heard it this morning, we listened to what is the second page of the transcript. And this recording is going to start on the third page of the transcript, the top of page 17.
You have a transcript I can follow along with.
So this recording, the part of the recording we're about to hear starts at the top of page 17, the third page of the transcript. This morning when we first started, we heard what is the second page of that transcript. It says page 2.
Portion of it is inappropriate and they're reactive.
So we are starting at page 7.
Yes, sir. Top of page 17.
Okay. So some parts have been taken out. That's by agreement of the parties. You shouldn't be worrying about what's been taken out. It was just taken out because it's irrelevant. So you may proceed. We're on the top of page 17, as I understand. Okay.
After you said it, the answer is the man, whatever. All I give up to you, all I do for you, all I'm going to do for you, don't be sick. You don't love me. No, you want this bitch over here and why he did shit for you. What did I do to you? What? How? She made you have to bring it to the soul, huh? What? Huh? What? Well, I guess I need you to say so you can get home. No, that's what you make it seem like. You don't fucking need me. You don't care about me. Because I'm the one holding it down for you. And so when you come out, we can say I have something. But you want to take it and go away.
Take anything, but when I get out, I'm gonna work, right?
You gonna get out and you gonna be with her. That's the other one that gave up the most. You don't understand how much I love you, but you don't care because you love her. I'm just an afterthought.
Give it up, go to.
What are you giving up?
You say you're gonna move back in with a woman, break her lease, so that she can help take the lease for you.
Whatever. I don't have nowhere to go with you. We don't have nowhere to go. We don't have nobody. Straight out.
I was thinking, if she moved back in her house, you could move me in wherever she lives at. You would have to break her lease, you would have to get a new lease.
How much is she have left?
I don't know.
In the apartment?
Yeah. Town house. 2-bedroom townhouse. So you can afford it, she can afford it. Maybe more money, huh?
How did you love her when I love you?
So what?
How did you love her when I love you? What?
That's it.
How could you?
home still.
What?
They gonna come home still.
Don't be with us.
Why don't we just worry about me coming home right now?
Nobody told you what he would be.
When this is yours, man.
We're suffering, and I'm sacrificing so much. We're suffering over here. I'm suffering because I don't want me. You know what that makes you feel? Huh? What? I can't hear you.
Yeah.
It's unfair. We have nowhere to go.
You gonna find somewhere to sit in the room first?
What?
And you can look.
I don't have any good credit. I don't have any money. I don't know where to go.
And you go to the next place.
Yes.
It'll be all right.
Someone else trying to say, look at me and say, what they gonna do now? And I don't know what to tell them.
So what?
Not when they start with Malachi and say, look at me and say, what we gonna do now?
I'm telling you right now, you be doing it. You be doing it right now. You should be on your internet, on the computer there, and work you looking right now.
Looking for what?
What do you mean looking for work? What are you doing? Right the right
Where we
time?
gonna play?
You doing right the right time?
I'm cooking them to eat. They're hungry.
Well,
What?
because you should be on your laptop.
So that's what we're not looking at. What can I afford?
Well, you can afford a penny, and you can $40,000 a year.
But I don't bring home that much.
Well, you can afford it, what you bring home?
What?
You think you can afford something with what you bring home?
And what about my credit issues? I have to go, I have terrible credit. Who will take a chance on me?
I don't think that's gonna be an issue.
What?
I don't think that's gonna be an issue.
It was an issue before. And I had to pay extra security deposits. What?
Well, you know, I'm buying stuff, moving my day, doing what you want.
They probably would let me take over her lease because my credit ain't good. Huh?
Yeah.
What?
I don't know.
I don't know. If I gave up my life for you, and you chose to live. But I had to learn to do life.
Looking like the day was nice to you.
Huh?
It wasn't looking like the day was nice to you.
I said it's been
You may. You just pass the transcripts down. Next witness.
All right, this time stay with rest.
All right. Once we get the transcript, we'll let the jury step out. Everybody be seated. Be heard, Mr. Brent.
Your Honor, at this time the defense would move for judgment of acquittal. Based on the evidence produced by the state, I would suggest that this is a circumstantial case and the evidence presented is insufficient to make a prima facie case that is inconsistent with every reasonable hypothesis of innocence.
Excuse.
Your Honor, it's not a circumstantial case. We have Dr. McElfresh's testimony placing the defendant's DNA on the grab bar directly above where the children were found murdered, as right next to a blood swab that was Brandi Peters' blood that was there at the same or in approximately the same location. In addition to that, given the fact that he repeatedly lied to law enforcement as to his whereabouts, and the law enforcement proving where his whereabouts are would in fact rebut any kind of reasonable hypothesis of innocence at this time, and would ask for a denial.
Further, Mr. Hughes.
No, Your Honor.
Further, Mr. Brent.
No, Your Honor.
I deny the motion for judgment of acquittal. In a few minutes, get ready.
Yes, sir.
What, 10 minutes? No.
And Your Honor, earlier we presented the perpetuate testimony of Mr. Avila. Page 25 is in fact the objection that is relevant. I am going to ask that you may end up wanting to elect to actually watch and listen to that particular statement. So I'm going to give you that disc because it is an argumentative aspect, and I believe that's most reflected by the actual video and tone of voices and the banter that's going back and forth.
But there is no objection to the question that's asked. The question, I mean, if you're asking me to strike the initial part of it where there's an objection as the length of the questions, that's what you're talking about?
He asked the question, Your Honor, before there was an answer from the defendant. My objection was that the question was in fact argumentative, and he went on and continued that with the answer to the question. He had to rephrase it for request of the defendant, but I mean for the request of Mr. Avila, but.
Well, there's no objection to the question that he actually answered.
No, he rephrased the question that was asked. That was the objection. He asked for rephrasing, and he rephrased the question, and that was the rephrased question was the one that was objected to.
There is no objection to the rephrased question.
I would submit that the objection when he first asked the question is the same. Regardless, I would make it.
If you're asking to strike lines 8 through 17, where there's a question asked and then you object, and he says, I haven't understood what was asked, we can strike that. There's not a question asked, but there was no objection to the question that was asked. Now, y'all didn't make crystal clear whether you were preserving objections or not.
Your Honor, the question that was asked was, well, Mr. Avila, did it cause to take it's line 8 through 11, and had been repeatedly asked at that point. I made the objection then that they would object to the question as being argumentative. He told me he can go ahead and answer it, and then he rephrased it. So I would submit that the objection applies to that question as well as the one that was rephrased on number 19. If I did not make that clear in the transcript, I am objecting to it at this time.
Mr. Prince.
My position, Your Honor, is that the rephrased question was not objected to. And even if it had been, the rephrased question was not argumentative. So I would submit that it's a proper question and answer.
Well, I don't think it's relevant in any way as to whether he made long answers or didn't make long answers. Really doesn't have much to do with anything. I'll sustain the objection at this point with strike line page 25, line 8 through page 26, line 8. So sustain that objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that the only objection you want to be heard on?
Yes, Your Honor. The second one, Mr. Prince rephrased it, and I think that took care of the issue.
Okay. You did ask me to rule on 2 defense witnesses. Ms. Timmons, I'll overrule the objection as to Ms. Timmons. That does not mean that the letter is admissible. I'm not saying that the letter is admissible. There is some testimony, and I'm going by what she did last time. To the extent it's the same as last time, there is some discussion about what's on the outside of the envelope. I'll overrule the objection to that. I make no ruling as to whether the letter is admissible or not. That's not before me at this point. As to Mr. Griffin, I've reviewed his testimony. You're going to have to clue me in, Mr. Prince, as to what's relevant. He really only says 4 things. He says he's dealt drugs with Mr. Paramore. He's never dealt drugs with Gregory Washington. He knows who Kenny Green is, but never dealt drugs with him. And the police recovered guns at his house. When you narrow it down, all down, that's what Mr. Griffin testified to. So tell me what's relevant from that.
Yes, sir. So Mr. Santos will assert as part of his testimony that Mr. Paramore and Mr. Griffin were recruited as local members of the group that was going to carry out the murder. And our assertion is that Mr. Paramore and Mr. Griffin's motivation, their willingness to do that, was based on the fact that Brandi Peters was Kenny Green's girlfriend at the time. Mr. Griffin repeatedly lied about his knowledge of and relationship to Mr. Green. The full transcript of the testimony reveals, first he claimed he didn't know who Mr. Green was. Then he claimed that he only knew him from seeing him at jail. Then he claimed he knew who he was from seeing him around town. Then he admitted that he did in fact know him. And finally he admitted that yes, they were drug dealing associates and had a falling out. The fact that
he said what?
That Mr. Green and Mr. Griffin were drug dealing associates.
He doesn't say that in the trial testimony. If you find that, give me a page number and a site. I don't find that.
I'll have to find it after the break.
He clearly says he had no drug dealing with Mr. Green, based upon what I read.
Yes, sir. I'm just speaking from my recollection. My recollection was that he was impeached with.
Well, you'll need to show me that.
Yes,
I
sir.
just read it. I don't find that.
Yes, sir. In any event, the progression of his statements pertaining to his relationship with Kenny Green, the fact that he's lying by itself is relevant to establishing the motivation for being involved in the murder to the extent that witness Santos says they were involved.
I'm also saying the state's objection, unless you find something that where you want to correct what I've found, that he said he did not deal with Kenny Green. That's the testimony as he testified at trial. If I've missed something, you need to point that out to me. But other than that, I don't see where there's any relevance. I mean, you impeached him with some things, but ultimately his answer was he had no recollection of dealings with Mr. Green. The Green did have a baby with his ex-wife's sister, that his ex-wife and he were separated at the time and he was in jail. So that really has no relevance.
Ms. Baker is referring me to the part where I was impeaching him regarding his business relationship with Mr. Green. It starts on page 24 at the bottom and proceeds, it starts on page 53 at the bottom and proceeds on to page 54.
Well, the fact you're impeaching him that he may have said something different sometime doesn't make his testimony admissible. If you have something that shows, if you have it where he says, yes, he was stealing, I need to see that, but I don't think he said that.
He doesn't say those words, but I'll read the exact answer he gives to that question.
Let me have the transcript.
Yes, sir. May I
That you're relying on. So he says that's what the document says. I'm not asking you what the document says. Now I'm asking you whether you did. I can't really recollect that I remember doing deals with K-Lo, period. So that's his answer. I would sustain the state's objection.
And Your Honor, given the court ruling on Ms. Timmons, we would do a motion limited for the letter itself to be excluded. If there's any questions that are asked about the letter, the natural inclination of the jurors will be they want to see the letter. The letter isn't admissible, so we would ask there to be no reference regarding the letter itself or who it was from. If there's an envelope, again, I don't know what that would do. I understand the court ruling on that one, but the letter itself, we would object to any reference to it or admissibility of that letter.
Well, I'm going to let them do what they did last time, which was refer to what was on the outside of the letter. You said, Mr. Prince said the contents of the letter didn't mean anything anyway, so are you trying to get the contents of the letter in?
Last time, Your Honor, I wouldn't have been able to offer any testimony about the contents and what it actually meant. Since Santos is testifying live this time, I don't think that it would be inappropriate for him to testify as to what he was trying to accomplish with that letter.
Well, it's still hearsay, whether he said it or somebody else said it.
My position on that would be, Your Honor, the question is whether what is asserted in the letter is being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. The language of the letter doesn't really assert anything. What's relevant is Santos' testimony about what that letter means, and the existence of the letter corroborates Santos' relationship with Brandi.
Well, I'll overrule the objection as to the existence. I'm going to sustain the objection to the contents since it doesn't make any sense anyway. He can say he sent a letter and what the letter was about, and I'm not going to put that letter in evidence. Right? Anything else?
Not from the defendant.
The only last thing, Your Honor, and I know I've said this before, but Mr. Santos, I know he's come in sometimes and said he's going to plead the fifth, and sometimes he's not. I understand there's nothing we can do if he decides to do it mid-testimony, but I would ask the court to do an inquiry outside the presence of the jury as he takes a stand about whether he's going to take the fifth or not, because we've heard jail calls that he's been trying to contact other attorneys, and we have reason to believe that may be an issue. And again, Your Honor's a little familiar with him.
Who's going to be your first witness,
Mr. Segura.
Your client's going to testify first?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, we'll deal with, when you get ready to call Mr. Santos, we'll decide what we're going to do. You can remind me you want to hear from him before we bring the jury in. That's probably advisable, so he doesn't take the fifth in front of the jury. All right, we'll take a few minutes.
All right, so that was interesting. All right, hold on, Trial Junkies. Yes, Slug Boy, Slug Life. Ask Aaron if she will tell sisters off limits. Yeah, just so wrong. Okay, I'm going to read the transcript because the DNA expert, Mr. McElfresh, under cross, really not much happening there for me. Didn't really. He was trying to impeach him by, when did he spend time working on it? Was it 2011, 2012, 2016? Did he work 30 hours? Did he only work 10 hours? Wasn't too much for me there. Redirect I thought was better with Mr. McElfresh, the DNA expert, saying, do you look at each loci or do you look at it as a whole? He says he looks at it as a whole. The story of the sample, looks at the story of the sample, then he makes comparisons, looks for uniqueness and helps establish overall interpretation. Then a jury question was whether his analysis was reviewed by anyone else. The judge says that's not appropriate to ask the witness. Excuse me. Then the jail call. Okay, so I found the transcript coolly enough. Is that a word, coolly? I found the transcript. Okay, so here's the transcript. I'm not going to read it in the voices of Malika and Henry, but here's the transcript. It starts off with Malika, and you could probably tell who is who. All right. I wonder if can I pull this up for you guys? Let me see if I can pull this up for you guys. Let's see. So you can read along with me. I was going to try and do it. Here we go here. I was going to try and do it while it was midstream, but I didn't want to screw anything up, so I decided to wait. Okay. Decided to wait. Okay, is this actually going to work? Come on. Oh, it's not going to work. Come on, guys. Shoot. Doesn't look like it's going to work. Shoot. All right. Come on. Okay, it's there. Okay, here we go. All right, cool. All right. So let me pull this over here. All right, transcript. All right, so it's page, oh, come on, page 140, maybe I can come in here, 140, all right, see if I can get that a little bit bigger. All right, so this part right here is, can you guys see that okay? All right, cool. All right, so this initial part is what we heard this morning, but the second part is what we heard. Let's see. Okay, Miss Dugan, the court. Okay. So here's what we heard. So Malika starts off with what she did for you. Segura says she make me happy. What? She make me happy. How? Just she does. She makes you happy way up in Minnesota, huh? Yeah, she do. What? She do, huh? I said, yeah, she does. What? Yeah, she do. Malika, well, I guess I don't need to do shit else for you then, huh? Henry says, if that's how you feel. No, that's whatever. That's what you're making it seem like. You don't effing need me. You don't care about me. Yes, I do. Can you guys hear okay? Come on, do the voices. I'm not going to take anything, Malika. When I get out, I'm going to work so I can. So you're going to get out and you're going to be with her after I'm the only one that gave up. After I'm the one that gave up the most. You don't understand how much I love you, but you don't care because you love her, and I'm just an afterthought. She's given up stuff too. Malika says what's she given up? She said she's going to move back in with her mama and break her lease so that she can help pay some of my legal fees. Malika says, whatever. I don't have nowhere to move into. I have nowhere to go. Well, I was thinking if she moves back in with her mama, you could move in over there where she lives at. She wouldn't have to break her lease. You wouldn't have to get a new lease. Wow, so he's asking So Brandi's going to move in with her mom, and then Henry's asking Malika to move into Brandi's spot. Wow. Wow. Okay. Malika says, how much does she pay over there? I don't know. Is it an apartment? Yeah, it's a townhouse, a 2-bedroom townhouse. So you can afford it if she can afford it. You make more money than her. But how can you love her when I love you? Say what? Sorry. How can you love her when I love you? What? I didn't say anything. How could you? Why can't you get out and come home with us? Well, I'm sure I'm going to be able to come home and see y'all. What? I'm still going to come home and see y'all. Malika's inaudible. Then, huh? Why don't we just worry about me coming home right now? Malika says, because I want to know you want to be with me. What difference do it make? Malika, because I'm suffering and I'm sacrificing so much. We're suffering over here. And I'm suffering for someone who don't want me. Do you know how that makes me feel? Huh? Yeah. What? Yeah. I can't hear you. I said yes. He was doing a lot of mumbling through this, if you remember. It ain't fair. We have nowhere to go. Well, you ain't going to find somewhere sitting in a room crying. What? Have you been looking? I don't have any good credit. I don't have any money. I don't have nowhere to go. Did you go to the bank today? Yes. Everything going to be all right, Malika. Not when Malachi and Trey look at me and say, what are we going to do now? And I don't know what to tell them. So Malachi and Trey are the boys. I don't know how old they are. Henry says, say what? Not when Malachi and Trey look at me and say, what are we doing? What are we going to do now? I'm telling you right now what you need to be doing. You need to be doing it right now. You should be on the internet, on the computer there, looking right now. Malika says, looking for what? What do you mean looking for what? Their voices overlap. What are you doing? Watching Lifetime? So he's accusing her of eating bonbons and watching Lifetime. Malika says, with no credit? What are you doing? Watching Lifetime? I'm cooking us something to eat. They're hungry. Well, Malika, what? In between cooking, you should be on the laptop. What am I looking for? What can I afford? Well, you can afford plenty making $40,000 a year. That's not bad. I wonder what she does. And that you can live, you could survive on $40,000. I think the poverty level is around 20 or so pretty decent. Malika says, but I don't bring home that much. Well, you can afford it with what you bring home. What? You should be able to afford something with what you bring home. And what about my credit issues? I have terrible credit. Who's going to take a chance on me? Henry says, I don't think that's going to be an issue. What? I don't think that's going to be an issue. It was an issue before and I had to pay an extra security deposit. Huh? Well, you're going to have to find something or move in with my daddy. Malika says, they probably wouldn't let me take over her lease because my credit ain't good. Huh? Yeah. What? I don't know. Whatever. All I know is I gave up my life for you and you chose someone else and now I've got to find a new life. Well, it's looking like I gave up mine for you. Malika says, huh? Henry says, I said, well, it's looking like I gave up mine for you. Malika says, I can't understand you. I said, it's looking like I gave up mine for you. I'm sure everything going to be okay, all right? Malika says, if you say so. All right, so that was reading of a transcript by the Squeegee of Justice. Huh? What? All right, so what do you guys think of that interplay there? Because I don't know, I'm not sure what to make of that. Other than he's telling her stop watching Lifetime and go out and get another place, and you can move into Brandi's place because she's going to move in with her mom. That's just nuts. All right. Kathy Smith says classic gaslighting manipulation. Fala says no, really, she can't take over Brandi's lease because she's gone. So this is a different side piece. Is it? Let's see. Let's go back to that. She said, so. You're right, because Brandi's gone already. All right, Fala. You're right. This is it. He's in jail in Minnesota. I thought he said, okay. This is another side piece. I'm still going to come home. Okay. Yeah, it's a townhouse, his apartment. Okay, she's given up stuff too. So when you get out and you're going to be with her after I'm the one that gave you so much. Oh my gosh, you're right. So this is when he's in Jafala. Of course you're right. So this is another person he's talking about. Holy mackerel. Yep, Folly, you're absolutely correct. This is a different, yeah, Brandi's already gone. So this is when he's in jail in Minnesota. You're right. Who would want to live in that place now that a murder happened? So it must, I guess it's, so when you get out, you're going to be with her after I'm the one. No, he can't be with her because she's gone. Yeah, she said she's going to move back in with her mom and break her lease. So this must be somebody else. Holy smokes. Yeah. This is, Loma says, oh, maybe her and her kids were the targets if they were supposed to be living in the townhouse. Stop paying anything on his commissary. So Fala, and another side piece is moving in with her mom so she can help with attorney fees, and he wants her to take over her mistress's lease. Oh my gosh. Pay me, yeah, this is definitely somebody else. Okay, yeah, geez, thanks for telling me. Gosh, I totally forgot that he's in jail up in Minnesota. Wow. Hey, Florida PI Sam, how are you? This man has way too much time on his hands. Yep. And Fala, he does have some baseballs. Julie says, oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive. Kathy Smith, you are, I hope that helps. And yes, thank you. You're welcome for me reading it. All right. All right, so cool. All right, so there's the transcript of that jailhouse call. And I have the transcript now of this entire trial. So this is the trial transcript. So if there's ever something we want to go back into, don't want to see that. That's direct examination of okay, let's go back to let's just go back. All right. Let's move on then to, we know the state rested. There were some objections. A judge ruled on Miss Timmons. He overruled that objection. I think that's CeCe Timmons. And then this Mr. Griffin, who was dealing drugs, and law enforcement found guns at his house, so he sustained that state objection. Mr. Santos may take the fifth in mid-testimony. Oh my gosh, this is just going to be bonkers. I have no idea what's going to happen, but yeah, Fala, what about him saying, looks like I gave up my life for you? Well, he was talking, so Malika says, I gave up my life for you, and then he says, what about me giving up my life for you? So what did he mean by, I guess he felt he gave up his life because he has 2 kids and a wife and he can't play around anymore, but clearly that's what he does. What do you think of his statement, looks like I gave up my life for you? Well, maybe he thinks he's going to be found guilty, and that's him giving up his life. Yeah, he's just being held on suspicion. So this was, he was held, this was in Minnesota. Yeah, he was in Minnesota at this time. I'm not sure when that was. I guess he got extradited back. Let's see, he was found, what's my description say? I thought he was found in Minnesota. 10 months after. So he was arrested in Minnesota 10 months after. So this was, if this was in November, then what's that, August or, yeah, September or so, August or September. All right, let us get back to the actual trial here because, as we know, as we heard, the state rested and Mr. Segura is going to take the stand first and foremost. Okay. Let's... See you on the other side of the break.
All right, everybody be seated. So, the way the trial proceeds is the state presents their case. They've presented their case and now rested. The defense is now entitled to present anything they desire to present, and then the state has an opportunity to present rebuttal testimony if they wish to present rebuttal testimony. So we're now into the defense case. You may call your first witness, Mr. Prince.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense will call Henry Segura.
All right. Come forward, please, Mr. Segura. You face the clerk and be sworn, please.
You swear affirm testimony about giving this case to be true, the whole truth, and nothing but true, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am. Have a seat. Slide up the rail, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Segura, can you please state and spell both the first and last name for the court reporter?
Henry Segura, Henry Segura.
And you have 2 prior convictions for misdemeanors involving fraud or dishonesty?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just for clarity's sake, you're not a convicted felon, though, so you're you're lawfully allowed to possess firearms, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's something that you would ordinarily do on jobs when you travel all over and do your welding jobs, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we'll go into that in a little more detail in a minute. Let's start back in 2010. What were you doing for a living back then?
I was a welder.
Okay. How long have you been?
Keep your voice up, Mr. Segura. That fine.
Okay.
Put the microphone up too high. We're going to get a squeal back. So
Okay.
get a little closer if you can.
All right.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. You said you were working as a welder back then?
Yes, sir.
How long had you been doing that?
About 15 years or so, I bet.
Okay. And were you an employee of a specific company, or were you like an independent contractor?
I work with different companies.
Okay. So would you travel around or stay in one place?
We traveled from state to state.
Okay. So you're never in one place very long?
No, sir.
Okay. What about that, when you were in Minnesota, back when you were initially arrested on the case, what were you doing there?
I was working at I think it was a sand plant. They was recycling sand.
Mm-hmm.
I was a welder on that job.
Okay. Was it at all unique for you to be in Minnesota, Washington, California, wherever?
No, I've traveled from Maine, Washington State, New York, Texas, North Carolina, Virginia, South Carolina, all over the state.
Okay. And how did you get work exactly?
Mostly by word of mouth, sometimes through the internet.
Okay. And were you required to have any licenses or certifications in order to do those jobs?
No, sir.
Okay. And that includes when you were doing jobs in the state of Florida, correct?
No, sir. No, I didn't need a license. I just took a welding test when I got to the job, and they certified me once I passed the welding test and a drug test.
Okay. Now, were you married back in 2010?
Yes, sir.
And who were you married to?
Malika Segura.
And how long had y'all been married at that point?
I think about 10 years.
And did you and Malika have any children together?
Yes, sir.
Who were those?
Malachi, Henry Segura III, and JaVonte Segura, but he had passed away like a year before.
Jalik, you mean, had passed away?
I mean JaVonte, yeah. I mean Jalik, yeah.
Had passed away before
Yes.
JaVonte?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, kind of explain for us, if you can, what the dynamic in your marriage had been with Malika, both prior to Jalik's death, your premature son, and then following Jalik's death.
I had got caught cheating a lot. I've had a couple of kids outside of my marriage. It made our marriage go up and down a whole lot. I made a bunch of promises that I wouldn't cheat anymore. Once our son Jalik died, I made a promise to her that I wouldn't cheat on her anymore, and I tried to not get caught. I actually started cheating back after a few months or so that I made that promise to her, but I tried harder to not get caught, I guess you could say.
And why was that an event that would trigger you specifically to want to change your behavior as it related to cheating on your wife?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, what was it about Julie passing that made you specifically think that it was appropriate for you to change your behavior relative to cheating on Malika?
I don't know. At first, I made a promise. I made a promise to God first. I was working in Crystal River, and Malika called me and said that the doctors called and said that we had to get all the family together because Jalik might not make it through the night. I was on the road coming home. I had a girl out of town with me at the time, as a matter of fact. I got her in the car with me. We came down to Tallahassee. We went to the hospital. And on the way, I told God, I said, if you let my son make it through the night, I won't cheat on my wife again. And he ended up making it through the night. He lived to be 11 months old. And I believe when he was 8 to 9 months old is when I started back cheating on my wife.
Okay. And how did he pass away?
He died in his sleep due to breathing complications.
Was that something that had been an issue since he was born prematurely?
Yes, sir. His lungs were not fully developed.
Okay. Let me shift gears a little bit and ask you about Brandi. How did you meet her?
I met her at a gas station in Tallahassee.
And how did that interaction proceed? How was it that you guys started talking to each other and seeing each other ultimately? Well,
I met her at a gas station across from the fairgrounds, and I got her phone number. We started talking on the phone occasionally at night. We had a sexual encounter, and we ended up moving in with each other after that.
You're still married to Malika during that time when you and Brandi lived together, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so how did that work?
Me and Malika had just moved back to Tallahassee from Sanford, and we were looking for a house. And in the process of looking for a house, she was living with her mother in Gaston County in Quincy, and I was supposed to be living with mine here in Tallahassee. Instead of me staying at my mother's house every night, I would spend most nights at Brandi's house.
Okay. Did Brandi have the twins at that time?
Yes, sir. They were around 2 at the time when I met her.
Taniyah and Tamiyah, right?
Yes.
Okay. How long did you and Brandi stay together?
We stayed together. JaVonte was like 4 or 5 months when I left and started. About 18 months total, probably altogether.
Okay.
From before JaVonte was born up until when he was born.
We can't have that. Right, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry, Mr. Segura. You were talking about...
It was probably 18 months total from the time I moved in with her up until JaVonte was like 4 or 5 months.
So JaVonte was born during the time that you and Brandi were together?
Yes.
Okay. How long had you all been together when Brandi got pregnant?
8 or 9 months.
And when JaVonte was born, you believed he was your son?
Yes. Yeah, I was at the hospital with her. I signed a birth certificate. I was the whole nine.
Okay. How, if at all, did you provide for JaVonte during the time that you were still with Brandi?
Whenever me and Brandi was together, I brought Pampers, brought clothes. I stayed home with him, watched him when I could, whenever I wasn't working. Just whatever it was the father was supposed to do at the time, I was there.
Okay. The twins were approximately how old when JaVonte was born?
I believe they were around 3.
Okay. And what was your relationship with the twins?
They were more like my kids than JaVonte because I spent more time with them before he was born. I potty trained them. When I first met her, they were wearing pull-ups. I got them out of pull-ups and potty trained them so they were wearing panties. I cooked for them. I brought them to school. Picked them up whenever the van didn't bring them home. I was just being a father figure.
Okay. And how long did you remain with Brandi after JaVonte was born?
Like I say, till he was like 4 or 5 months.
And what happened at that point?
At that point, I started back working out of town, and our relationship kind of faltered then, because I think I went to Colorado. I stayed in Colorado for like 5 or 6 months, and that's when me and her stopped communicating as much.
You and Brandi stopped communicating?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did there arise a question about whether JaVonte was in fact your son?
Yes, sir.
And how did that come up?
That came up mostly on weekends, because, you know, I would spend most nights at her house, but on the weekends, me and my wife was looking for a house. So if I told Brandi I was coming home or I was coming back, or then I wouldn't make it back, she'd get upset and be like, well, you know what, you just spend time with your family, you know, JaVonte got another daddy anyway, you know, just some little sly remarks like that.
Okay. So that's when you started questioning whether he was actually your son?
Yes.
And so how did your relationship, if there was any after that, proceed with JaVonte?
I kind of fell back from Brandi, so to speak. So I didn't really spend as much time with JaVonte or the twins like I used to. After those incidents that me and Brandi were having together, most of our encounters were just sexual. Like I would come by, we'd have sex.
And why did you let your relationship with JaVonte, I don't know what the right way to describe it is, but kind of lapse? Why weren't you involved with him like you were with your other kids after that?
It was kind of hard. You know, I was always gone. She was, you know, lived on one side of town. My wife was on one side of town, and you know, I couldn't be there as much as I wanted to, or as much as I should have been. And once I came back in town from working, I had so much stuff at home I had to try to catch up on. So it was kind of hard for me to spend a whole lot of time over at Brandi's, and you know, we really didn't have time.
Okay. At some point after, well, let me clarify this first, I guess. All the stuff that you've been talking about, you living with Brandi and her becoming pregnant with JaVonte, that was all prior to Jaliek's passing?
Yes. When Jaliek passed, we had already brought the house.
Okay. And so, was Malika aware of your relationship with Brandi, and was she aware of JaVonte?
Yes, sir. At some point, she did find out about Brandi and JaVonte.
Okay. That wasn't the first time you got caught cheating?
No, sir.
That had been a problem throughout your marriage?
Yes, sir. Probably from the first year of our marriage.
And that's your main vice, right? You make no bones about that. You were a cheater, a philanderer, all that.
Most people smoke crack, do heroin. You know, that's my drug of choice. I don't drink, I don't smoke, do any drugs. That was my drug of choice. I'm not proud of it, but you know, that's what I did.
Okay. At some point after that, by which I mean at some point after you and Brandi separated and you and Malika got a house here in Tallahassee, did child support for JaVonte become an issue?
Yes, sir.
And how did that go?
Okay, so first of all, I went down to the, it was on North Monroe across from the Tallahassee Mall at the time. I went down there and signed the paperwork to put myself on child support. At one point, I was giving Brandi cash money. Every time I go over there, she needs some money. So I told her, I'm not giving you no more money. You keep saying JaVonte is not mine. I'm not giving you no more money. So that's why I put myself on child support. Now, once I put myself on child support, she wouldn't fill the paper. She wouldn't sign the paper stating to go forward with the child support. So she went back and I guess she went back and did the paperwork, and I didn't know she did it. I don't know. But I went up there twice and filled it out myself to put myself on child support so that I can stop giving her the cash that I was giving her and then the money orders.
Now, do you know with certainty who filed what first?
I know I'm positive I filed it first 2 times.
Okay. Why did you have to file 2 times?
Because the first time she told me she wasn't finna sign no paperwork. I need to just take care of JaVonte like I've been doing. And I said, no, I'm putting myself on child support. So she wouldn't sign it. So I went back and I did the paperwork again. Matter of fact, the reason I went back the second time is because she told the first paperwork I gave her she received up. Okay.
Did the issue of whether you were going to formally pay child support remain an issue with Brandi, or were you guys ever able to solve the issue on your own?
I'm going to say it remained an issue, but we were able to solve it at the same time. Because, you know, I can tell her hey, look, I'm gonna give you some money on the first. So I'll give you some money on the, whenever I go to this next job. And she would listen to me, she'd go for it. And then, that'll buy me some time or whatever. So it went either way with her. Okay. She'd get mad when I tell her I'm coming to do X, Y, and Z. When I didn't do it, then she'd get real upset. So I just calm her back down.
Okay. So at some point you started receiving letters from the Department of Financial Services about child support, a formal child support order being set up. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you at all familiar with that process?
No.
The process by which the Department of Financial Services administers payment of child support and requires payment of child support?
Yes, sir. I was very familiar with it. For I had a daughter at the time that was like 4 or 5, and my daughter was in Orlando, and that's one of the reasons why we moved back to Tallahassee, because I had a child in Orlando and my wife moved back here. But during the child support proceedings and with my daughter, I went to jail. I got my driver's license suspended. I had to pay a bunch of money to get out of jail before they would let to go towards the child support. And I met this guy who was telling me, he said, look, all you have to do is you pay X amount of dollars towards whatever they're telling you have to pay, and they won't suspend your license, and they won't put you in jail. You don't have to worry about anything.
And so that process was with your daughter, Janae, correct?
Yes, sir.
Janae's mother is Tamiyah Hawkins?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so Tamiyah had gone through the exact same process that you're starting to describe for Brandi, right?
Yes, sir.
That would have been back in 2006?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did at some point Tamiyah, I guess this is implicit from your prior description, but did Tamiyah at some point get an actual child support judgment against you?
Yes, sir.
And what was the amount roughly of that child support judgment?
It was in the 20s. It was 27,000 or more, somewhere around that area.
Basically the same amount.
It was the same exact thing, because Janae was 3 years old at the time.
Okay. Now, you've been here the whole time. You heard testimony about the various consequences that can come into play due to non-payment of child support, and you just started to describe a couple of those. At some point, Tamiyah did in fact have you put in jail for failure to pay, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were able to solve that problem?
Yes, sir.
By making partial payment?
Yes, sir.
And it was the same thing with your driver's license?
Yes, sir.
What about your ability to work? Did the child support judgment obtained by Tamiyah impact your ability to continue welding?
No, sir. It didn't, because I worked from state to state. Sometimes I worked under the table. I stayed working. I just didn't, do the main jobs that I wanted to do, probably, like some jobs in Florida and Crystal River area, where it would be easier for the state of Florida to garnish your wages or something like that.
So you had basically figured out a way around having to worry about your paycheck being garnished, right?
Yes.
Did Tamiyah ever obtain a tax lien such that if you had any tax refund owed at the end of the year, that it would be intercepted by the state of Florida and given to Tamiyah?
Yes, sir. She gets my taxes. If I file for taxes right now, she gets them.
Okay. That judgment is still in place now?
Yes, sir. It's still in place.
So you were already prohibited from being able to travel internationally prior to this child support judgment, Brandi's child support judgment being imposed, correct?
Oh, yes, sir.
Had you at any point prior to Brandi obtaining a child support judgment against you attempted to travel internationally by obtaining a passport?
No, actually my sister got married in the Bahamas, and I tried to get a passport to go there, and I couldn't. When was that? I don't remember what year it was. It was before all this happened, way before all this happened. Prior to the murders? Yeah, it was way before all this happened. Okay. So you were already aware that you couldn't get a passport and travel? Oh, yes, sir. Because of the child support judgment from Tamiyah? Yes, sir. Okay. What about, well, I guess let me ask you this. So at some point you get notified that there's going to be a second child support judgment against you, right? Yes, sir. What was your plan for dealing with that? With Brandi and JaVonte, it was a little bit different from when I had a judgment against me with Tamiyah. With Brandi and JaVonte, I lived in the house with her. I was there when JaVonte was born. I had receipts of the money orders when I gave her cash for the money with the money orders. I had receipts for clothes and all the clothes I brought him, Pampers I brought him. So that would have proved and showed to the judge that I was in his life from the day he was born up until the 3 years when she put me on child support when the paperwork came through. So that would have reduced the $20,000 arrears that they tried to put on me drastically.
And how far did it reduce it? Didn't it go down to $8,000 or $9,000 or so?
No, with Tamika it did, yes. But I'm saying with Brandi, I didn't never had a chance to go to court.
Okay. Did you plan to at some point go?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. What would you have hoped to accomplish by going to court?
Like I said, I would have gotten it all reduced because I had the money order receipts, I had receipts for Pampers, I had receipts for all the clothes and stuff I had brought. I even paid her rent a couple times. It was real cheap because she was in Section 8, but I even had receipts when I paid that.
Did you have any knowledge that because Brandi was Section 8, regardless of whether she pushed the issue of child support, DFS was still going to enforce the order? Did you know about that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As that process proceeded, as Brandi's child support judgment process proceeded, did you take steps to deal with that, or had you not gotten to that point?
Repeat that.
Like, had you done anything besides going up there twice to a DFS office and filing documentation? Had you done anything beyond that to attempt to reduce the lien, reduce the payments, anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. That was just your plan?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Was there any difference in the way that you planned to deal with Brandi's judgment as opposed to Tamika's judgment?
Yes. Like I said, I was dealing to put in a petition to the court and bring in all of my receipts and all of this other information that I had that would bring the arrears down from the $20,000 that they tried to say I owed to whatever amount it would be.
So you had documentation that you believe could potentially result in Brandi's judgment being reduced?
Yeah, most definitely.
Okay, but you hadn't gotten around to raising that issue prior to her murder?
Right.
Okay. I mean, how concerned were you about Brandi's child support judgment once you found out about it?
Not concerned at all. That was my whole plan. I was looking forward to it coming. Like I said, I haven't even had a chance to make the first payment before her and JaVonte were killed.
Okay. What kind of financial situation were you in around the time that Brandi got that child support judgment against you?
I really wasn't in a good financial statement. I was out of work for about a month or so. I had just got shot, and so I was kind of behind on bills and stuff.
Okay. So did you plan to address Brandi's child support judgment once you got back up on your feet and started working regularly and all that again?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with Tamika, after she got you put in jail the one time and had your license suspended, your driver's license suspended, did you ever get sent back to jail or get your driver's license resuspended, or had you figured out how to work around that?
No, sir. Like I said, once you just make a partial payment on whatever they're trying to whatever they're attempting to get out of you, then they won't suspend your license. You won't have to go back to jail. So, like Tamika, for instance, I think I had to pay $130 a week. Some weeks I didn't pay the whole $130, so I paid partial, and that was good enough.
Okay, so after you were initially put in custody and your driver's license was suspended, you were able to navigate the system and avoid those consequences popping back up, even when you weren't paying the amount that you were supposed to pay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's talk about how things started back up with Brandi. We saw text messages from the week of the murder where she was talking about having you put in jail and all that. Were those text messages sent to you from Brandi?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was your plan for dealing with those?
Like I said, I had receipts. I had all this information that would, once I went to court, I could have showed it to the judge, and it would have been proof that,
Well, I should be more...
Oh, no, okay, I got you. You're talking about, so she wouldn't throw me in jail.
Yeah, I mean, as it relates to Brandi specifically, we've talked about what you plan to do legally about the child support judgment. Mm-hmm. I guess let me ask this first. Were you and Brandi still talking at that time?
We wasn't in a relationship. We had like a sexual relationship mostly, but it wasn't. We didn't really talk a whole lot.
But it had been a while since y'all hooked up, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, as of the time of the murders, save the incident that happened on the day of the murder, you and Brandi had not been in a continuous sexual relationship, right?
We had a sexual relationship, but it wasn't continuous. It was off and on. Like, if I was to go out of town to work, sometimes I'd stop by her house. Sometimes if I was on the way home from work, I'd stop by her house. So it wasn't no steady thing, but it was off and on.
Okay. Now, in the year and a half or so after Jalik passed away, had Malika ever caught you cheating with Brandi or anybody else?
No, sir.
So as far as Malika was aware, at that point, you were still honoring your promise that you made following Jalik's passing?
Yes.
Okay. But you were cheating on her at that time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Hadn't been caught yet?
No, sir.
Were you still trying to make your marriage with Malika work at that point?
At the point, right when my son Jalik died, yes.
Okay. And you continued to do so?
Yes.
I mean, at least to the extent that you hid your affairs and didn't do it kind of out.
I actually tried to make my marriage work all the way up until I was in Minnesota working.
What happened when you were in Minnesota?
I rekindled a relationship with a friend of mine from school, from back in middle school.
And you decided at that point you wanted to be with her?
Yes.
So we're talking about now fall of 2011, is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So a year after the murders?
Yes.
You hadn't been charged yet at that point, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. So that phone call we heard, was that after you were taken into custody in Minnesota?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we hear you talking about on there that you feel like you had given up your life for Malika at that point. What did you mean when you said that?
Well, I feel like I did because she say all she ever done for me and this, that, and the third. But if I would have just told the police in the police interview that, yeah, I cheated on my wife, I talked to this girl, that girl, then I wouldn't be in the situation I was in. I wouldn't be here now. If I would have just told them I cheated on my wife instead of trying to protect our marriage.
Okay. Now, the week of the murder, you indicated you received those text messages from Brandi. What did you do when you received those?
I forwarded them to my wife.
Why'd you do that?
So it can let her see that I got a good excuse to go over there and talk to Brandi.
Okay. So did you in fact end up doing that?
Yes, sir.
Was that on Wednesday like we saw with the
yes,
phone
it was
records?
on Wednesday.
Okay. So how did it go on Wednesday when you went over there?
It went good. I talked to her. I cooled her down, let her know that, that's when I told her I had got shot. And I told her, I haven't been working steady as I normally do. I told her once I get back on my long-term jobs, I'll be able to give you some more money or start giving you more money on a regular basis. And that was that.
So based on that interaction, how, if at all, did Brandi's tone and attitude change about the situation?
It changed drastically. It did a 180 like it always does.
Okay. So when you left Wednesday, y'all were on fine terms at that point?
Yes, sir.
You kind of cooled her down and she was fine at that point?
Yes.
Did you receive a text message from her the next day?
Yes, sir. She stated that if I wasn't her baby daddy, she would have gave me something. LOL.
And what did you think when you got that text message? What were you thinking about?
I was thinking that, back to like it used to be, fight, make up. It was a make-up text, what I considered it as.
Okay.
So I waited a few minutes, I called her and, I tried to make plans to come over that day, but she had something going on, so we made plans for me to come over the next day.
Friday?
Yes.
The 19th, okay. Did you and Brandi talk at all on Friday?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were at home during the morning that day, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so how long whenever that was, when you and Brandi talked to each other, how long did you talk to her for?
We talked for about 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay. And did you all have a plan based on that conversation about when you were going to come over?
Yes. I told her, she told me to come by sometime that afternoon. So we made plans for me to come by sometime that afternoon, once she got the kids or whatever.
So at some point, did you head up into town from Woodville to where Brandi lived at?
Yeah.
When was that, roughly?
Sometime around 2 o'clock.
In the afternoon?
Around 2, yeah.
Had you gone there before that?
No, sir.
Okay. So you think around 2 o'clock. Was Brandi there when you got there the first time?
No, sir.
Did you have any communication with her?
Yeah, I called her to find out where she was, what was going on, and she said she was with her mother riding around. They were going to pick the girls up and then head back to the house. So I went.
Now, when you were waiting for her to get back, did you go anywhere in the meantime?
Yeah, I went to my sister's house.
Sean's house?
Yes, sir.
Sean Segura?
Yes.
Was that the Gale Street address that we saw with Investigator Corbett, Sergeant Corbett?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So your sister lived right over there near Brandi?
Yeah, she lived right around the corner from me.
Okay. So how long did you go to Sean's house for while you were waiting for Brandi to get home?
Probably it was around 1-ish, 2 o'clock, so I don't know, a couple of hours.
Okay. When were you supposed to come back to meet up with Brandi?
Well, originally, like I said, we talked about me coming before she, when she got the girls from school. But I tried to make it over there before she picked the girls up. So, which she normally get the girls around 2:50, 3 o'clock. So I went back to my sister's house, and around 3 o'clock is when I headed back towards her house, because I knew that's about time she should be home with the girls.
And what vehicle were you driving when you went over there?
My truck.
Your green pickup truck?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe what that looks like?
Yes, it's a green Chevy step-side Silverado 94, 95. It had some gold 22-inch rims, had a big spoiler on the back, big fiberglass flatbed on the back.
So fairly distinctive.
Spoiler on the front. Yeah.
Okay. When you got back over there, what time did you say it was when you came back the second time?
When I went back to Brandi's,
yeah,
it was around 3 o'clock.
Okay. What happened when you got back there the second time?
I parked my truck at the church near her house.
Why'd you do that?
Because I didn't want to park right in front of her house, so that any neighbor that knew my wife or whatever would see my truck at her house, and might rat me out.
What, if any, phones did you have with you at that point?
I had my cell phone that my wife didn't know about with me.
And what was that phone for?
So when I was talking to girls or communicating with females and stuff like that.
Did Brandi know you had that? I'm sorry, did Malika know you had that phone?
No, sir.
And there were no communications from Brandi to that phone. Did Brandi have that number, the 408 number?
No, I didn't give her that number. She just had my
your main number?
My main number, yeah.
The 509 number?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why didn't you give Brandi your 408 number?
She liked to call too much. If I didn't answer the phone, she gonna call until I pick it up. Basically, I didn't want to have her calling while I was with another female, and the phone just continued to ring. So.
And that was the phone that you would use when you were with other females, the 408 one?
Yes, sir.
That's what it was for?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Every time you ever communicated with Brandi on that phone, did you use the star 67 so that she wouldn't have your number based on the call?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was for the same reason you just described?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you indicated you parked your truck at the church. What happened next?
I parked that truck, I walked down to Brandi's house, and when I got to the corner to make a left to go to her house, I noticed her mother's truck was still in the yard or whatever. So I went back to my truck, sat in the truck. I listened to some music, watched some videos on my TV. And
why couldn't you go over there and just wait with her while her mom was there?
Well, her mother knew that I was married, and I felt like she had an issue with the type of relationship me and Brandi had.
She didn't approve of it? The extramarital deal?
No, sir.
And when I say she, I'm talking about Brandi's mom?
Right, no, sir.
So you didn't want to be there given that fact with Brandi's mom present?
No, sir.
Okay. So you said you went back to your vehicle. How long were you back in your vehicle for before Brandi's mom left?
Probably an hour or so, a little more. I waited until I seen her mother's truck leave.
Okay. What did you do at that point?
I walked back down the hill, walked to her house, got to the corner, made a left, I cut through the neighbor's yard and went in the house.
Do you know about what time that would have been?
It was close to 5 o'clock, I believe.
Okay. And how long did it take for you and Brandi to hook up?
Not long, about 15, 20 minutes.
And did you utilize any kind of prophylactic?
Yes, sir. I used the condom.
Okay. What was done with the condom and that stuff after y'all had completed your activities?
She threw it in the toilet. I believe she threw it in the toilet. She took it off of me with a paper towel. She went in the bathroom. I heard the toilet flush, so I assumed she threw it in the toilet.
Were the kids home while this was going on?
No, they were across the street playing, like, in between the two houses.
Did you see them when you walked up to Brandi's house?
Yes, sir.
Did they see you?
No, sir.
What were they doing that, if you know, prevented them from seeing you?
They were, the way the houses were set up, it was a house here and one here, and they were in between the two houses, playing in between the two houses with some other kids.
So they were focused on other kids just playing and stuff, and they didn't see you walk up?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where did you and Brandi have sex at?
On the bed, in the bedroom.
Her bed?
Yes.
Okay. After that wrapped up, what happened next?
We went in the living room and watched television. Let's see, she called the kids in. The kids came in. I tried to spend a little time with JaVonte, trying to interact with him a little bit. The girls went back outside to play.
Okay. At some point, did the three kids go across the street to eat the oxtail soup that the neighbor was making, or stew, whatever it was?
Yes, eventually.
Okay. About what time was that at, do you think?
Man, 7-ish.
Okay. When the girls came home, well, I guess it would have been all three. When the kids came home after eating the stew over at the neighbor's house, did they bring any for Brandi?
Yes, I think it was Tamiyah. Taniyah, one of the twins brought Brandi a plate home.
Okay. Did Brandi eat that when you were still there?
Yes.
Okay.
She tried to give me some, but I didn't look like anything I wanted to eat.
About what time, as best you can recollect, would it have been that Brandi ate that oxtail stew?
I'm guessing about 7:45, because it was close to time I was getting ready to leave. About 7:30 probably.
And what were y'all doing after the kids came back over?
Nothing. We was watching television, talking in the living room.
And who all was out in the living room watching TV?
Me and JaVonte and Brandi.
Where were the twins at?
They were across the street playing.
Did they come back at some point?
Yes, they did. They came back. One of the twins came back. One of the twins came back and brought Brandi the food. When she brought Brandi the food, her and JaVonte left and went back across the street to play. So
for the last little bit of time that you were there at Brandi's house, it was just you and her again?
Well, no, not the last little bit of time, but for a percentage of the time, it was just me and her. She got the kids back in. The kids came in, and then all of us were sitting there. Well, the girls went. First, they were in the living room. Then they went back to the back somewhere, and it was just me, Brandi, and JaVonte. And then eventually, JaVonte left, and I told Brandi I had to go. And she told me she had somebody coming. But I need to get. She made some sly remark. I got company coming anyway. You need to leave anyway, nigga. Something like that.
Okay. Was there a time when you were there with Brandi that she was on the phone for an extended period of time?
Yeah, whenever me and JaVonte was sitting in the living room, and when the girls was outside and me and JaVonte were in the living room, she was on the phone.
Okay. So you were just kind of hanging out with JaVonte at that point?
Like I said, I was trying to interact with JaVonte. She was on the phone then.
At any point during that interaction, were you utilizing your phone?
I checked my email and stuff like that, yes.
Okay. Were you talking on the phone with anybody, or just checking email data, and things of that nature?
Just checking the data and stuff. Checking email and text messages.
Okay. About what time did you end up leaving Brandi's house that day?
It was about 8 o'clock, 8:15, somewhere around there.
And so what did you do when you left Brandi's house?
I went home.
You went home from there?
Yes.
How did you travel home?
I left her house, went back up the hill, got in my truck at the church, and drove. I got to Paul Russell, made a left, and I think I took a left on,
that Woodville Highway?
Woodville Highway and go all the way down into Woodville.
Where you live? You live down at Woodville. Okay. At any point after you got back down home to Woodville that evening, did you go back out for any reason?
Yes, I went to the gas station. Like, it's a gas station in between Capitol Circle and Oak Ridge Road where I live. And I went there to buy me something, drink a Mountain Dew. But when I got halfway there, I realized that I had left my wallet on the kitchen counter. And I turned around and I ended up getting some Kool-Aid instead of the Mountain Dew I wanted. Sweet tea, actually.
And where was that at? Where did you go? Like, where was that relative to your house?
Oh, it was, I think it was Highway 61 and Woodville Highway where they meet at. Mm-hmm. When I got down to that point, I realized my wallet, well, actually, I realized a little bit before that, but when I got to that point is where I made the U-turn at.
Okay. Then you went back home after that?
Yes, sir.
You remained home for the rest of the evening?
Yes, sir.
Who else was home when you were there?
Malika, my two sons.
What were they doing?
Malika was in the room. She was laying down. Malachi and Trey was in the living room watching television. We watched a movie together.
Okay. Were you utilizing your 408 phone during that time period, the time period after you arrived back home?
Yeah, I was still texting one of my girlfriends at the time.
Who was that?
Natasha.
And what was you said she's a girlfriend. What was your relationship with her at that time, with Natasha?
She was my girlfriend.
Okay. Now, we saw with the state's evidence that there were a bunch of deleted texts. Why were those texts deleted?
Mainly because I didn't want Malika going through my phone and rereading everything and getting all mad about this and that again. So I just erased all of them. Anything had to do with Brandi, I tried to keep it out of my phone. So.
That text message that Brandi sent you on Thursday, talking about she would have given you some, you look good. Did you delete that one as well?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Okay. I wanted to ask you about this as well. Yesterday, there was some talk about texts pertaining to white Monte Carlo.
Oh, yes, sir.
Did you have in your possession a white Monte Carlo around that time?
Yes, sir.
And the text messages referred to getting rid of it. When did you come to realize that you needed to get rid of the white Monte Carlo?
I think after when I interviewed with the police, I felt like they were looking at me as a suspect. The type of questioning that they were giving me. So I didn't want them snooping around my house because the Monte Carlo was stolen.
And so how did that go? How did you come to be in possession of a stolen vehicle?
I met a guy who had a car. I brought it from him. I knew it was stolen when I brought it, but it was a real nice car and good. It was in good shape, and I got it for real cheap.
So you're in possession of a stolen vehicle. Who was it that you were talking to about getting rid of it?
I think my cousin Rusky.
And what was it exactly, based on your interview with the police, that made you think they were going to look at you as a suspect, that is?
I don't know. It's just that, black man sitting in the police station, I just felt awkward, felt weird the whole time I was there. And
so you did, in fact, engage in efforts to get rid of that stolen vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, notwithstanding your efforts, you never did get rid of the vehicle, right?
No, I never did get rid of it.
In fact, at some point, TPD seized it and executed a search warrant on it, right?
Yes, they have it now.
And same for your green truck?
Yes, sir.
And same for Malika's vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And they processed all that?
Yes, sir. And
found no evidence of anything related to the crimes?
No, sir.
And none of those vehicles had been wiped down, washed down, anything like that, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. So to this day, they still have that white Monte Carlo?
Yes.
All right. I wanted to ask you too about you mentioned this a little bit earlier, the fact that you'd been shot.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what that was about. How did that go down?
I was working in Alabama at the time, and my cousin was in Long Beach, Mississippi, and he called me and told me that that he was having an issue with some guys out there and wanted to know if I could have his back. So I was like an hour and a half away, 2 hours from where he was. So I drove down there to make sure that he was okay. And, one thing led to another. One of the guys pulled a firearm and started shooting, and me and my cousin ducked behind the truck or whatever and started shooting too.
Okay. What weapon were you shooting with at that time?
I had a .32 revolver.
Okay. And this is back in July of 2010?
Yes, sir. July 31st, matter of fact.
Okay. So you got shot during that shootout, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what happened to the gun after that?
I gave it to my cousin, and he brought it back with him to Louisiana.
Okay. Why did you get rid of that gun?
Well, I didn't want the police to find it on me when I went to the hospital, knowing I'd been in a shootout, and I told him to hold on to it just in case he needed, make sure nobody hurt him or anything, harm him.
Okay. Tell me what the nature of your injuries were after you got shot.
I got shot I guess it's like an inch under my heart. I can feel my heartbeat when I touch the bullet hole. It was with a .45. Once I got shot, they removed the bullet out of my groin, so they had to do an incision like 8 or 9 inches from, I guess, the bottom of my chest all the way down past my belly button.
That's what that big scar on the pictures we saw was from, that surgery?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When was that surgery performed, roughly?
July 31st.
It was the day you were shot?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have, as of the time of the murders, in this case, did you have any physical limitations on you at that point?
Yes, I was on light duty. I couldn't lift too many heavy objects. So I couldn't bend over. Like, I can squat down, but I couldn't just bend over just head first.
And why exactly was that?
It still hurt my stomach when I just bend straight over.
So you hadn't yet returned to lifting full weight or anything along those lines?
No.
Okay. Let's talk about the day after the murder. How and when did you find out that Brandi and JaVonte had been killed?
It was the day after the murders. I went to my friend Adam's house. When I came home from his house, I had already planned to bring my youngest son, Malachi, to get his hair braided. I picked the boy. Let's
talk about Adam for a second. You said you went down to his house.
Yes, sir.
When and how did the plan to hang out at Adam's house develop?
Like the week before, the murders happened on Friday. We came back into town on Sunday, and while we were coming back from a job, he rode with me to the job because he didn't have a driver's license. He rode with me from the job here, and we were talking about going back to his house, fixing his dog line. I told him I wanted to shoot the bow and arrow. He was telling me he got his son a new bow, and I told him I wanted to try it because I wanted to go hog hunting. I told him one day over the weekend I try to make it over because during the week it's not going to happen because I got too much stuff to do.
And that you're saying that was the Sunday prior to the murders?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you got there, what did y'all end up doing? Got to Adam's house, that is. What did y'all end up doing?
Yeah, we did a little bit of everything. We sat around, talked, had a little fire going, shot the bow and arrow. We played some music, threw the football around with his oldest son a little bit. We walked around. He showed me where his hunting stands were, where he had some kind of feed post set up for where deer or hogs or whatever would come out.
At some point, did you guys use the bow, shoot the arrows, all that kind of stuff?
Yes, sir.
And how were you doing? In terms of what success were you having?
Well, not that great. It's kind of hard to pull it back. It had a lot of tension to it, so it kind of hurt a little bit to pull it back. But once I got it pulled back, I let it go. Like I said, I missed target most of the time, but it was fun.
Where were the arrows going when you would miss the target?
Right into the bushes.
All right.
Right behind the target, or next to the target in the bushes.
And were you having to reach into the bushes to retrieve them?
Yes, sir.
We saw a few little scratches on your forearms and all that when the state was introducing pictures. Is that what those scratches were from?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you finish up at Adam's house at some point, and you had started to tell me that you were taking your son to get his hair done. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You know about what time that was?
I really don't remember.
I mean, are we talking morning or is it afternoon?
It was the afternoon.
Okay.
Probably a little bit after lunch.
So then how exactly did you find out about Brandi and JaVonte?
When I called the girl who does my son's hair, she was actually braiding my hair and his hair. But she was just doing his hair that day. So when I called her about getting his hair done, she told me what happened.
Okay. During that conversation, did she already know that JaVonte was dead or not yet?
No, she told me that people were saying that they believe JaVonte was with Kalo, which is the guy who Brandi would sometimes tell me was JaVonte's daddy whenever me and her got into arguments.
Okay. So at that point, you believed JaVonte was still alive?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did you find out that he was deceased as well?
Yes, sir. So when I called her to make the appointment, she told me about the incident. When I got my two sons to her house, and once I got in there, she pulled me to the side and let me know that he was in the house with them.
Now, there's been talk about the fact that you didn't show a lot of emotion during your interview with Investigator Lewis. Can you just kind of tell us what your feelings were, how you were processing their deaths and all that at the time that you were doing your interview with Investigator Lewis?
Well, first of all, when she first told me it happened with Brandi and the twins, I already had my sons in the truck with me, and I felt flabbergasted, but I couldn't just pull over and cry because I had my sons in the truck with me. I raised them from day one. Men not supposed to cry, so I held my tears in. I kept moving forward.
When you say that, are you talking about that's how you were raised, or that's how your boys were raised?
That's how I was raised, but that's how I raised them because that's how I was raised.
Okay, so when you say that's how you raised them, you're talking about Malachi and Trey?
Yes.
Okay. Why was that? Why did you raise them not to show emotion? Why were you raised not to show emotion?
I assume because that's how my daddy was raised.
Okay. Is that kind of how you would deal with stress and bad things that happened in general in life?
Yes. When I was younger, I used to get mad and cry a lot. Tears would run down my eyes. I might get a whipping, or they might hit me in the arm. Hey, men not supposed to cry. Boy, dry your eyes. So eventually, the older I got, I just learned how to channel it and just hold it in and just deal with whatever frustrations I had on the inside instead of letting everybody see what's really going on with me.
Okay. Is that kind of the same way you were processing what happened to Brandi and JaVonte and the twins?
Yes, sir. And my son Jalik that died the year before that.
That's how you dealt with his passing as well?
Yes, sir.
So when you were dealing with Investigator Lewis, what were your feelings about Brandi's passing, the twins' passing, JaVonte's passing at that time, at the time when you were talking to Investigator Lewis?
It was hard to process because, for one, I felt like I was being cornered. I don't feel like they were there questioning me about, I don't think they was there trying to get my assistance or help or whatever. I feel like they were, pointing the finger at me, so to speak. So the whole time I was there, I kind of felt cornered. I felt like I was a suspect, so to speak. And
what do you remember exactly what that was based on? Your feeling that you were being cornered or looked at as a suspect?
Just being a black man inside of a small room with two white guys with guns. I was kind of scared, intimidated a little bit. So.
I guess let me ask you this. Did you go in voluntarily to meet with Investigator Lewis?
Yes, sir.
On multiple occasions? Well, I guess
yes,
it was 2 occasions, right? Yes, on the 20th, the day of the murder?
And the 30th.
Yes, the 30th was the second time? Okay. And that was the first meeting, the interview on the 20th, where you had you take off your shirt and take the pictures and all that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Took DNA swabs, all that.
You voluntarily provided a DNA swab at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Just a few minutes ago, you heard that phone call being played, and one of the things that you said to Malika was, that you had given your life up for her. What was, I guess, first of all, what are you talking about, and What is your relationship with Malika at that point?
Well, at that point, well, first of all, what I was talking about was I'm in the police station. The officer, Lewis, I believe his name, he's asking me 100 times, did you see Brandi? Did you talk to Brandi? Did you talk to Brandi? What about these other girls? What about these other? I'm like, man, I didn't talk to anybody. I'm not cheating my wife. I ain't talked to nobody. I ain't talked to no other female, no nothing. If I would have just told him, look, yes, I was cheating on my wife. I was talking to Brandi. I talked to Natasha. I talked to Kim. I talked to all these different females. Then I think he would have seen it. I was telling the truth, and like I said, I wouldn't be here today.
That's what you think in retrospect.
That's what I feel.
In retrospect, but at the time you lied to him, right?
Yes. Because I honestly didn't think that me lying to him about having sex with a bunch of different women would, result in me being arrested for murder.
And you didn't just lie about Brandi, right? You lied about Natasha. He asked you specifically about her?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you think it was necessary? What concern did you have about being truthful with Investigator Lewis about your affairs with all these women? Why did you think that Malika was going to find out about that?
I figured they were going to tell her. Or they would find out eventually. She would find out eventually through them. I don't know. I just didn't feel like them knowing anything about who I'm having sex with had anything to do with somebody getting killed.
Okay. You didn't think that would be relevant to their investigation?
No, I didn't.
Okay. That was a lie that you persisted in throughout your interviews with them, correct? Even after they confronted you about the 408 phone?
Yes, sir.
You never gave in and just told them, yeah, that's my phone. Yeah, I'm hooking up with all these women.
No, sir.
Okay. I think that's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Let's take a lunch break. We'll let you step out with the bailiff. Let's be back ready to go at 1:30, please. Either side need it.
Yes, sir.
We'll see y'all at 1:30.
All right, so that concludes the initial testimony, direct testimony, if you will, of Mr. Henry Segura. So we'll start off with the poll. How is Henry coming across? 12% thought believable, 54% thought non-believable, 33% said not sure. So that was the initial. So let's go over his testimony. He's got 2 misdemeanors for fraud and dishonesty. Imagine that. Can't imagine. He is allowed to possess firearms. He started welding in 2010. No license is needed. You just need to pass a welder's test and a drug test. He got married he had been married for 10 years, so he got married in 2000. So in 2010, he had been married for about 10 years. He had 2 children, Malachi and Henry III, but then Jalik died. But then we don't hear about Henry after that. It's Trey. Oh, maybe Trey is... Oops. Jeez. Broke my pen. Trey maybe is that 3? Trey would be 3? Because then he talks about Trey. All right. I'm confused already. He was caught cheating, but he made a promise after Jalik because he was with another girl when they found that Jalik might not make it through the night. He asked God to spare Jalik and he'll stop cheating. Jalik made it through for another 11 months. He met Brandi at a gas station in Tallahassee. I thought I remember that before, so I was, yeah. He said they had, they hooked up and they moved in with Brandi. He said the twins were about 2 years old when they got together. They stayed together for about 18 months. He was at the hospital. Let's see, that doesn't make sense because they were 6. Okay, yeah, no, I guess so. So he was at the hospital when JaVonte was born and he signed the birth certificate. He bought diapers and clothes and stayed at home if he wasn't working. So he hung out with JaVonte Oh, well, he hung out with the twins as well because they were only 2. He potty trained them. He said he felt more like a father to the twins than anybody else. Then he went to Colorado and he stopped communicating with Brandi. He would spend the weekends with his wife, though, which is kind of confusing, but I guess they made up. JaVonte's relationship lapsed because he didn't have time after he came back into town. Malika knew about Brandi and JaVonte. It wasn't the first time that he was caught cheating. Now that's really interesting because keep that note. I think he said, hold on a sec, in his interview, Brandi knows what his wife looks like, but Malik doesn't know what Brandi looks like. Okay. Okay, that's true, because Malika and Brandi used to call each other all the time and squabble. Okay. All right. All right, so we can get back to that. So he's not lying there. All right, his main vice, his drug of choice, is sleeping around. He puts himself on child support twice so he can give Brandi the cash. But who's going to pay for that? That cash still has to come from someone. Why don't you just pay it? I didn't understand that at all. He's positive that he filed between he and Brandi and with JaVonte. He's positive he filed it first. And then the papers started to come in from the state. He knows about this whole how to work the system, if you will, because he had a 4-year-old daughter in Orlando. So he knows how he knows about child support. He even went to jail over that. And Tamiyah is that mom. But that didn't affect him working. Tamiyah had opened up a tax lien on him. He tried to get a passport when his sister got married in the Bahamas. So he knew about not being able to get one. He talks about he had receipts for the clothes, Pampers for JaVonte. He even paid rent at time. And he wanted to go to court to prove that he was paying. He wanted to go to the judge in the court and say, hey, I'm paying. Here are the receipts. So that would hopefully reduce his child support. Then he got shot, and we hear about that later, and he was behind on bills and when Brandi's child support hit. So it was a rough time for him. But he says if you only paid partial payments on those child support, then you were good. That would avoid getting you into trouble. Imagine that. He had a relationship with Brandi off and on, but it was not steady, meaning they hooked up off and on. If he was driving around, they would get together. Booty call, if you will. He rekindled the relationship that's why he was in Minnesota. So the fall of 2011, so after Brandi is unalived, he's in Minnesota, and he makes he rekindles a relationship with somebody from his middle school. And that's where we heard about, that's his jail call. So that was the fall. So that was September, I think, 2nd. I dropped in the chat. September 2nd or 4th was when we heard that jail call about he'd given up his life for Malika. So if you weren't the baby, okay. So then Brandi texts him, if you weren't the baby daddy, I would have given you some. And he thought that seemed like makeup. That was a makeup booty call text. So. He said they talked for about 45 minutes to an hour, and he planned on coming over on Thursday, November 19th, which is ultimately when Brandi was taken off the planet. He said he got there around 2 p.m. Here's where it gets interesting. Okay, so he got there around 2 p.m. Brandi was not there. He called to find out where she was. She was with her mom. They were driving around, and they were going to go pick up the twins. So he went to his sister's house, Sean, and she lived right around the corner. So that makes sense of, the cell phone data was shown that he was at Brandi's house. He drove a little bit south, or he was in that area. So, okay, all right. We'll give him that. Convenient, but we'll give him that. He went there around 1-ish for about 2 hours. But then he said he was at Brandi's at 2. But now he's saying he went to his sister's house at 1-ish. All right, it's a little inconsistency. He originally was going to go after she picked up the twins. Yeah, so originally it was going to go after she picked up the twins. Originally he was going to go to her house after she picked up the twins, which I don't think she picked up the twins until after 3. So headed back after 3 for the second time. And he parked in the church because he has a very distinctive truck. He didn't want to park in the driveway to avoid detection. So my thought was, okay, you have enough money for this really, tricked out, jacked up truck, but you don't have money for pay for your kids that you're having all over the place. He used a burner phone to talk to other women. Malika did not know about the burner phone. Brandi only had the main number because she would call his main number until he picked it up. So she was pestering him. That's why he didn't give her the burner phone number. So he parked the truck, he walked to the house, and he noticed Brandi's mom's truck was in the yard, so he went back to his truck and listened to videos and music for a little while. He wanted to avoid mom because she did not approve of the relationship. Imagine that. He sat there for about an hour, so presumably this is around 4, because if he headed back for the second time at 3 o'clock, he sat there for an hour, so it's 4:30-ish. Mom's truck leaves, so he walked back to the house, went into the house around 5. Okay, went in there about 5. They got together, they hooked up for about 15 to 20 minutes. Yes, he used a condom. Brandi flushed it down the toilet. Kids were playing across the street, meaning the twins and JaVonte. They didn't see Henry because they were in between 2 houses. So they got together in Brandi's bedroom, then they went into the living room, and the kids came in, tried to spend some time with JaVonte, but the twins went back outside. The kids then went to go eat this oxtail soup across the street around 7. Then they came back, and they brought some food back for Brandi, and she ate it. So one twin, he wasn't sure which one, brought the food, and then they went back out again. Then the twins come back in, go to the back room, but he's spending some time with JaVonte. Then he had to leave, and Brandi was on the phone interacting, talking with this person. So Brandi said, well, you have to leave because I got someone coming over anyway. He said he checked his email on the phone. He left around 8 or 8:15, and he drove home. Then he stopped to get a Mountain Dew, brat, and he discovered he didn't have his wallet. So he went home, and his wife and his 2 kids were home. His 2 sons were home, so they watched the movie together. Then he decides to text his girlfriend, Natasha. I mean, this guy is just unbelievable. So the reason he deletes texts is to avoid Malika getting mad at him. Imagine that. Oh, so then they talked about this white Monte Carlo. So it's a stolen car. So he bought a stolen car from this guy. He knew it was stolen, but he still bought it. He thought law enforcement would look at him while he was being interrogated. So he got interrogated, and he thought it was because of the stolen car. But he never did get rid of the car, and law enforcement has it to this day. Then they talk about him getting shot in Mississippi. So he's working in Alabama. His cousin called him up saying, hey, I got some issues. Come help me. So it's only like an hour or so away because 2 states are next to each other. So he says one guy acts up, starts shooting. They duck behind the truck, and he starts shooting. And he gets hit, I guess with a .45, he said. He got hit in the stomach. He had a .32 caliber. He gave it to his cousin so that, A, he didn't want to get in trouble when he went to the hospital. I just got in a gunfight. So he gave it to his cousin also in case his cousin ran into some trouble. He says he couldn't bend over. He had physical limitations at the time of Brandi and the kids getting offed. So I guess that would prove that he couldn't do the damage that was done. But the day after, that's when he found out. So he went to his friend Adam's house. And the reason he went there is that the day before they were talking about coming over and shooting a bow and arrow. So he said he did shoot that bow and arrow, but it hurt to pull back. And he said he missed the target all the time, but it was fun. And he had to reach into these bushes. That's how he got these scratches on his arms. He found out that Brandi was gone because he had to take his son to go get his hair done. And he heard that something had happened, but JaVonte was with this guy, Kalo, so he thought at first he was still alive, but then he found out later that he was not, that JaVonte had passed away as well. So, all right, so that's that. What do you guys... Oh, yeah, Kathy, you think it was a bad drug deal or a hit that went south, yeah. Could have been. Brett says the child support amount was based on his admitted income, but his testimony was that he was getting paid under the table a lot. So he was refusing to pay a number that was already reduced by his lies. That is true. Therapist, as it turns out, not crying doesn't make you a man. Yeah, I kind of missed that. I had to go deal with some stuff. So yeah, I kind of heard like his dad said, his parents say don't cry, don't show emotions. I can't, yeah. Crystal, how could he make all that love? Because it's a drug. That's his drug of choice. He's not a crack addict. He doesn't do drugs. That's his drug of choice. Yes, even an excuse for the scratches, Kathy Smith. Yes. Oh, Capri Law, good to see you in our chat, and you're welcome. Pammy says the last active timestamp that she was on the phone was 6:53 or so. The last time the phone was turned was 7:49. We have that testimony. Let me check on that because I wrote all that down. Actually, I have it. Oh, you know what? I know what I can do. Let me see here. Give me a moment. Transport DNA. Let's review that together. Blood drops out. Shoot. Thought I had. I know I took a photo of it. That's his child support. Thought I took a picture of it. Maybe I just wrote it down. All right, let's look it up. 6:53. Okay, last text was 6:53. Okay, so 6:53 to 7:23, both phones are inactive. Just give me a moment. Yeah, 6:54, last active event. 6:56, last passive event. 7:49, last entry. So good job, Pammy. You are spot on with those numbers. Pammy gets points. Points to Pammy. Lumina says, Pammy, that matches what he said. She was on the phone just before he left. Yep. Taylor says, so many superfluous details. He is lying, in my opinion. Joe Schmo keeping the music theme going. Erica Hubner says, so he basically plugged it in, spit it out. It was never romantic. Yeah. No, Pammy, you were pretty much spot on. 6:53 and 7:49. We'll give you points. All right. Let's get back to... yes. Points is points. We will give you points for that one, Pammy. All right, let's get back to his... now, this is going to be Cross coming up. So this is an hour and 14 minutes. So we're looking forward to Cross. Always looking forward to Cross. That's always when it gets juicy. Brett says he left at 8:15. Yes. Left around 8 or 8:15. That is true. I'm sure we're going to hear about that in Cross. All right, let's get to it. Enough banter. Let's get to it. Let's get to his Cross. Nope, don't want to do that. That's not Cross. This. Okay, see you guys on the other side.
Remain standing for the jury.
Everybody be seated. Mr. Segura, you may resume the witness stand.
speak.
Thank you, Judge. So you told police in your interviews with police that you and Brandi weren't fighting or arguing about child support, and you told them that she was really sweet, didn't you?
Yes. She is sweet.
But isn't it true that she was taunting you? She was telling you that you were stupid for thinking that JaVonte was actually your son?
Yes, she told me that.
Okay. She told you that on numerous occasions, didn't she?
Yes.
And then she'd come back and say, no, he is your son, and then no, he's not. It was kind of like a little mind game she'd play back and forth.
Yes.
And you told police in your second interview that you and Miss Peters never had an argument about child support. The questions that you're being asked are in orange and your statements are in yellow. They ask, tell me about the argument that you and Brandi had about child support. The argument we had about child support, you said? We didn't have an argument about child support. Apparently she's telling people you did. You say, no, we never had an argument about child support. You said that, didn't you?
Yes.
That's not true, is it?
Of course not. No, it's not true.
In reality, she was actually threatening to have you thrown in jail for not paying child support for JaVonte,
Yes.
wasn't she?
Plenty of times, yes.
And she was actually doing that just 3 days before she was murdered, right?
She was doing it. Yes. Probably. I don't remember the exact time, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it was leading up until the time that everything happened.
I'm going to show you a copy of some of these text messages. You just want to look at the dates on those and let me know once you're finished.
That's the dates. I'm just looking at the highlighted dates, or just
Yeah, just these messages about putting you in jail.
Oh. Yeah, all on the 16th.
Okay.
The 16th.
And so that was 3 days before she was murdered?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I couldn't hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
And so Brandi Peters, she was telling you that JaVonte was not your son. You were stupid for ever even thinking that. And then on the other hand, at the same time, she's trying to put you in jail for not paying child support for a child that she's telling you isn't even yours, right?
Right.
It's not very sweet, is it?
At the time, no, it wasn't.
Okay. And when you lived with Brandi and her children, obviously that was some years ago, before JaVonte was born and right after his birth, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was when they were living over on Holton Street, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in your interviews with police, you said at the time that you hadn't seen JaVonte and Brandi in months, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it had been a long time since you saw the twins.
Yes.
In your interviews with police, you acted like child support wasn't really any big deal to you.
It's really not.
There wasn't many issues with that?
It wasn't a big deal to me. It was issues with it, but it wasn't a big deal.
All right, and you told them actually that you said, I put myself on child support.
Yes.
It was another reason to stop contact with Brandi. You didn't want to have any dealings with her, right?
It's not that I didn't want to have any dealings with her, but me having dealings with her was kind of bad for my marriage. So I was trying to stop having dealings with her.
Okay, so you're saying that you wanted to go put yourself on child support to pay for this child that she was telling you were stupid for thinking was yours.
That way I can stop going over bringing her money orders and stuff. Every time I go over bring her money order, we end up having sex. So we, it's always back and forth.
Okay, so you're saying that this whole time, instead of paying child support so that they wouldn't take any action against you, the state, instead you're kind of paying her behind the scenes, you're giving her these money orders, paying for Pampers, things like that?
No, this was all before I put myself on child support.
Okay, so your story is still that you put yourself on child support to pay for JaVonte, who she told you wasn't yours.
It's not a story, it's a fact.
Okay. And you'd actually, we learned that you owed over $20,000 in child support, and you did not have the money to pay that, did you?
Of course not.
All right. And in fact, the week of the murders, you only had $106 in your bank account, didn't you?
I really don't remember what I had in my bank account.
I'm going to show you what I've marked and has previously been shown to the defense as State's Exhibit 151. State's Exhibit 151 is a copy of, or a document showing that your available balance in your Bank of America account is $106.59, right?
You say after I withdrew $1,450?
Right. That was your
Right.
current balance as of November 18th?
Yes.
Okay. So when you're telling police, it was no big deal, I just wanted to get a paternity test for $300, at that point, you didn't have $300, you had $106, didn't you?
Of course I had more than $106. I just took out $1,400. Where do you think I got money from to go to my next job out of town? You think I went with $106?
Well, that's what
it costs more than $100 to put gas in your vehicle and pay for a hotel.
Well, that's what you're saying. You're saying money really wasn't that big of a deal, that you were just planning to pay the child support. You could just pay a little bit and get everybody off your back, right?
Right, and you're saying that all I had was $106 in my name. That's very inaccurate according to the $1,455 I withdrew.
Well, I'm sure you had rent, you had other child support, you had a lot of things you were trying to pay. But I'm saying on this date, that was my question to you, that you had $106 in your account.
Yeah, in the account,
And this
yes.
was the day before the murders, right?
Well, I didn't even look at the date. I looked at how much it was. But regardless, yes, it was $106 in the account.
That was your available balance the day before these murders?
Right.
Okay. And if you could just get Department of Revenue off your back by paying a little bit, you would have, wouldn't you?
That's all I had to do was pay them some money, and yeah.
But you didn't pay them any money. You didn't pay them any money in August, did you?
No.
You didn't pay them any money in September?
No.
Or October?
No.
Or November?
No.
Right? And then after November, you didn't have to pay any money anymore, right?
Unfortunately, no.
And, but you're telling us that you thought you were just going to put it off and pay a little bit at some point in the future, maybe after they'd already put a lien on your property, suspended your license, put you in jail.
No, I was going to make payments way before they done any of that.
But your testimony today is that you did not make any payments on any of those months from the time it was ordered to the time JaVonte died.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And isn't it true that you actually called Tamiyah Hawkins, your other baby's mother, to try to get her to take you off child support not long before these murders?
I've been trying to get her to take me off child support since she put me on child support, so I don't recall when, but I probably did.
Okay. I want to talk about the first interview that you had with law enforcement. This interview took place on November 20th, which was the day after the murders, but the same day that the bodies were discovered, right? The bodies of Brandi and her children?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You were laughing a lot in that interview. What was so funny?
Nothing was funny. It's just my character. It's how I break the tension whenever I'm having a conversation with someone that I really don't know and not comfortable speaking with.
Okay. So I guess your answer is you were laughing because you were uncomfortable?
I was laughing because I was a black man locked in a room with two guys with guns that were questioning me about stuff that I had no idea as to what was going on.
Well, I mean, you're here in court today. There's men in the rooms with guns. You're not laughing today.
Well, it's totally different because I have my family around me. I have people who love me and support me, and this is a totally different situation.
I'm also, you're saying that you were laughing throughout that interview because you were uncomfortable, but we're not talking about just a little shaken up. I mean, you're laughing repeatedly throughout that interview. You would agree with that, right?
I was interacting with the officers, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, were they laughing?
I don't recall. I don't remember. I don't think so.
Were y'all having y'all were having a conversation about, they were questioning you about the deaths of these children. They weren't asking you what comedies you like to watch, and y'all were talking about what happens in those, right?
Right.
Okay.
No.
As far as your location the day of the murders, in your first interview, which, as I said before, the same day the bodies were discovered on November 20th, but the day after the murders on November 19th, you told them at that time that you were at home that day working on at your Mustang Drive address, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that you were working on your cars from around 10 to 5, and then your wife got home at that point, right? A little after 5 o'clock?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were there when your wife got home. That's what you told them, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you told them that you stayed home all night on Friday night until you went to bed at about 10 or so, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was a lie?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And they didn't ask you this. They just said, I believe their question was, what time did you go to sleep? Did you stay up late? And you said, I probably fell asleep around 10 or so. That was on page 45. And on page 46, you volunteered all of this information. You said, what was I watching? I was watching a movie that had gone on 7 years in Tibet. I don't know what time I went to sleep, but it was on the part where he had just broken out of prison camp. That's the last thing that I remember, right? You gave them all that information?
Yes.
And that was all lies too, right?
No, that movie was actually playing on television. We were watching it. I was texting and talking to my girlfriend. My kids was right there. Yeah, we were watching it.
But it wasn't at the time, you said, right?
It was somewhere around that time.
Around 10?
Yeah.
Okay. But that wasn't the only time that you gave police a lot of details about something. You told them that the reason that you had this gunshot wound to your chest was because you were a victim of robbery, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you told them, when they asked you about that, just a second. I lost my highlighted page, so I'll just go to the original transcript. You said that you were a victim of a robbery in Mississippi. You said that you stopped to ask for directions and you got shot in the stomach. You said that the robber pulled you out of the truck. He took all your clothes off. Then he asked me for the keys to your he asked you for the keys to your truck. You said, I'm not giving you the keys to my truck. I don't know where I'm out of town. He got all of your money, he took all of your money from you that was in your pockets, because your wallet was in the center console. You gave him all of your money, he took your clothes, and he said, you're gonna give me the keys. So then you threw the keys to the side of the road, and then looked at the keys, and then he jumped at you and hit you. And then he ran away and started cussing you out, and then you said, you pussy, when I catch you, and then he turned around and just started shooting at you, right?
Right. Yes.
And that wasn't true. You actually said that the reason that you got shot was because you went to, your cousin was having issues with some guy in Mississippi, so you drove over there to have his back, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It's a lot of impressive details, though. That's pretty elaborate.
Well, it was actually some of it was true that happened with my cousin, but I didn't want to let him know that my cousin had issues with some stuff going on. So
both,
I was trying to admit a lot of information.
Okay. So for both the 7 years in Tibet and the Mississippi shooting, you tried to incorporate things that were true into your lie to make it more believable, right?
Somewhat.
Right. Pretty smart. That's a good way to be convincing. You could probably be pretty convincing, especially if you had years to think up of what to tell this jury, right?
You probably could if that was your intentions, but that's not my intentions today.
Okay. So, Now we have your secret cell phone location. So you can't go with the I was at home all night story anymore, right?
Mm.
So you're telling us that you were at Brandi's house the evening of the murders, right?
Yes.
And you're telling us the reason that you lied to the police about your location was because you and Brandi had sex that day or that evening, and you did not want your wife to find out about it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So why didn't you just admit to police then that you were over at Brandi's house to see your son and just leave out the part about sex?
Because I had already told my wife I was going to be home all day working on my vehicles, and I didn't want her to know I was at Brandi's house, period, any time of that day.
Okay, but she knew that you weren't at home working on your cars. She was home and you weren't there, right?
Yeah. She didn't know where I was or what was going on.
Okay. Well, why not just tell the police that you were over at Brandi's and just leave out the sex part?
I could have. I guess I wasn't thinking that at the time.
So just wasn't thinking about it? That was your reasoning?
Yes. I was thinking about was my wife not finding out I was just having sex with my ex-girlfriend.
Okay, so you just didn't want your wife to find out that you were over there, period, then?
Yes.
But isn't it true that you told police that Malika doesn't check up on you? You told them in your interview, Investigator Lewis said, how often do you speak to Malika? What do you mean, how often? I mean, is she always checking up on you? The reason I'm asking is, is she always checking, the reason I'm asking is she always checking up on you? And you said no. She'll call every now and then. She might, like yesterday, she called to see if I wanted to go to lunch with her. Other than that, I don't know. Right?
Well, it's obvious due to the phone records that you can see she checks up on me a whole lot.
Okay. Well, I mean, they even confronted you about that a little bit. They said, come on, after 3 affairs, I would think that she would be like, where is Henry? And you said, no. He said, no? You said, she doesn't do that. She don't be calling to check on me to see where I'm at. Right?
Yeah, that's what I said. But like I said, I was talking to the police in an interview room. I'm speaking to you now in an open court where I was sworn to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
Okay, so you were lying to police.
Obviously.
Right. Oh, I mean, is that obvious?
It is obvious.
Do you lie
I told
to
you I was lying to them.
Speak to them?
No, I don't. I don't speak to the police.
All right. In your interviews, though, in this case, you lied to them.
When it pertains to me cheating on my wife, yes, I lied to him because I did not want her to find out I was over there.
And you're saying that you lied, I guess, on a technicality because they didn't swear you in before you interviewed?
No, that wasn't the reason why I didn't lie. I mean, the reason why I did lie to them. It was just that I didn't want my wife finding out that I was still cheating on her.
Okay.
That was the main purpose of me making the whole story up to the police about I never seen or talked to Brandi during that time period.
Okay. So at the time, you wanted to make it seem like my wife doesn't check up on me, but because you didn't want them to have that secret cell phone, right? Or know that you had a secret cell phone or a reason to have one, right?
I was just hoping that they wouldn't contact my wife. That was my whole purpose of talking to them. I was hoping they wouldn't call her and contact her and tell her anything about any of this.
Okay. But we know from those messages that we've gotten from your phone that on Wednesday you did tell your wife because you forwarded Brandi's text messages to her. And you actually told her, hey, Brandi's sending me these messages. I'm going to go over to Brandi's house and try to smooth out over all this child support stuff, right?
Right.
And she didn't mind then?
Right.
Okay.
Actually, she did mind, but, I mentioned it to her before I went over there. So I had an excuse as to why I was going.
Okay. Well,
so even if we would have done anything during that time period, then yes, I was at Brandi's house. She knew where I was.
Well, we all know that you can come up with stuff pretty quickly on your feet. Why on Friday, why didn't you just say, hey, she's on me about the child support stuff again. I'm going to swing by there one more time.
I wasn't, excuse me. I talked to my wife and told her I'm going to be working on my vehicle all day. Mm-hmm. So in the process, I'm texting Brandi, and we're talking about making plans to hook up later on that day and tomorrow. So what was I supposed to do? Like change plans with my wife and tell her, hey, I'm not working on my truck. I'm finna go by Brandi's and see about the child support. Talk to her about child support again.
Well, yeah, I mean, on Wednesday, whatever you were doing, you had to tell her, now I'm now going over to Brandi's house to do this or that, right?
No, it was totally different.
Oh. All right, so you're saying today that your wife had not caught you cheating from the time that your son with her, Jalik, right?
Yes,
From
ma'am.
the time Jalik died to when you were arrested for this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's the reason that you lied to police about going to Brandi's house. She had not caught you cheating all that time. You didn't want to ruin it and have police tell her something about the fact that you had cheated on her after the last time she had found out about you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Jalik was born in May of 2008, and he died in March of 2009, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so I guess that was a little bit more than a year and a half before the murders of Brandi and her children, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it true, though, that you were not concerned about what the police were going to tell your wife? You lied to the police because you didn't want police to know your location, right?
No.
Okay. Well, you told police, though, that you continued cheating on your wife even after your wife caught you, didn't you?
Yes.
And in your interview on November 30th, 2010, you actually told police that you and Brandi broke up a couple of years ago when you went to Colorado. But y'all would still sleep around every now and then. And then Investigator Lewis tries to clarify, okay, and this is even after your wife caught you? Because, am I incorrect? Your wife does not know about this, right? And you said, yeah. So even after your wife caught you, you were still sleeping around? And you nodded your head. And and the last time you slept together, it was over a year ago? You said yes. What stopped you from continuing sleeping with Brandi? You said, I had another girlfriend. May I ask who that is? Her name was Christmas. So you told police that you cheated on your wife after she last caught you, and she didn't know about it, right?
Yeah. Colorado was the time. It was when JaVonte was first born.
Okay, well, you said here that the last time you slept with Brandi was a year ago. You said that in your interview.
Mm-hmm.
But then you say that you got a new girlfriend. That was the reason you stopped talking to Brandi.
Right.
And her name was Tyra. We met her last week, right?
Exactly.
Right. And then your wife found out about her.
Exactly. This is the girl who I was in Crystal River with when my wife told me that my son would have one night to live, and the doctor said we need to get all the family together. So I brought her back with me, and that's when I promised my wife that I wouldn't cheat on her no more. That's when I stopped talking to Tyra, and a couple months later we started back talking.
Okay, but you're saying that you broke up with Brandi, that you stopped sleeping with her 1 year before,
mm-hmm.
and you did that in this interview. You said that you did that because you got the new girlfriend, Tyra,
mm-hmm.
and then your wife found out about Tyra. And all of that happened after your wife had first caught you cheating and she didn't know about any of that.
Well,
and the police clarified that with you, didn't they?
No. See, I was talking to Tyra like long before I started working in Crystal River. My wife just found out about Tyra like before I started working in Crystal River. So when I'm in Crystal River with Tyra, she didn't know that she was down there with me. Even though I told her I was, I stopped talking to the girl, I still was talking to her.
Okay.
So after I made the promise to her, that's when I tried to stop talking with all the rest of the girls, but eventually I started back talking with her.
So when he asked you, your wife doesn't know about this, right? And you said, yeah, you're saying that you misspoke there, that that's not true?
When he asked me, my wife doesn't know about this, what?
That you
this talking to Tyra?
The last time you slept with Brandi was a year ago, and then you got with Tyra.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right. Stopped talking to Brandi, and got with Tyra a year ago. Stopped having sex with her a year ago, got with Brandi. Tyra. So no.
And why are you saying that you didn't want your wife to know? Because you didn't want to hurt her feelings, I guess?
I guess I wasn't really worried about hurting her feelings because I hadn't hurt her feelings so much. I was just trying to prevent our marriage from falling apart because it was already on the rocks, and I know I have one more strike at the most.
So you were basically trying to tell us that you were kind of monitoring what you said to the police because you didn't want it to get back to your wife.
Yes, ma'am. I didn't tell them about any of the girls I was speaking with or in relationships with.
But you weren't too scared of anything to get back to your wife. When police asked you your favorite thing about Brandi Peters, you told them sex, right?
Yes.
They could have told that to your wife, right? She probably wouldn't have been happy about that.
I think she already knew that because we had a child together, me and Brandi.
And you're saying that the reason that you didn't tell them about your current girlfriend at the time in November 2010, who was Natasha, right, you said?
Yes.
The reason that you didn't tell them about that was because you also didn't want your wife to know about that, right?
Yes.
But, I mean, you didn't tell police about Natasha because you didn't want police talking to Natasha. Isn't that true?
I didn't want my wife finding out that I had another girlfriend.
You were texting with Natasha the night of the murders from the secret phone that you were hiding from police that put you at Brandi's house the night of the murders. You didn't want them talking to Natasha because the first thing that they're going to say to Natasha is, what number do you talk to Henry Segura on? Did you talk to him on November 19th?
Okay, so
Right.
when I'm at my home at 10 o'clock at night texting Natasha, I have no idea Brandi's dead. So I'm not worried about using my phone talking to Natasha or any other female I was talking to that night.
Okay, so when you lied to them about Natasha, it wasn't because you were texting her from your secret phone the night of the murders when you were at Brandi's house.
No,
That's all just a coincidence.
It was all because I was married and she was married.
Okay. And you were arrested for these murders in September of 2011 in Minnesota, right?
Yes.
And you said that you had not been caught cheating on your wife from the time Jalik died through the time that you were arrested, correct?
Close to the time I was arrested.
Close to the time you were arrested?
Yes, ma'am. It was during that time when I was going to Minnesota, right before I went to Minnesota.
Before you went to Minnesota, that's when she found out about the girl that we heard about on the jail call?
Yes.
Okay. And in that jail call, we heard that you're telling your wife you're not going to stop talking to another woman because that woman makes you happy.
Yes, ma'am.
So you really weren't concerned about your wife's feelings at that point, right?
No, at that point I wasn't. I hadn't told her I wanted a divorce at that point.
Okay. So after you're arrested, at that point, you and Malika are not on good terms. She already knows that you've been cheating on her. You have a current girlfriend that you obviously don't care if she knows about. You're saying, she makes me happy, I want to be with her, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So then you could have told police at that point in 2011 the reason that you were at Brandi's house, the legitimate reason. You could have said, I was over there to see my son. I just didn't tell you that because I didn't want Malika to find out that we had sex, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't do that.
No, I didn't.
And Malika actually filed for divorce from you in July of 2016. And after she was divorced, or after she divorced you, you still didn't go to police and try to say, okay, now she's really out of my life. The real reason I was at her house was because I just didn't want her to find out I was having sex with Brandi, right?
2011, I think it was July, when I went to Minnesota. I cheated on my wife. I met this girl. We started talking. My marriage was already way downhill. So when I got with her and I went to Minnesota and I broke up with my wife, the investigation was going on for about a year, over a year. Mm-hmm. So what am I supposed to call and tell the police? They never called and updated me on anything. So I assumed that they were following up leads and getting this investigation on the way, right, and not worried about me and my sex life.
Sure. So, though, when you were arrested in 2011, at that point, you do have an update in the investigation, and the update is they think I did it. And at that point, you and your wife are not on good terms. She knows you have another girlfriend, so why not go to the police at that point and just say, you've got the wrong guy, here's why I lied to you. I know that you think I did it because I lied to you, but I didn't, and here's why. And you never did that, did you?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, I talked to Joanna, I think her name. Matter of fact, I talked to her on the phone a couple times. She called me. She was calling, harassing me all the time about your, I know you killed your son, and you know Joanna? He was your son, Johnson. That's her name? Johnson, Sutton Johnson? Yeah. She's called me on the phone all the time. And yes, I did tell her about my girlfriend, and she said, I already know about your girlfriend. I already know this and that. And so
and you're saying this is a police officer named Joanna Johnson who's affiliated with this case?
I don't know if I know her last name is Johnson. She was the investigator on the case. She was in the second interview.
Okay.
She called my phone numerous times, and she told me she already knew about me cheating on my wife, and she already knew about the girlfriend. So what was I supposed to tell her?
Well, did you tell her the truth? Did you tell her I was over there just because to see my son, but I lied to you about the sex? You didn't tell him that?
No, I didn't tell her that. Okay. I didn't have a chance to.
Why not?
Because the way our conversation went, the phone call ended abruptly, and I didn't call her back. Okay. And every time she called me, I would refuse to call.
And so your answer is no, that you did not tell police that.
Yes, I told the lady Johnson, Investigator Johnson,
You told
over
her
the phone that I was cheating on my wife. I didn't want y'all to find out, and she, excuse me, and she, like I say, she went back and forth, and we was arguing about. She know I killed my son. We're gonna arrest you for killing your son, and I hung up on her.
So your testimony is that you told police in this case over the phone.
Investigator Johnson.
Wait a minute, don't interrupt her question, Mr. Segura. Let her finish her question.
And she's asking the same question over and over.
Be quiet.
No, she's.
Be quiet. Now,
you
she
pointing
asks you a
Who
question.
you pointing at?
You wait till she finishes.
I'm a
the
grown
question,
man.
And then answer it, okay? And she won't interrupt your answer either. Because the court reporter can't take down two people at once. Is that clear? Sir?
Yeah, that's very clear.
All right.
Your testimony is that you did tell Officer Johnson or Investigator Johnson that you were at Brandi's home the night of the murders on November 19th.
No, I didn't tell her I was at the home the night of the murders. I told her that I was there that afternoon and we had sex.
Okay, you told them that you were there that afternoon, you had sex, and then you left.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What we saw right there, you have a little bit of a temper, right?
I'm getting aggravated. You keep asking me the same questions over and over like you're expecting a different answer.
Okay. And we know that, and I mean, you'd probably be the first one to tell us this. Brandi, she tells you what's on her mind. She's not one to hold her tongue, right?
Neither am I.
Okay. Is that kind of what has started this whole thing?
No, we were two people that we got along great. We had arguments, we fuss, we fight, we have sex, we make up. It was actually a pretty good relationship.
Can't imagine you'd be too happy about her saying she's going to put you in jail, calling your mama a bitch, doing all those things we saw in the text messages.
Yeah, Tamika, my first baby mama, did the exact same thing, and we went through the same exact thing. I didn't go and try to kill my child because of that.
And your child with Tamika is Janae?
Yes.
And you knew Janae was yours. You knew she's your daughter.
No, not initially. Not in the beginning. I didn't.
Okay. You didn't have any doubt throughout the years that she was growing up that she was your daughter.
All the way up until she was 3, just like JaVonte. That's when I first met her. She was 3 years old.
I want to talk to you about the second phone. You lied to police in your interviews and you told them that you did not have a secret cell phone, right?
Yes.
Okay. And finally, after denying that you had a second phone, I guess about 20 times over the course of the 2 interviews, you finally admit to police that you have one, right?
I don't recall admitting to him I had a second phone.
Okay. Let's look at the transcript here. This is towards the end of the second interview and the clips we saw after you denied it several times. Investigator Johnson finally just gets real with you. She says, what's your other cell phone? I don't have no other cell phone. You've got a second phone. No, I don't. You do have a second phone. I know you have a second phone. No, I don't. I'm 100% positive you have a second phone, okay? Why don't you tell us about the second phone? You said, I don't have a second phone. I had a second phone. I don't have one. And she said, well, where was the phone? What's the number? Right?
Yes, ma'am. I remember that.
Okay. So at that point, police know you have a second phone. Oh wait, I wanted to also show you this. They asked you, who were you talking to on the phone? And you say, friends, females, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So at this point, police know you have a second phone. You have admitted that you had a second phone. And you've also admitted that you talked to females on that phone, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, I mean, the cat's kind of out of the bag about that at that point, right?
Not necessarily, because I told him I said I don't have a second phone. I had a phone, because I hadn't got rid of the phone. So technically, I didn't have a phone. I had a phone.
Okay. But go ahead. The cat's out of the bag, I'm saying, as far as you having a second phone that you talk to girls on.
Yes.
Okay. So at that point, though, you still don't say, all right, I do have this secret phone. I was sleeping with Brandi. Here's the number, but I did not commit these murders, right?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, instead, you start acting like you don't remember the number. They say, what was the number? You say 408 something. I don't remember it by heart. I don't even remember it by heart. I didn't know it. That's what you told them, right?
Yeah, I didn't know it.
I'm sorry?
I said, no, I didn't remember the number by heart.
You didn't remember the number? That's your testimony?
No, I didn't know it by heart.
I mean, in that interview, you had given your primary phone number by heart, your primary cell phone number by heart, right? Mm-hmm. Your home number by heart, your mom and dad's numbers by heart. But you're saying you didn't know the number to your secret cell phone by heart?
Well, I just got the phone from a friend of mine that left it in my truck, so I was using it, so I didn't know the number by heart.
Well, if you don't know the number by heart, how are you going to give it out to all the women?
Whenever I get their number, I put it in my phone and call them, and they have my number like that.
Okay, so you're saying at that point you just honestly didn't remember the number?
I really didn't remember it.
But when police ask you where the phone is, you say, well, first you told them, I don't have the phone. What did you do with it? I threw it away. Why did you throw it away? I didn't need it. I don't need it. And then they asked you, you said the phone is not active. I don't have the phone anymore. That's what I'm telling you. They said, when did it go inactive? You say, I don't know how long it's been, to be honest with you. And then you were also trying to tell them that this was way before Brandi passed away. This was a long time ago, right? You were trying to act like the second phone wasn't something that you recently had. You had it long before then, weren't you?
I don't know if I was trying to act like that or not, but I just didn't want them getting this information back to my wife. That was the whole purpose of me telling them what I told them.
Okay, because you didn't want your wife to know that you were seeing Brandi.
I didn't want her to know I was seeing any of the females I was seeing at the time.
Because you said Brandi had some issue where if she had your number, she would just call you off the hook.
Yes.
Okay, but she had your primary cell phone number, didn't she?
She did.
Okay. She texted you on that the day of the murders, didn't she?
Yes.
Okay. And then police confront you. They say, listen, we know people who have talked to you on it as recently as Monday. And you're like, that's not possible. And they said, yes, it was the Monday after Thanksgiving, after these murders, after all this happened. And you finally say, yeah, probably, right?
Yes.
So why did you throw the phone away just a few days after these murders?
Well, I assumed that the police, were going to get in touch with my wife. And I wanted to be sure she didn't have any access to that telephone, because I had pictures, I had text messages, I had all kind of stuff that I knew she didn't need to see, or we would have probably got a divorce a whole lot sooner in 2016.
Okay, so your answer is you threw it away because you didn't want Malika to find out?
Yes.
And it's just kind of a coincidence this is 3 days after these murders?
I didn't think of it as a coincidence at the time.
Okay. I mean, you were always scared, though, of Malika finding out about that phone, right?
No, not in particular before this all happened.
Right.
Because the police kept calling and harassing us and coming by the house, and she trying to figure out why. And she don't know the reason why is because me and Brandi had sex that day, so I'm trying to keep this from her. So.
Right. But I'm saying just the secret cell phone in general. That was something you always wanted to keep secret from her, Malika, right?
Yes.
Okay. But you didn't end up throwing it away until right after these murders. Then you threw it away.
Yes.
Okay. And you were so concerned about her finding it that you told police that you threw it away in the trash can at your house where you live with her?
Yes.
Okay.
The dumpster out front.
And while we're talking about the cell phone locations and everything, you've obviously had an opportunity here in court to look at all the evidence before you've testified about today, to hear it all and see it all with the jury, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you and your attorneys, y'all have had the reports and the information about this case, all of the cell phone evidence that we showed the jury, y'all have had that for years, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Long before you've been able to tell this story to the jury today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You never got rid of your primary cell phone after the murders, did you?
No, ma'am.
But you talked to other women on that cell phone too, didn't you?
No, not really.
Who's Heather?
Heather?
Yeah,
I
Heather.
couldn't tell you.
You don't know who that is?
No.
All right, I'm looking at these are text messages incoming and outgoing to your 509 number. This is an outgoing text message to Heather. You say, "Send me a picture of that pussy. I know you got some on you." Right?
Okay, yeah.
I'm sorry?
I say, yeah, I see it, but yeah, I don't remember seeing it.
Okay, so you were also talking to other women on your primary cell phone, weren't you?
I might have, was that before? I don't really remember that, yeah.
You don't remember texting a girl and asking for pictures of her vagina?
No, but now I do remember a girl named Heather, yeah.
Okay.
But no, I didn't remember sending that text message.
Okay.
But that does sound like something I would say.
But the answer is yes, you did talk to other women on your primary 509 cell phone?
Occasionally, I guess.
And you didn't throw that cell phone away. I guess you weren't worried about Malika finding anything on it, huh?
Well, actually, Malika had a way of finding everything on my phone. That's why I always use the second phone.
Okay. Why were you still texting other women from your primary phone then?
I bet you probably couldn't find a whole bunch of text messages from them. Because I noticed when I call someone and we're on the phone for an hour or better, or I'm texting someone in wee hours of the night,
well, unfortunately,
Malika will call the number and find out who it is. And
unfortunately, we only have a few days of text before the murder, so I don't have a whole lot to work with. But
yeah, I didn't use my primary phone too often to call other women.
Heather was texting you, and then, as you said, Brandi also had that number, right?
Yes.
Okay. And
it was more females than those.
I'm sorry, I didn't ask. Are you answering the last question I asked?
Yeah, you say Heather and Brandi text me from that number.
Right.
Yeah, I had Natasha knew that number. Plenty of females I talked to knew that number,
okay.
But when I got the primary phone, the other phone,
mm-hmm.
I told them to stop using this number and call me on this number.
All right, but this message that you sent to Heather for her to send pictures of her vagina to you, that was on November 12th, right?
That's what time it says, yes ma'am.
Okay, and you had your second cell phone.
What time was it?
Secret cell. 1:31.
In the afternoon?
No, in the morning.
Yeah, that was due to me being hooked on having sex, I guess.
My whole point is that you talk to other women on your 509 primary cell phone, right? Okay. The reason that you didn't throw your primary cell phone away, because you did talk to other women on it, the reason that you didn't throw it away is because you wanted it to be your alibi, didn't you? For this case.
That's the phone I use for work. Everybody has that number. That's where I get most of my jobs. Contractors call me on that number to go to work. So.
Okay. And I understand that. But when police asked you, I guess is your answer that no, you didn't want it to be your alibi?
No, I wasn't looking at it for an alibi with the police. I was thinking about Malika not being able to find out that I was at Brandi's house that day. I wasn't thinking about the police.
When police asked you, I've got to try to verify that you're at your house on Friday, okay? Any suggestion as to how I do that? You said, you can check my phone.
I knew my primary phone was at home that day because I didn't bring it to Brandi's house.
Right. So you were telling them that that's your alibi. You can check my phone, right?
Yes.
Why would you leave your main cell phone at home if you didn't want it to be your alibi?
Because in actuality, in a sense, it was my alibi to Malika that, excuse me, I'm at home. She wanted to call my phone. She had a way of checking my phone. I didn't know she had I don't know if she had a tracking device on my phone or everything. Every time I did anything with that phone, she found out about it. So I left the phone home.
How would she do that?
I have yet to ask her and find out.
Okay.
But she most definitely can do it.
Isn't it true that at a prior proceeding you were asked that same question? Why did you leave your main cell phone, your primary phone, at your house when you went over to Brandi's house? And your answer was?
So I didn't want my wife to find out that I was over there.
Did you? No, you said the reason I left it was Malika always had a way of knowing, or anytime I was somewhere I wasn't supposed to be, she knew about it. I got an email address. She can get in my email address. She can get in my Facebook account. She always found out about it.
Yeah.
How did she find out about your locations from your Facebook account?
Like I'm telling you, I don't know what she used to do. I don't know if I had an iPhone, so I don't know if she had a tracker thing on it then. I don't know.
Well, isn't it true that if you were to show, if your Facebook were to show a location, it's because you logged in and added a location to show the public? It just doesn't automatically do that for you, right?
I don't know how that works, but I do recall on Facebook where you can show your location and place where you are. But
right. If you
I don't know exactly. I don't know all the features on how it works.
Right, but if you decide to share that with the public, she can't just look at your Facebook and see that you're at Brandi's house. That's not how it works. You would agree with that, right?
No, I don't agree with that because I don't know. I'm not 100% sure how that works. So no.
You're saying you don't know how Facebook works?
No, I haven't seen Facebook in like a long time.
Well, I mean, it hasn't changed much. You're saying you don't know how it worked in 2010?
No, I know that if I did a certain thing, I can put my location in, but I don't know the ins and outs of it.
That's my point. That's something that you would have to actively do. That's not something that she can just get on the internet and see that you're at Brandi's house, right?
I don't know if she could or couldn't is what I'm telling you.
All right. If you didn't want your primary phone to be your alibi, why delete the text from Malika to your primary phone on November 19th?
Why did I delete the primary text? The text on my primary phone?
From the text from Malika on your phone from the 19th.
From Malika? Or from Brandi?
From Malika.
I don't know. I don't know what text did I delete from Malika.
The ones on the 19th.
I don't know.
So it's not just because they were inconsistent with your alibi?
Oh, you mean the text when I was gone and she was continuing to text me? Yeah. Oh no, I just cleared all of it. If you look at my phone records, you'll see I deleted everything on Brandi's and just about everything from Malika's that Malika texted me. Because one of the text messages that Brandi sent me, I sent to Malika. And in that text message, some of the string of text messages that was in there with Malika's. So when I deleted it, I took all of them out.
I'm talking about what Malika sent to you.
I know.
Nothing to do with Brandi.
Yeah, I took all those text messages out.
You deleted all those?
Yes.
The ones where she's saying, "Where are you?"
Yes.
The night of November 19th.
Yes.
And the reason that you deleted those is because it's not consistent with your alibi that you were at home, right?
No, you don't need the phone to look at a text message. I did know that. Like, you don't need a phone to look at a text message. So if that's the case, I'm not hiding anything, obviously.
So you don't know how Facebook works, but you do know how Cellbrights work.
No, I don't.
Forensic digital.
I never heard of Cellbrite. Never heard of Cellbrite. But I just know a buddy of mine that had a cell phone and told me his wife got all the stuff off of the internet or something. So I assumed that was the same thing.
In that first interview with police, police did not give you any details of how Brandi died, did they?
No, ma'am.
Actually, they didn't give you any details about how any of Brandi or her children died, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I guess you'd probably tell us you didn't even know that she survived, all these gunshot wounds and literally had to be beaten to death until, I guess, you read the reports for the case. Is that what you'd probably tell us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when I say read reports for the case, that would have been after your arrest, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yet, at the end of your interview with police on November 20th, so just 24 hours after these murders, police asked you to describe Brandi, and out of any word in the world, you say she was a survivor.
Yes.
Didn't you?
She was, yes.
That's the word that you chose?
She was a survivor. She, whatever, at all costs, she knew how to make it happen. And when she didn't have no food in the house or no money, she knew how to make it happen. She was a survivor.
Oh, we know she was a survivor. She fought her butt off, that's for sure.
She did.
Only something at that point that the person who committed these murders would know, right?
Well, the person who committed the murders should have a bunch of bruises and marks and scrapes and scratches all over them from her fighting, because I'm sure she did fight with all she had in her.
And a good person for us to look to for guidance on that would probably be the medical examiner. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said that she was a survivor also because she always found a way to make it, even if she didn't have money to put food on the table.
Yeah.
And that happened quite a bit, right?
Well, I just know from stories of me. When I first met her, we talked a lot, and she told me about growing up and, you know, stuff she had endured and stuff she went through and how she made it. And
Okay. She was not a well-to-do person.
what do you mean by well-to-do?
She didn't have money.
No, she wasn't from no rich family or nothing like that.
Right. I mean, even at the time, she's driving a broken-down car her mom gave her. She's living in Section 8 housing, right?
Yes, she was living in Section 8 housing.
All right. You told your attorney that you didn't commit these murders.
I told the world I didn't commit these murders.
Okay. Well, why wouldn't you?
You say, why wouldn't I?
Right.
Because I have no reason whatsoever to kill my son or those twins. Neither Brandi.
So you just have no reason to do it?
No reason whatsoever. I wouldn't. What would I kill a child for?
Okay.
Let alone children.
You told us that you love these twins. They were like daughters to you.
Yes.
And you said that they called you daddy, you potty trained them, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it true that in neither one of your interviews you ever asked police how they died?
I already knew how they died.
How?
They were found in the tub.
How?
What's her name? Pint told me that the kids were found in the tub.
Pint told you that?
Yeah. Yes.
Well, what does that mean, though? How do you know how they died just because they were found in a tub?
Well, I assumed they were found in the tub. I assumed they had drowned.
Okay, so they couldn't have been shot and then put in a tub or strangled and put in a tub. You just assumed that they drowned?
Yeah, I assumed all of them had drowned, but one of them actually was shot and put in the tub.
Okay.
But I didn't find that out till later.
All right, I want to touch on two things then. Isn't it true that in your interview that Pint told you that your son was with some other guy, but that the two girls... Oops, sorry. Your son was with another guy, but the two girls, the kids were killed. Your son wasn't found in the house, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you didn't tell police anything about the fact that you knew that the girls had drowned, did you?
No.
You just said that she told you they were killed.
Well, that's what I told him in the interview, but yeah, she told me they were found. I'm pretty sure she told me they were found in the tub.
And in fact, in a prior proceeding in this case, you never asked how the girls died, did you? And you said no.
No.
And then he asked, you already knew that one, right? And your response was, no, I just wanted to know how my son died.
Yeah, I want to know how my son died because, like I say, Pint told me the kids were found in the tub, and she said that my son was not in the house.
Yeah, but here you're saying you didn't know how the girls died. You said no. And that the reason that you didn't ask how the girls died was because you just wanted to know how your son died. That's what we just saw.
Well, that's what I said.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm saying that's what you're saying today is different than what you said before.
No, it's not different from what I'm saying. What I said before, I just didn't say that before. They asked me a question. I told them that I just wanted to know how my son died.
So when he asked you already knew how the girls died, right? And you said no. That's not different than today. You're telling us that you knew that the girls had drowned because Pint told you that?
Yes, I guess yes. When you put it that way, it does look different.
And in your interview, police also asked you, this is November 20th, if you could turn the clock back 24, 36 hours, what would you do different, or would you do anything differently? And you said, yeah. What would you do? And you said, pick my son up, right?
Excuse me. Yes, ma'am. Yes,
You
ma'am.
didn't mention anything about picking these twins up too who were killed, who were so close to you, did you?
Well, I felt real bad because all the time JaVonte was growing up, I never spent time with him. I never got a chance to really know him. He didn't know me as a father figure, and I felt bad. I felt like his life was taken away from him, and he didn't never have a chance to live it.
Okay, so the answer is no, that you did not tell police that if you could turn back the clock, you wouldn't also pick these twins up that you were so close to.
No, I didn't say that. I said I wanted to pick my son up.
Right. So the answer is no?
Right.
Okay. I want to talk about JaVonte. You said, I have no reason to kill him. But you did owe over $20,000 on him, right?
Yes.
And you didn't consider him your son. I mean, let's be honest.
Actually, I did consider him my son, but I was unsure 100% whether he was or wasn't. But I considered him my son because I signed a birth certificate. I was there with him when he was born, so...
Yeah, but since then, his mom, his own mother, so the person that was obviously there when he was conceived, gave birth to him, she's telling you, you're stupid for thinking he's yours, isn't she?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't want to pay child support for him, isn't that true?
Actually, I wanted to pay child support so that I wouldn't have to deal with her, like in that aspect as to going over, giving her cash money.
I'll rephrase my question. You were writing letters contesting the fact that you should have to pay child support for him, isn't that true?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And you said that you didn't get to see him very much because you were too busy to drive across town to see him. That was kind of hard to do with your job and other obligations that you had.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But on the day of November 19th, you were willing to wait, I guess, for Brandi and JaVonte to get home and not have her mom over. You got there at, you said, 1-ish, and you didn't go in the house until 5. So you waited outside down the road for 4 hours for them, right?
Right. And I wasn't waiting for them. I was waiting for her. I wanted to have sex. We hadn't talked up. We'd been on the phone all day talking about what we was going to do, how we was going to do it, and I was amped up, ready to go, and I wanted to do it. So.
You said that every time you went over there, y'all ended up having sex, yet you hadn't been over there in months, and you're too busy to drive over there. You also told us all those things, didn't you?
Well, every time I went over there, we didn't have sex, because I went there Wednesday, we didn't have sex.
I guess my question is, on the day of the murders, you were willing to drive over there and wait for 4 hours to see them?
To have sex, yes.
The answer is yes?
To have sex, yes.
Okay.
I probably would have waited all night. She would have called me and told me to come back, wait till midnight.
Well, you had other opportunities to have sex with other people besides Brandi that day, right? You and Natasha were texting about having sex, weren't you?
Well, it was different with Brandi.
Okay. Is your answer yes, that you also were texting other women about sex that day, other women that you could have had sex with?
Yes.
Okay. But you were willing to wait 4 hours to have sex specifically with Brandi?
Yes.
Okay.
Like I said, I would have waited longer than that, probably.
All right, so you told us when your attorney was asking you questions that you were on your way, you said you were on your way to Sop Choppy, right? To your friend Adam Thornton's house when Pint called you with the news that Brandi and her kids were killed?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'm sorry, where were you?
I think I was coming from Sop Choppy and I called Pint to set up an appointment to get my son's hair done.
Okay, I'm sorry, my bad. So you called Pint to get your son's hair braided. And in your direct, I couldn't help but notice you actually said you were going to get your youngest son's hair braided.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but he wasn't actually your youngest son, was he?
No, he was my youngest son at the time.
Okay. Well, JaVonte was your youngest son at the time, right?
Well, actually, Jalik would have been my youngest son at the time if that was the case.
Unfortunately, Jalik had passed away at that point, and JaVonte had passed away as well at that point, but you didn't know it. All you knew at that point was that he was missing, right?
No, well, actually, I didn't know anything until I called her.
Right, I'm saying that you're on your way to get your son's hair braided, and that's where you saw Pint. You said you took your youngest son. I'm trying to point out, JaVonte was actually your youngest son, right?
Oh, well, yeah, I took I have an older son and a younger son. He's the youngest of my two with my wife. So, yeah, I always call him my youngest son.
You'd already killed JaVonte at that point, so you knew he wasn't your youngest son anymore.
Man, check this out. If I'm going to kill JaVonte, why not bring him home with me and kill Brandi? That way I don't have to pay child support and I can raise my son like I want to.
Would your wife be okay with that?
She wouldn't have to be. She wouldn't have to be okay with it.
You said in your interview she didn't even want you giving these kids Christmas presents or
That's
going
why
over
I
there
said she wouldn't have to be okay with it. If I had a chance to be with my son, to take my son so he wouldn't be hurt, then me and her, we just wouldn't be together.
You were willing to lie to police about a murder charge of children in order to protect your wife from knowing that you were just even over at Brandi's house. But you're saying that your wife and you would have welcomed Brandi's child with you into your home and raised him as your own?
That's not what I'm saying. My wife would not have welcomed Brandi's son and my son into our home. But if I would have known my son was going to be in any danger, then yes, I most definitely would have did away with my marriage so that my son could still be here today.
Okay, so let's then talk about how you react when your son could be in danger. You find out from Pint that your son is missing. Everyone else in his family is killed. He is missing. He's with another guy.
Right.
Did you call police to see if you could help in the search for your son?
No.
Did you call Brandi's family, offer your condolences, try to help them in any way?
I don't know any of their numbers. I just know where some of them live at.
Did you drive over to Brandi's house, the scene of these murders, and say, "Where's my son? What's going on? How can I help? I just saw them yesterday. What can I do?" You didn't do any of that, did you?
No, I didn't have to, because by the time I had both of my kids with me when I found this news out. So by the time I made it to her house to drop my kids off, that's when she told me that my son was killed.
Okay, so
they found him in the bottom of the tub. She said they found him in the tub under the girls.
Your answer is no, that you didn't call anyone after you found out your son was missing, and the rest of his family was dead.
No, I didn't. I had to process it inside of myself before I could talk to anyone about it.
Your response once you found that out was taking your other son to get his hair braided, going to the barbershop.
Well, my wife was out shopping somewhere doing something, and I had both the kids with me. I didn't have nowhere else to bring them.
All right, it's a yes or no question.
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that... One second. Isn't it true that, you really couldn't have cared less about JaVonte?
That's very untrue.
He was nothing but a drain on your bank account, right?
No, how could he have been just a drain on my bank account if I never paid the child support that they was ordering me to pay?
Evidently you're saying you're paying all this money under the table to Brandi through money orders and papers and all these things.
Yeah, Pampers don't cost anything, and I was only giving her like $100 here, $100 there.
Well,
so it was nothing major.
Question. You were conscious about the fact that he was a drain on your bank account. You were getting hassled by DOR. You were being asked for a lot of money for him, right? By everybody.
Yeah, I was being asked by
Brandi, by DOR, by everybody, right?
DOR is the only people who... Yes.
Isn't it true that when police asked you about his funeral, your only response was, "I'm sure I'll be the one paying for it," right? They said, "Are you going to make arrangements?" She said, "I'll have to talk to her mama. I'm sure I'll be the one paying for it."
Yeah.
You mentioned in your questioning by your attorney that you had this stolen car in your possession that you tried to get rid of a couple days after the murders, right?
Yes.
Okay, and we saw a text message, I think, about that yesterday, didn't we?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and isn't it true that you swapped out the VIN on that car, the VIN number that's on the dashboard of that car, you swapped it out, right?
I had it swapped out, but I didn't swap it out myself. So, yeah, I knew it was swapped out because the car was stolen. Okay,
and the purpose of that, of swapping out a VIN number, is to keep people from realizing that it's stolen, right?
That's if you do it internally. You have to go into the engine block and take it off. You got places in the trunk. The VIN number is a lot of different places.
Right, but the most visible place is in the windshield, and that's the one that you swapped out, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the purpose of that was to keep people from finding out that it was stolen.
Yes, ma'am.
So you do have some experience trying to cover up crimes, don't you?
Yes. Dealing with stolen cars, yeah.
You said that you didn't do this, you didn't kill them, you wouldn't do that. But isn't it true that you would almost kill someone, right?
You say, is it true that I would almost kill someone?
You would try to kill someone, right?
I don't think I understand the question.
You would take a gun in your hand and point it at somebody and pull the trigger.
If you had a gun pointed at me, threatening me or my family, and I had a gun on me, yes, I most definitely would pull the gun out and prevent you from hurting me or my family.
Sure.
If I
think
could.
we all believe in self-defense here. That's a law, actually. I'm talking about the fact that you drove to Mississippi because your cousin was having issues with somebody, right?
Right.
And there was a confrontation, right?
Right.
And you took a gun to that confrontation.
I took a gun. I had a gun in my vehicle because I was out of town working. I kept a gun in my vehicle when I was out of town working.
So, but you had it on you, right?
It was in my vehicle, yes.
I don't think you understand my question. During this shootout, you had a gun on you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And people were shooting guns at you and your cousin, and you were shooting guns at those people too. It was a shootout.
People started shooting guns at me and my cousin, and yes, I returned fire to protect me and my cousin.
Okay. So in this confrontation that you're saying your cousin is going to confront these people that he has issues with, he's calling his cousin to come have his back. You drive up there for this confrontation, yet they come to you and they start shooting at you first.
No, I didn't drive up there for a confrontation. I was driving up there so it wouldn't be a confrontation.
Yet you took your gun with you.
What was I going to do? Leave it at the hotel?
And isn't it true that in your direct testimony a second ago, you said that you drove up there not to prevent a confrontation, you said you went up there to have your cousin's back.
Exactly.
Those were your exact words.
That's
have his back.
That's preventing a conversation.
People he was having.
That's preventing a confrontation.
Having somebody's back in a fight is preventing confrontation? You were going there for backup and you were taking your gun.
It wasn't supposed to be a fight, is what I'm trying to tell you.
How is it not supposed to be a fight? If he's out having issues with somebody, he's calling for backup, you're taking a gun, and you're saying that's self-defense?
It's definitely self-defense when someone takes a firearm and point it towards you and starts to pull the trigger.
And so your answer is yes, that you would point a gun at someone and shoot them in a confrontation like that?
If someone points a gun at me, yes, I would point a gun back at them in self-defense.
Right.
Is that the question?
In a situation where you're saying you were only going there to prevent things from happening, not to have his back like you told us before.
I went there to have his back and prevent an altercation from it escalating.
Let me ask you this way. You took a gun to the confrontation. You knew there was a possibility that you were going to be using it.
Yes.
Okay. So we've learned that you carry a gun. You will shoot it at somebody, especially if you're going to have your cousin's back. You lied to your wife repeatedly. You lied to the rest of your family. You lied to your girlfriends. You lied to the police multiple times over the course of interviews. And, I mean, you lied to God too, right? When you made all of your promises to Him.
Yes.
And yet you're asking this jury to believe everything you have to say today.
Yes, because in the process of me lying and doing all this lying, I had a whole lot of time to sit down and think about all the mistakes I made, all the wrongs I've done to my wife and my ex-girlfriend and my other girlfriends that I cheated on, all the kids I had outside of my marriage. And I've learned how to right my wrongs. So.
Okay. And you're doing this completely to right your wrongs, not to escape accountability for anything that you did.
I don't feel like I need to escape accountability for anything. I think the evidence points to itself. The evidence is everything in itself.
Okay. So the fact that you had a .32 revolver,
July.
Your DNA's on the bathtub bar, you were located there before Brandi's phone went off the network forever. All that evidence speaks for itself, right?
My DNA was not on the bath bar. That's something he made up.
Okay. Let me ask you another question. When your attorney asked you about these two, he said, have you had 2 crimes of dishonesty before?
Yes.
You have been convicted 2 different times of 2 crimes of dishonesty, right?
Did I? No, I took a plea. It was just a petty theft charge. It was nothing major.
It's not whether you pled or you took it to trial. You were convicted is my question.
Yeah, it was a misdemeanor petty theft.
2 different crimes of dishonesties.
In actuality, it was only one, but the way the court do it, it was a Actually, it wasn't even petty theft. It was dealing in stolen property, and they dropped it down to a petty theft. So they put 2 charges on my record,
Okay.
as if I did both of them.
It was actually originally arrested for a felony.
Right, dealing in stolen property. I brought some CDs that were stolen. I tried to sell them to the Vinyl Fever, and they came back stolen, and
Okay. So
they,
it's a yes?
they reduced it down to a petty theft. So yes.
Just a moment. His cousin that you went to have his back in Mississippi and you ended up shooting at people. Is his name Roski?
No.
What's his name?
Why do I have to say his name?
Why wouldn't you?
His name is Jarvis.
Jarvis?
Yes.
Is his nickname Roski?
No. Jarvis lives in Louisiana. Roski lives in Tallahassee,
Right. And where does Jarvis live?
Louisiana.
Does he come here often?
No.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Read your record.
May I move the podium back?
Here, please.
Mr. Segura, I want to ask you about the semantics of the question pertaining to your knowledge of the manner in which the twins died. By the time you're answering questions for the police, you've already talked on 2 different was found in the bathtub.
Yes, sir.
And you've indicated that that is the extent of your knowledge about how they were found, and you formed the opinion that they had drowned based on where they were found.
Yes.
You didn't actually know that they were, like how they died. You just knew they were found in the
Objection
bathtub.
to leading.
Sustained.
Okay.
Did you have exact knowledge of how they died, or did you draw that assumption?
I draw that assumption because she said they were in the bathtub.
So it was true that you didn't know how they died?
I didn't know how they died.
Okay. Fair to say that this has been a frustrating process for you?
It's been an 8-year-long frustrating process.
You sat in custody for 8 years, waiting to get here in front of the jury.
Yes.
Lost your marriage?
Lost everything.
So fair to say when you express a little frustration, it goes beyond repetitious.
I believe it goes beyond what anyone in here can ever understand or comprehend.
Yes, sir. No further questions.
Okay, jury, I have a question of this witness. Right.
Please do.
If not, you can step down. Just go ahead, sit down. Don't say anything further. It's going to take 10 minutes.
All right, that was interesting, eh? I sang Canadian, eh? That was interesting, eh? All right, so we got into cross from attorney Sarah Dugan. So she starts off with, you told law enforcement that you weren't fighting with Brandi. He says she was sweet, but Brandi was taunting you. You didn't want to have any dealings with Brandi. It was bad for my marriage. He put himself on child support to pay JaVonte, or to pay for JaVonte. And the week of the event, the incident, he only had $106.59 in his bank account. But then he's like, well, but I withdrew $1,450. Then he got upset. You didn't pay any money in August, September, October, November. Nope. He called Tamiyah to get off his child support. Tamiyah is, I think, from Orlando. I can't keep his women straight. And we found out about Natasha. I think Tamiyah was in Orlando. He says he breaks his tension by laughing. And that was his law enforcement interview. He said he felt threatened because he was a black man locked in a room with white men with guns. So they go over again that he was working on cars from 10 to 5 until his wife got home, and he went to bed around 10. This was the day after. But he lied to law enforcement about that. He talked about 7 years in Tibet, watching the movie, gave a bunch of details. But again, he says that it was all to keep Brandi from finding out. It was all about Brandi. Didn't want Brandi to find out. Just kept going back to that. He talks about, a robber. Gotta go I'm sorry, Super Bowl. Let me see if I can do this. All right. Wait. Oh, yeah. Okay, that was a failure. All right. Sorry, Super Bowl. Kitties. Sorry, Super Bowl. She was all comfortable. Try to take care of one, and the other one wipes out. All right. So he talks about the robber. Took his money, threw his keys to the side of the road. Robber jumped at me, hit me, ran away, then started to shoot. So he said he made up some of that info. He lied to law enforcement about hooking up that night because he didn't want Malika to find out. Yeah, I just kept going back to Malika. Malika didn't want her to find out. He gets heated because he was obviously lying to the police. He lies about cheating on his wife. He was hoping law enforcement wouldn't contact and talk to Malika about him cheating on her. So this was all to protect her. This was all to protect Malika. Yeah, pretty much everything is about... Oh, he had a girlfriend named Christmas, Tyra, Tamika, Natasha. Oh, yeah, then they talk about him getting arrested in Minnesota, and they start kind of talking over each other, Sarah and Henry, and then the judge yells at him, be quiet. And he's like, I'm a grown man, don't yell at me like that, or something like, oh, yeah, that was, whoa. He says Brandi doesn't hold her tongue, and he's like, yeah, I'm not one to hold my tongue either. So we definitely saw his temper there. He can lose it in a heartbeat. We found out that he got divorced in 2016. That's pretty big. Oh yeah, then there's a Heather. So we got Natasha, Heather, Tamika, Tanya. Dude. His alibi was okay. Yeah, he talked about his alibi was check my phone. Yeah, because he told law enforcement check my phone because he left it at home. 24 hours after law enforcement asked him to describe Brandi, and he said she's a survivor. She knew how to make it happen. And he's talking about she had kids. She was, but then he's like the killer would have a bunch of bruises and scratches. Because Brandi put up a fight. I agree with him on that. I would agree with him on that. But if you wore long sleeves, you're not going to get scratched. But you could have bruises. He says there's no reason for him to unalive his son and the twins. He loved the twins. They were like daughters. But he never asked law enforcement how they died. If he was so in love with these twins, why didn't he say, "Oh my God, how did they pass away?" And then he talks about Pint. Pint was the hairdresser. Pint told me they were found in the tub, so I just assumed they had drowned. See, I wish that would have been more of a moment of like, well, nobody, we didn't tell anybody how they died, but you knew how they had. Yeah, I wish that had been like in a moment. But remember, this is trial 2, so maybe the first trial had that. I don't know. Let's see. Put it that way. Doesn't turn it down. It would have picked. So if he said if he could turn back time, he would have picked up his son, but not the twins. Even though the twins, he viewed them as a daughter. He considered JaVonte his son, but he wasn't 100% sure because Brandi was taunting him. So he said he could have hooked up with anybody, but you would have waited until midnight to have it with Brandi. I guess it was that good with her. I don't know. Would you choose JaVonte over your marriage? Oh, he would choose JaVonte over his marriage. That's right, because if he had picked up JaVonte, he would have Malika would never have accepted another woman's kid. So he would have said, I would have chosen JaVonte over my marriage. So Sarah says, you found out JaVonte's missing and with another guy, but you didn't call law enforcement. You didn't drive over to Brandi's house to help search. You didn't do any of that. You didn't go over and say, oh my gosh, I can help you. I was just here. You didn't do any of that. He lied to everybody and he lied to God. And you want the jury to believe you now? He's like, yes, because I've learned how to right my wrongs. I don't need to escape accountability. The evidence speaks for itself. Got a little testy with this. The DNA was not on the bath bar because that guy made it up. That would be Mr. McElfish. McElfresh. Made that up. He talked about the petty theft, that it was just selling some stolen CDs. And then this whole thing about Jarvis. Why do I have to say his name? Why do I have to say the name of the cousin in Louisiana? So we found out Jarvis. They didn't really go any further with that. And then Redirect came back with, you're expressing your frustrations due to losing everything. So he was like, yeah, I lost everything. And that's why I'm expressing my frustrations. So question was, how is Henry doing under the cross? 0% said excelling. 31% said stubbing his toe. 27% said slipping off the cliff. And 40% said failing miserably. So... It's not too nice out there, but it's kind of rainy and crappy out. All right. Okay, so what do you guys think? I suppose I could put up well, I'll put up a poll later, but what do you guys think? What are some comments? Any comments? Crystal Pontac says he wants to frame Jarvis. Possibly. It's the first time we've heard. He's like, why should I say that name? Crystal says, I think I need to get a cat. Mandy Strong says, what did those women see in him? He's in a suit now, but remember what he looked like during his police interview. That is true. Brat says, I think we can assume these were not women with taste or he'd have had no chance with them. Maybe. Yeah, Mandy says, I don't understand how the first jury was hung. I have no doubt. Oh, and Widespread Panic is one of our newest mods. It actually is our newest mod, so I know you guys welcomed Widespread Panic into the chat. So unless the cartel evidence is super compelling, I think he dug his own grave. So, who is Jarvis? Jarvis is his cousin in Louisiana. Remember he talked about the cousin that he went over. He said a cousin called him. He was having some trouble. Remember he was in Alabama doing a job, and his cousin was in Louisiana. So that's Jarvis. First time we heard Jarvis's name. Trial Junkies United. A little bit of Monica and yes. Mambo 5, yes. A little bit of Erica, a little bit of Rita. Yep, a little bit of Tina. A little bit of Tanika, a little bit of Natasha. Oy. Fala says, I already yelled at myself, but surprised it didn't get me. Plus, that isn't a cursey word. Okay. Let's get back to the trial here, chat. Curviel says, I still think his two phones, then splitting and being at the scene of the crime is too much to overcome, and it was too personal and violent to be a cartel hit. Erica. Not this Erica. All right. Are we talking about the trial here, or are we talking about something else? Mandy Strong. Men that are cheating do not need to lie about owning a second phone unless that phone implicates him in a very serious crime. Well, when you tag me, I'm going to read it. And he read that out loud. And he read what out loud? What did he read out loud? Brat says, yes, the part where he fought with the judge was telling. Yeah, and then they try to explain that away as like, well, you'd be frustrated too if you were me. Widespread Panic says, how would his wife have found out what he told the police? Yeah, good point. How would he find out? How would his wife found out? I guess maybe they would go over and they would corroborate with her. Maybe. I don't know. He is super arrogant, although arrogance doesn't mean he was guilty. But I think the cell phone data, I gotta agree, I think the DNA data didn't win me over. The DNA didn't win me over because sure, his DNA was there, but if he had been over there, several times, multiple times, wouldn't his DNA be there? But they didn't do touch DNA. Oh, that's right. Okay. They didn't do touch DNA, right? All they did was blood DNA, and his DNA was in Brandi's blood. Sorry, I'm pointing. His DNA was in Brandi's blood on the bath bar. Remember, they didn't do touch DNA. Oh man, mind blown, right? Okay, Mandy, but check it out. DNA was a flop, but they didn't do touch DNA. They just did DNA on the blood that was found, and all the blood that was found was Brandi's DNA, the twins' DNA, and his DNA. Yes. Pammy. Sawiji. Yes, it was mixed in the blood, right? Holy crap. Ugh, squeegee. I know what you meant. So it wasn't a flop. No, it wasn't a flop at all, right? Isn't that how we can take this? There was no touch DNA found at all. There was no touch DNA performed. So we're like, oh, why didn't you guys do touch DNA? There should have been DNA all over the place. As we found out from Jerry Burns, there's DNA, just from me talking into this mic. There's DNA just floating around. So all the DNA they did was from, all the DNA analysis was from Brandi or whoever's blood that was, and it was basically Brandi's. So, right? So his DNA is mixed in Brandi's blood. That's pretty telling. So at first I thought, well, the DNA wasn't a big deal, but actually now it is, and it was, and then the cell phone data, for sure. Even though he said his sister was in the area, all right. Child Junkies United, they kept trying to say it belonged to his son, but the DNA told them what was different between father and son. That is correct. Wow, this is great. See, I really like talking this out with you guys. This is okay. So that helped me. I hope it helped you guys, because I think right. Is that am I interpreting it correctly? There was no touch DNA. It was just all the blood that was found, and that was Brandi's blood and the twins' blood, and then Henry's blood. All right? Am I analyzing this correctly? Okay. All right, we are going to continue on. We've got 2 more clips for day 4. They are 53 and 53. They're both 53 minutes, so we got about another 2 hours or so. So that's going to put us around 4:30ish. So we'll be done right around 5, which is going to be perfect. Oh my goodness! What? I think I have to feed a kitty after this. All right. Let me go back to here. Okay. All right, see you guys on the other side of the break. Does anybody else have anything to say before we move on? Okay. All right. See you on the other side of this break. This is 53 minutes.
Be seated.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chief.
Yes, sir, I do. Mr. Silicki, in previous testimony, he's obviously at this point is able to talk about any of his findings as it relates to the phones for Mr. Segura and the testimony of Sergeant Corbett. Last time we were here, he also testified as to phone locations for Mr. Griffin, whereas it's possible that could become relevant at some point. At this point, we have not laid any foundation as to the fact of Mr. Griffin's involvement in any way, shape, or form with this particular crime. Mr. Santos may or may not, depending on how that goes, of course, and of course we've already ruled out Mr. Griffin. So at this point, there's been no foundation for him to testify regarding Griffin's phone number or the phone contents at this particular time, and we would object to that, as well as phone records coming in from Mr. Griffin.
Are you planning to get into that, Mr. Prince?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll sustain my objection at this point in time. It's just going to cause confusion. Be talking about somebody they know nothing about at this point in time and may never know anything about it. So anyway.
Well, I guess let me clarify, because the court had previously ruled that the whole piece of testimony regarding DeMario Paramore and Haywood Griffin, the operation that was run with a confidential informant, which produced their confession, which Lieutenant Basio himself heard and testified to during the last trial. When you pair the confession that implicates both...
When I hear that testimony, that not rule, maybe allow Mr. Swicky to testify. We haven't had that testimony, so it's only going to cause confusion at this point in time.
Yes, sir. Then I would call Lieutenant Basio instead at this point, if it's all right with the court.
Okay.
Your Honor, of course, Mr. Basio, I think it's Sergeant Basio at this point, but anyway, as far as his testimony goes, there is what's been elicited is the recording allegedly said by Gregory Washington, and given those circumstances, Your Honor, at this point there's been no identification of Gregory. Last time we had Gregory Washington come forward and testify about who was on the phone, who was on the recording, what circumstances surrounding the recording, and everything along those lines before we heard it. In this particular case, we're putting in Sergeant Basio up without any of those explanations about who those parties are or anything along those lines, and the only identificational aspect they have on that is to Gregory Washington, who he has not testified at this particular time. So I would object to the order of that as well, because the foundation has not been laid for this particular piece of evidence.
I thought Lieutenant Basio was present.
He was not present. He was monitoring the audio recording, but he was not present to identify the persons that were on it.
For clarity's sake, he did conduct a custodial interview after that recording took place, and he questioned DeMario Paramore about that.
Who are you planning to call? What are you planning to call him about?
The fact that they ran an operation utilizing a confidential informant, that the informant was affixed with a wire, that the informant was sent out to talk to DeMario Paramore, that DeMario Paramore did in fact confess to himself and Mr. Griffin being involved in the murder, that Mr. Basio heard that himself and then talked to Mr. Paramore after that in a custodial setting interview, and that based on the information provided by Mr. Paramore, the Tallahassee Police Department did not follow up on evidence that may have either included or excluded Paramore and Griffin as suspects in the case.
And Your Honor, to clarify whether he's going to have Officer or Sergeant Basio testify as to the recording or play the actual recording itself, I would argue that he's not playing the recording and simply Investigator Basio describing it. That's not best evidence. Best evidence would be back to the recording.
As you recall, the recording doesn't exist.
That's right. Go ahead.
those, I mean, they're clearly statements against penal interest, but for that exception to apply, the declarant has to be unavailable. What showing do we have that Washington and Paramore are not available?
Your Honor, they weren't admitted as hearsay exceptions last time. They were admitted pursuant to Chambers. The court made a threshold finding that the statements were reliable based on the fact that Investigator Basio at the time listened to them over the wire. Chambers, again, basically stands for the proposition that when there's an out-of-court confession, if there's any corroborative evidence whatsoever, I'm summarizing obviously, it has to be admitted, and it was admitted on that basis pursuant to due process previously.
And Your Honor, last time the difference is Gregory Washington did in fact testify prior to this recording coming in, and therefore there was corroborative evidence. In this particular case, there's not.
Gregory Washington testified to out-of-court statements as well. The point is that it's not a hearsay analysis, it's a Chambers analysis, and that's the basis on which they were admitted previously.
Your Honor, is Washington available or not?
Yes.
What?
He is.
Right. Well, I don't think there's a reason to invoke Chambers unless the witness is unavailable. Things change when between whether the witness testifies or not, does not testify. So I'm not going to let Basio testify in absence of testimony from Washington. I know he's a little bit of a loose cannon, and things kind of went both ways with him last time, but if he's available as a witness, I'm not going to just let Basio get up and testify.
Your Honor, my position is, I guess I don't need to state it if the court's already ruled.
I've ruled.
So,
I mean, I'm not saying that Basio cannot testify, but I'm going to have to hear from Washington first.
yes, sir. Then I'm going to need Washington.
Okay. So it'll take at least 10 minutes, Judge, to get him on.
Anything else we need to sort out while we're doing that?
Not this time, Your Honor. I don't know. The only reason they're coming issues is because the order being called, and if they're called in a different order, then they wouldn't have been an issue, but that's kind of why the objections are happening.
Well, I'm sure Mr. Prince would rather not call Gregory Washington.
I'm sure he would
help with it, given the way it turned out last time. But anyway, so I mean, I don't criticize the order.
I'm just saying that's why I've been bringing up the issues, is because of that aspect.
Anything else we can sort out?
Not from the defense.
To be brought up.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
So you have an idea how much you're going to have, Mr. Prince?
Yes, sir. I was hoping, and I don't know, we may have to, if the court permits us to go late to do this. I was hoping to get through Santos, now Washington, Basio, Sawicki, and then some short witnesses, Dahana Scott and CeCe Timmons today.
I think we started at Santos right now, we wouldn't be done this afternoon. Given what I've heard in the past, I've never heard a short answer from him.
That's true. Maybe it would be better given the time to do Santos tomorrow, and that doesn't really mess my order up. So. But Dahana Scott has a flight, so I do intend to call her today, no matter what.
Remind me what that involves.
She was the neighbor right next to Miss Peters' house.
The barking dog?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Well, that's kind of independent of everything else.
Yes, sir.
If you want to go ahead and call her, get Washington brought up.
Yes, sir, that's fine.
I'll go get okay. Why don't you get him somewhere close, and we'll get this other witness.
You want to pick that up that you dropped?
What's that?
Can you pick that up that you dropped in the box?
I can.
Okay, are we ready for the jury again?
Hold on, I gotta get Is that your stuff or is that the jury's stuff?
I could do it. I was doing two things at one time. That's why I was trying to get you to do it for me. All rise for the jury.
But if you see the please, you would face the clerk here, raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Be sworn.
You swear affirm testimony about giving this case to be true, whole truth, and nothing but truth, so help you God.
I do.
Ms. Scott, can you please introduce yourself to the jury? Spell both your first and last name for the court reporter.
My name is Dahana Scott, Delta Alpha Hotel Alpha November Alpha Scott Sierra Cat Oscar Tango Tango.
And where were you living back in November of 2010? Where was
Tallahassee, Florida.
Where was that house located relative to Brandi Peters' house?
She was my direct neighbor to my right.
Okay. And there was a fence that separated y'all's property?
Correct.
Okay. Directing your attention to the late night hours of November 19th, 2010, you remember about what time you got home that night?
Around 11.
And when you arrived home, did you notice any vehicles in Miss Peters' driveway?
I believe there was like a white SUV parked on the side.
Okay. And at some point after you arrived home, did you let your dog outside?
We have two dogs. We had one that stayed inside with my daughter and myself, and then we had another dog that was outside, that stayed outside at all times.
Mm-hmm. At some point after you arrived, did your dogs, or one of your dogs, or both of your dogs, start barking vigorously?
Zeus, the one that stayed outside.
Okay, and what direction was he barking in?
He was pacing along the fence line towards Brandi's house.
Okay, and how long did that go on?
Quite a while.
Okay, what did he? Did you observe your dog go off in any other direction, or did he continue to focus on the fence?
No, he was by the fence.
Adjacent to Brandi's yard? Okay. How long after you got home do you think he started barking like that?
Well, I was actually on the phone with a friend of mine, and it had to be after 2 a.m. It was like in the wee hours of the morning.
Okay. You have a floodlight on the side of your house closest to Brandi, correct? Mm-hmm. At some point, did that light come on?
I don't remember. I know it came on when I went outside.
Okay. And were you able to see or hear anything going on in Brandi's yard?
No.
It was just your dog alerting?
Just the dog, yeah.
Okay. Was that abnormal for him?
It is, because Zeus was still a puppy, so he doesn't really make noise unless he hears something, or if someone triggers the light, or if another dog in the neighborhood barks, then he'll bark. But for the most part, that's why we kept him outside, because if it wasn't directly dealing between both neighbors' house where the fence line was, he relatively stayed quiet all the time.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Go ahead.
So you came home around 11 o'clock and you saw an SUV parked where?
On the side. We live at when you first come into the subdivision, there's a cul-de-sac, and then there's a road that continues for Saddle Creek Run. So most people, when you're visiting anyone, you don't pull into the driveway. You park on the side by the house.
Okay, so you're talking about the curb.
The curb.
So you're on the curb, you're talking about you saw an SUV on the curb in the vicinity of her house.
Correct. They were parked in between Brandi's house and my ex-husband and I house.
Okay. All right. Don't know where the occupant of that car was in any way, shape, or form, correct?
No.
Okay. And that was around 11 o'clock?
Correct.
And around 2 o'clock, the dog started barking?
Correct.
Okay, and you don't know what the dog was barking at?
No.
I noticed you said tango, and you were basically using the alphabet. Were you military?
No.
Okay. All right. I was just curious.
Yeah.
But it's fair to say that whenever sound carries a long way at night, right? Things get a lot louder at night, so you don't want your dog out there barking and stuff.
That is correct. It was a quiet neighborhood.
Okay. Quiet neighborhood. And you notice your dog barking when you're on the phone, right?
Correct.
You ever hear a gunshot?
No.
Did you hear 2 gunshots?
No.
10 gunshots?
No.
Didn't hear it at the time you saw the SUV? Didn't hear it at the time that Zeus was barking?
Never heard a peep other than just the dog.
Okay. All right. No further questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Scott, you testified before during direct examination that you think that maybe the SUV was parked on the street in front of Ms. Peters' house. Is that what you were saying?
Well, our house, there's not a lot of room in between the houses, per se. So the vehicle wasn't our guess. So anyone that's pulling, the vehicle wasn't our guest. So if someone was parking where the vehicle was parked, it would have been for Ms. Peters, because majority of the vehicle was in catty corner to her house.
That's fine. We're overruled. I'll let you cross.
So just to clarify, you're saying today that the vehicle was in the road as opposed to in?
No, it wasn't in the road. It was on the curb by her house.
Okay.
So if I can demonstrate, let's say this notch here is Brandi's house. My finger is my house. The vehicle was parked on the curb in front of Brandi's house.
Do you recall during earlier proceedings being asked the question, when you got home, did you notice any vehicles in Ms. Peters' driveway? And responding, off my recollection, there was like a white SUV in the driveway. Is that right?
Probably so. I mean, I'm medicated, I'm sorry, and two, it's been a couple of years. It's been a long time, but I do remember there was still a white SUV there.
Would you say that your memory of the facts pertaining to that night was better further back in time than it is today?
Correct.
So we should defer to what you said earlier.
Originally, correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
I'll let you cross on the location.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, there we go.
All right, this is our road we're talking about?
That is correct.
Okay. And the house, where's your house at? Right here.
Oh.
You got a little button right there at the top.
Oh, thank you. Correctly, I want to say this is our house. Wait, no, because I planned it. One of these two.
Wait till you get your thoughts straight before you start talking, because this lady's trying to take down what you say. So you just be quiet till there's a question. Okay. Right. So the question is, which is your house? Is that your house? Or are you certain? Which one is your house?
This one here.
Okay.
I'm looking for the tree that I planted, but I don't know how updated or how old this diagram is. When we bought the house, I planted a tree here, which I don't see. So I don't know if this is when the subdivision was originally built or if this is a more updated picture.
And you're saying, okay, hypothetically, this is your house.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the SUV?
It would have been here. Sorry.
On the street?
Well, it would have been, well, no, it wasn't in the driveway. It was here.
Okay.
It wasn't pulled up to the garage. It was like here.
Sorry. You don't have any idea what that car was involved with in any way, shape, or form, correct?
No.
Oh. Again, didn't hear any gunshots going off.
No.
No. Houses are all close together here.
Mm-hmm.
There's a party. People are going to park. If you had multiple people there, 3 or 4 people cars, that they're going to park obviously in your neighbors, adjacent to your neighbor's house, right?
Well, beautifully at that time, a lot of the neighbors in our subdevelopment were not college students. My ex-husband at the time was a sergeant for the Department of Juvenile Justice, and the neighbor directly across from us was also juvenile justice. Our neighbor to the left worked. It wasn't that type of neighborhood.
By party, I don't mean necessarily like a...
Or get together. Sorry. Get together, no. At that time, we pretty much, whenever we had any type of get-togethers, we would communicate with each other because we would ask, our neighbors if it was okay, if we could use their driveway or use their curb for any additional parking from visitors coming.
All right, but nobody contacted that, but you weren't home, correct?
Correct.
All right, so you really don't know where that car was associated with. You know it was by your house, but again, didn't hear any gunshots associated with it?
No.
Okay.
Right. No gunshots. I'm very familiar with what a gunshot sounds like.
You are familiar with it?
I am. My ex-husband and I used to go to the gun range all the time.
Okay.
So.
Well, then let's ask this. Get home at 11 o'clock. Hear any gunshots?
No.
Hear any gunshots until 2 o'clock in the morning when you're on the phone with your neighbor?
No.
Or with your friend?
My ex-husband came home around 4 o'clock that morning, and I was up until about 4:30 because I even told him about the dog barking. And I made the joke. I said more than likely one of the neighbors, are going to call or called to complain about the dogs barking. But no gunshot.
No gunshots. Familiar with gunshots? Never heard of them.
Mr. Fuchs, I didn't open it up for you to totally recross. That was a limit.
Yes, Your Honor.
So,
No further questions.
anything further, Mr. Prince? No, Your Honor. All right. Do we need to keep her any further?
No, sir.
All right. You're excused?
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I should ask any juror have a question of this witness. I'm sorry. I forget sometimes. All right. Go ahead. You can help Ms. Scott down. We want Washington next.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Come on in, sir. No, bring him in. Raise your right hand and be sworn, please, sir.
You swear affirm testimony about the giving this case to be truth, whole truth, and nothing but truth, help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, have a seat, please, sir. Slide on up a little bit further, if you would, please, sir.
Mr. Washington, can you please spell both your first and last name?
I'm not testifying.
State your name, please, sir.
Gregory Washington, but I'm not testifying.
Ask him a question.
Mr. Washington, back in 2010, at some point, did you have a criminal offense pending?
I'm not testifying.
All right, let the jury step out. Mr. Washington, you've already given this testimony once before, so what's the issue today?
You got me on live TV.
Well, you were on live TV last.
I know. I'm not testifying.
Well, you've already given this testimony once.
I'm not testifying.
All right. All right.
I asked to speak. I spoke with Mr. Prince concerning this issue. I wrote him and I contacted his office and I explained to him my situation. I asked him to speak with me. I talked with people in his office. They know why I'm not testifying, but he still got me up here like this. Like I told him the first time, and I talked to him, and I talked to him again. He's known my situation. I told him I'm not testifying for a certain reason. Mr. Prince is aware of that, sir. It's not the point of that me refusing. I explained to him why. He should have addressed the court about this issue. But it's obvious that he did not address the court about this issue. So I don't know if he's doing it out of vindictive or whatever it is, but I wrote him and I talked with several people in his office. As a matter of fact, I talked to a lady right there, sitting right there, and I explained to her.
That's enough. That's why. How do you wish to proceed, Mr. Prince?
My position is that his former testimony could be admitted if it's essential. If the court is not going to require us to produce the former testimony, I would suggest that an acceptable alternative would just be to have the testimony come from Sergeant Vasio instead.
Mr. Pugh? Your Honor, my position is Mr. Washington's testimony has been previously available. It is available for both readback. It's also available for recording where they can actually see Mr. Washington. It has been subject to cross-examination and would request, as far as his testimony goes, that would be the one that is replayed. If he's refusing to testify at this particular time, his prior testimony is certainly available and can be either read into the record or it can be shown via video to the jury.
So nobody wants me to compel Mr. Washington?
That would be my preference, Your Honor, because there are things that Mr. Washington went into last time that I don't want to go into this time. Obviously, if the state has testimony they wish to elicit from him that's outside the scope of my direct, they can call back and do that. But I would prefer that he testify live about his knowledge of the out-of-court confession and how he got documented as a CI and what was said while he was doing the CI operation.
So why are you refusing to testify, Mr. Washington?
Mr. Prince, no, I wrote him, I talked to him.
Mr. Prince, I asked you.
It deals with what was said last time and labeled me as a CI and all this other stuff, the trial and tribulation my family done went through and going through, and my name being put all in the newspaper and all on the news. It put a real bearing on my family members. And I explained to him my situation. He knows that if he had any concern about this situation, the client wanted me to testify. I asked him not to be testifying in front of the camera. But he chose not to do that.
Well, we don't have the option of closing the courtroom. That's not an option, Mr. Washington. I'm not inclined to compel him. I think this is going to cause more confusion than it's going to help. You can use his prior testimony. I think there needs to be a predicate. So probably hadn't considered how you were going to do that at this point in time. Do you have
everything? Mr. Fuchs and I...
You can take him out.
Mr. Fuchs and I have stipulated regarding Ms. Hawkins, another witness who's going to be unavailable, that we would pull her video from YouTube and then have the jurors follow along with the transcript. I'm not ready to do that right now, but that would be my proposal for dealing with Mr. Washington. I'll just change the order. If there's some time frame issue witnesses that I can run through here instead of getting into Mr. Washington.
Okay. Who do you want to call?
Who do I want to call next time? Call Darius Mount. We'll call Darius Mount next.
Yeah. Come on up here. All right, let's have jury in, please. Jury. We still need one of them. Hold on, let's see.
Yes, sir.
Give it a picture. I don't know. No, I don't.
All rise for the jury.
All right, if you face the clerk and be sworn, please.
Yes, ma'am.
You swear affirm testimony about to give in this case, the truth, whole truth, and nothing but truth, self you got.
So, yes.
All right, have a seat. Slide that microphone, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't see a microphone.
What's that?
I don't see a microphone.
It's up there. If you just slide to the railing, it'll be there.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. May I proceed, Mr. Brandi?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Mount, can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell both your first and last name?
Yes, my name is Darius Mount. First name is Darius Mount, Mount.
And back in November of 2010, were you living over in the area of Saddle Creek Road?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And how was your house positioned to Brandi Peters' house?
I'm probably, I'd say about 3 or 4 houses down. 3 or 4 houses down, and then I guess the street that I'm on runs perpendicular to the street that she's on, as far as I can, as far as how I'm explaining it, I guess.
Okay, so there's kind of a T, her road meets your road.
Right.
You live right there.
Right.
Okay. About how far would you say your house was from hers?
I'd say maybe about a football field length.
Okay. At some point that evening, did you all hear a dog barking in a really vigorous manner?
Absolutely. It was definitely out of the ordinary.
And that's what I was going to ask you next. To your recollection, had you ever noticed the dog in your neighborhood barking quite that vigorously before?
No. Around that time, I was a manager employed at Golden Corral, so I would come home around that time of night all the time. So, getting out of my car, and going into the house, it was always pretty quiet. What I was hearing that night was out of the ordinary.
Okay. How long I guess let me ask you this first. What time do you think you got home at?
It's been a while. I was at 2010. Honestly, I want to be honest.
Don't remember?
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's been...
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you your prior testimony?
That would help.
Just read it to yourself.
It would have been between just about 1:15.
Okay.
That sounds about right.
And was that roughly the time you would normally get home during that time frame?
Right around 1 a.m.
Okay. Was your wife already home when you got home?
She was.
Okay. And what did you all do about the barking dog?
I mean, if I remember correctly, I brought it to her attention, and then at some point we called the police.
So it was out of the ordinary enough that it made you think that summoning law enforcement was necessary.
Yeah, just to see what was going on. I mean, it was loud, so and it was different.
I'm sorry,
not what I'm used to.
That's what I was going to ask. That had never happened before. The dog had never been going crazy to the point where you guys were worried and called the police, right?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Rob. Mr. Mount, fair to say you have no idea what the dog was barking at?
No.
Whenever you would agree with me that sound travels a lot more at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning than it does at 5, 6 o'clock in the evening, correct?
Right, I would agree.
Okay. Whenever you were drawing the attention to the dog, did you pull in your garage, or how did you get into your house?
I go through the front door. I don't pull into my garage.
When you got out of your car, you could hear the dog barking at that point?
I did.
Okay. When you walked in your house, could you hear the dog barking?
I could.
Did you go back outside and listen to the dog barking?
I believe so with my wife. If I remember, I think we kind of talked about if it was too much of an extreme to call the cops or whatever. But I think after I talked to her, if I remember correctly, because it's been so long, we were like, it's a little weird. Let's call the cops.
You go outside to see if maybe you could hear anything else going on, give an explanation as to why the dog was barking.
No, I think at that point I don't have no S on my chest, so I'm taking it on in.
Fair enough. Did you, when you got out of your car and walked in the door and heard the dog barking, did you hear any gunshots?
No.
Did you hear one gunshot?
No, sir.
You hear 2 gunshots?
No.
You hear 10 gunshots?
No.
When you walked outside and you heard the dog with your wife, did you hear 1 gunshot?
No.
2 gunshots?
No.
10 gunshots?
No.
When you're inside the home, you could hear the dog barking. You agree with me, gunshots are a little bit louder than a dog barking.
We can touch and agree on that.
I'm sorry?
I said we can touch and agree. Let's say out a silencer or something. I don't know.
Okay. Unless there's a suppressor, right? You would agree then that when you're inside your house, you could hear a dog barking. You didn't hear 1 gunshot?
No.
Didn't hear 2 gunshots?
No, sir.
Didn't hear 10 gunshots?
Absolutely not.
All right, no further questions.
Redirect. Nothing further here. Any jury have questions this witness? If not, you can step down. We need to keep him further.
No, Your Honor, he can be excused. Nothing to take, Your Honor.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You have another witness available, Brent?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. This time the defendant will call Marquis Davis.
You would face the clerk on each one petition.
You swear affirm testimony about giving this case will be true, the whole truth, and nothing but truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
You'd have a seat out of the rail, please, sir. May I proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Davis, can you please state and spell both your first and last name for the court reporter?
Marquis Davis, Marquis Davis.
And where were you living back in November of 2010? Where was that relative to Brandi Peters' house?
Not directly across the street, like parallel across from.
Right straight across the street. Who did you live there with?
My son's mom, CeCe Timmons.
And she goes by CeCe, is that right?
Yes.
CeCe was like Brandi's best friend at the time, correct?
Yeah, they hung out every day.
Okay. And it would be common for you to make all of the kids, well, let me clarify that. So the twins, JaVonte, they would come over to y'all's house and play with your kids regularly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would it be a common occurrence for you to make all of the kids dinner?
Pretty much I could pretty much every day.
Okay. I'd like to direct your attention to the evening of November 19th, 2010. Were you cooking that night?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall what you were making?
Oxtails, rice. I'm not sure the whole meal, but I know I cooked oxtails that day.
Okay. And at some point, did JaVonte, Tamiyah, and Taniyah come over and eat at your house?
Yes, sir.
You recall about what time that was?
Around 6:37.
Okay. And how long did they stay there and eat for?
Maybe 30 minutes.
I'm sorry?
Maybe 30, 45 minutes, 30 minutes.
Okay, so they started eating at 6:37, took about half an hour, so they would have finished up around 7:30?
Yeah.
Okay. What about Brandi? Did you send in any food over for Brandi to eat?
Yes, sir.
What time do you think that was at?
When the kids finished up eating.
About 7:30? Okay. Did you send that plate of food over with one of the twins, or did you take it over there yourself?
I sent it with the kids.
Okay. At some point, did you make a plate of food and drive it up north to the north side of town where your dad lived?
Yes, sir.
And what time did you get back?
In between 8:30, like 8:30, before 9 o'clock.
Okay. And when you returned, did you see a vehicle in Brandi Peters' driveway?
Yes, sir.
What kind of vehicle was it?
A black or dark blue Suburban.
Okay. Now, have you ever met Mr. Segura?
No.
You knew who he was, though?
I mean, I know him. I grew up in Tallahassee. I mean,
Okay. Were you familiar with his green truck?
Yes, I've seen his truck before.
You and Mr. Segura, did you know each other at all?
No, sir.
Do you know each other at all now?
I mean, yeah.
How's that?
I mean, I know him from this case, and I seen him coming back and forth from Brandi house.
So you were familiar with who he was back then?
Yeah, I knew, and I know who he was. Yeah.
Okay, but you guys weren't like friends or anything, correct?
No, sir.
All right. What about your relationship with Brandi? Were you friends with Brandi too?
I knew her before she moved over there, because I had a cousin that used to date her when her twins were younger. She didn't even have JaVonte then.
All right, and how about your relationship with the kids? You've indicated you would make them dinner occasionally.
I mean, yeah, they played with my son. They were the same age. Well, JaVonte was the same age as my son.
Okay, so kind of a community caretaker. You would take care of her kids, and she'd do the same sometimes.
Pretty much.
Okay. As far as Mr. Segura goes, you didn't have any relationship with him whatsoever.
No, sir.
Okay, but you were familiar with his truck.
Yes, sir.
And the vehicle that you're referring to that you saw in her driveway at 8:30 or so, the dark-colored SUV, that was not Mr. Segura's truck, correct?
No, I had never seen it before.
You'd never seen that vehicle before?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Davis, you said something about the food. You cook food for the kids?
Yes, sir.
Did you do so on that night?
Did I what?
Cook food for them that night?
Yes, I mean I cooked for my family, but they were there, so
But what time was it that the kids came over?
Like I said, 6:30, 7 o'clock.
Isn't it true, Mr. Davis, that the first time that you told anybody this was actually back in 2017? You never told law enforcement any of this the night or the day they were out there investigating stuff?
No, I didn't.
Okay. You never walked up to them and said, hey, by the way, I saw them that night that they supposedly were murdered?
No.
Got law enforcement all over the place asking questions of your son, asking questions of CeCe. You didn't say anything, did you?
No, but at the time when that happened, I was working a lot, and I wasn't home like that.
You wasn't home that way, like that?
I went home like that. I worked a lot. I was working at Sonny's. I was a manager at Sonny's Barbecue. I worked a lot.
Didn't tell law enforcement, hey, by the way, I saw a car in the driveway at 8 o'clock that evening that could have been involved in this homicide of a woman and 3 kids that was friends with your wife and her and your son.
I didn't know it was relevant at the time.
Didn't know it was relevant that a car was sitting in the driveway, supposedly, at a homicide scene the night of the homicide.
I didn't know it was relevant at the time.
Mr. Davis, Artron Timmons is your son you're talking about, correct?
Stepson.
Okay. Now, Mr. Timmons has come in here and told us that. So you didn't give every statement to law enforcement on that particular day, correct?
No, I didn't.
What you're testifying to has to do with stuff that now you're. But the bottom line is, law enforcement's all over there investigating murder of a woman, her 3 kids, friends with your wife, friends with your son. You've seen them at your house before. You cooked dinner for them, and you didn't feel the need to tell anybody any of this information back then, correct?
I mean, I thought that, everybody knew that they was at my house. It wasn't for me to tell that they was at my house. I thought everybody knew that they was already at the house.
But you're the only one who saw the car.
I believe so.
The supposed car? Didn't tell anybody about that, did you?
Like I said, that part I didn't know was relevant at the time.
No further questions.
Mr. Timmons, I'm sorry, Mr. Davis, did you have any knowledge that there was an issue with time of death following the murders?
No, sir, I never knew.
Okay. And you weren't home when law enforcement was canvassing the neighborhood looking for witnesses on the 20th?
No.
Okay. Was there any reason, or is there any reason why you didn't come forward, in the weeks or months following the murder and volunteer to law enforcement the information you had beyond that you didn't know it was relevant?
I didn't know it was relevant. That's the only reason.
Okay.
I found out about my seeing the SUV that was relevant when the investigators came in and talked to me.
When the defense investigators found you? That was the first time anybody had questioned you about this case,
sir.
correct? Thank you. No further questions.
Any jury or question of this witness? All right. You can step down. Ready to keep it any further?
No, we can be released.
No. You're excused. Go your next witness.
This time the defense will call Assistant Lieutenant.
Call who?
CeCe Timmons. Approach, just make sure we're on the same page about an exhibit.
Testimony about to give in this case will be truth, whole truth, and nothing but truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell both your first and last name for the court reporter?
My name's CeCe Timmons, CIESLY Timmons.
And who was Brandi Peters to you back in November 2010?
She was my neighbor and my friend.
How long had y'all been friends for?
Oh, just a couple of months, like 6 months.
In that amount of time, had y'all gotten pretty close?
Yeah, it was cool.
You'd be together during the day a lot of times?
When we dropped the kids off, for the most part, yeah.
And you would help each other taking care of each other's kids?
I mean, we both wasn't working. We would drop our kids off the daycare and come back. But, I mean, in the evening times, the kids would play together, but not babysitting.
And were you with Brandi at various points during the day on, was it Thursday or Friday that you were with her?
I think it was Thursday.
Okay, Thursday. You were with Brandi throughout the day on Thursday then?
I believe so.
Okay. At some point that day, and I don't want you to go into content, but at some point that day, did Brandi Peters come over to your house with a letter that she had received that day? May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Let the record to reflect, I'm going to show the witness, but it will be marked for identification as Defense 16. Can you tell me whether you recognize this envelope? You can pick it up and look at it.
Yeah.
Do you recognize that?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's the envelope that the letter came in that she brought to my house.
Brandi had that with her?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it a true and accurate depiction of the envelope that she showed you that day?
Yes.
Here, at this time, I would move to admit what's been pre-marked as Defense 16 into evidence as Defense 16.
Any further objection?
Nothing further, Your Honor, than what's already been stated.
To be admitted.
Ms. Timmons, when Ms. Peters came over, and I don't want you to tell us what your conclusions were about her attitude or mood, but can you describe physically what you saw Brandi acting like?
She was scared.
Again, I don't want your conclusion about it. I'd like to ask you about what you observed. How did you observe Brandi acting?
Nervous.
Why do you say that?
I mean, she clearly was nervous because of the letter.
And who was that letter from?
Carlos Santos.
Did you have a chance yourself to look at the letter and see what was written on the outside of it?
Yeah.
Did Brandi indicate what, if any, portion of the outside of the envelope had concerned her?
Not that I recall.
Okay. It was just the letter itself, or the envelope itself that you said was making her act nervous?
Yeah.
Okay. And you read it too, read the envelope too as well, correct?
Yes.
All right. How did you feel when you read the letter.
Right.
Not the letter, I'm sorry.
Sustained, that's relevant.
Well, let me ask you this. During prior proceedings, you were subpoenaed by the state and a material witness warrant had to be secured in order to force you to appear, correct?
Yeah.
Why was that?
Because I was scared.
And to be clear, you weren't scared at all of Mr. Segura? Anybody?
Didn't know anything about him.
So,
No.
no is the answer to that
No.
question, right? You weren't scared of Mr. Segura or
No.
anyone connected to Mr. Segura?
No.
Okay. That day, on the 19th, did you see the kids at all that day? The twins and JaVonte?
Not on the 19th. It had to be the 18th.
Okay. And when they came over and ate oxtail stew at your house that night, you weren't out there with them,
No,
right?
I
You
was,
were in the back bedroom?
Yes.
So you can't offer any testimony about that?
No.
Okay. No further questions for the witness at this time.
Well, Ms. Timmons talking about the kids. They had come over and eaten, and you actually texted Brandi and asked her whether she wanted any of that oxtail soup, correct?
I texted Brandi and asked her if she wanted something to eat, but I can't tell you what she. I didn't state in details what it was to eat, so I can't actually tell you if it was the oxtail soup or not.
Okay. And that was actually before 7 o'clock, right?
It was when I reread it. It was 6:53.
Okay. All right. No further questions. Hold on one second. She told you that she didn't want any food, right?
Yeah, she did say she didn't want any food in the text.
You didn't see her or the kids?
No, I didn't see her. The text said no, she was good.
They were already back. They were at their house, correct?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. No further questions this time.
Redirect? No redirect. All right, and you're up. Question of this witness. All right, you can step in. Do we need to keep her any further?
No, this time she's going to ask her to retain it this moment in time.
Okay. Do you want to have her on call? Or
Yeah, she's going to
stay
call.
here?
Stay here.
Do you have a number for
We
me?
do.
All right, be on call. Oh, your next witness.
Your Honor, can I ask for a brief break, please?
All right.
Thank you.
We've kind of been in and out. Y'all been in and out. It gets a little confusing sometimes. We'll take 10 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Either side need anything?
No.
All right.
All right, Super Bowl is going to help me recap what we just saw. We have one more clip to watch after this, but boy, that was quick. That was fast. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Yeah, we had five witnesses just then. So it started off with them talking about Mr. Paramore and Mr. Griffin, who we did not see in that little clip there. They were talking about previous trials and their statements of out-of-court confession. So those two may have been the triggermen of what the defense is trying to say. But the judge said, was it Basic? Basic was a loose cannon last trial. Somebody was a loose cannon last trial. You never know what you're going to get from him. So the judge has been through this before. And then with Santos, he says, because he asked him, how long do you think this will take? He's like, well, I can get Santos testimony in now. And he's like, well, that's not going to be short because he never heard a short answer from Santos. Thought that was kind of funny. What is that? Trying to figure out what that thing is on my screen. Interesting. It's not Super Bowl. All right. So first up was Dahana Scott, and she's a direct neighbor to Brandi. She said she got home around 11. Oh yeah, she had the great hair, right? So she got home around 11 p.m. and she saw a white SUV parked, not in the driveway at first, but she said on the curb. But then she changed that to it was kind of just in the driveway, but not pulled up. She said she had two dogs, and Zeus, who was a puppy, was pacing along the fence line adjacent to Brandi, and then Zeus started to bark crazily, I guess, around 2 a.m., right? She said she went outside and didn't see anything. Zeus was a puppy and needed something to react to. So my experience with puppies is they drop when a leaf falls, 20 miles away, but she knows her puppy, so I'm not going to debate that. But she says Zeus usually would stay quiet unless something triggered him. And then Cross asked if she was military, because, we were like, when she spelled her name, she was like, whatever, David, Alpha, Henry, Alpha. She started to go through, she said it like military. She spelled her name militarily, which I thought was interesting, but she's not military. But she said she didn't hear any gunshots. She just heard the dog barking. That was on the cross of the state. And then the redirect, which was the defense. Don't forget, this is the defense talking. The vehicle was for Brandi. She thought it was on the curb. Oh, yeah, because it wasn't on her side of the house. So the way it was, and they showed her house. They showed a Google map. She said the vehicle was for Brandi. And then she says, I've been medicated. It's been a few years, 2 years since she last testified. And then Cross shows a Google map of the houses. And she says it wasn't that type of neighborhood. So it wasn't, because I guess FSU is nearby, which is Florida State University. She said it wasn't loud with college students. She was talking about, I think her husband, her ex, was in law enforcement or correctional. I think she said 2 other neighbors were juvenile correctional, so there must be some sort of, they must live nearby. So so the neighborhood seems to have, fair amount of correctional officers there. She says she's very familiar with what gunshots sound like because she went to the range often with her ex-husband. And she said her ex-husband came home around 4 a.m. and they were up until about 4:30, but they did not hear any gunshots. So let's see, next up. Then next up was Gregory Washington was interesting. So he comes in, clearly he was, sorry, I got cat fur on me. Oh, and she's ripping holes in my sweater, awesome. Thank you, Super Bowl. Gregory Washington clearly was a prisoner. He comes in, he's like, not testifying. He's like, raise your right hand, not testifying. Raise your right hand and tell your name, not testifying. So the jury is excused. So he already had gave testimony once before. He said, I'm not going to testify because you have me on live TV. And the judge said, well, you already gave testimony before and you were already on TV. We already had cameras. He's like, he's not testifying. He spoke to Mr. Prince and he explained why he's not testifying. And then Mr. Prince still has me up here like this. He knows my situation. And then they said, well, look, the testimony is available. It's previously available, so we'll just watch that. State was okay with him not testifying. We can just read in his testimony if need be. The judge asked, does anyone want to compel me? And the defense says yes. Then the judge asked again, why are you refusing? And he said, well, Mr. Prince knows why. And then finally he says he deals with the deal that he took as a CI, which is an informant. He knows the trials and tribulations his family is going through now. So clearly he's like a snitch, I guess, and who knows what his family is going through. His name was put out in the news, and he doesn't want to testify in front of the cameras. So let me know if you can still hear me because I'm talking through Pants here. Super Bowl, we call her Pants. Hi. Let me know if you can still hear me. So next up was Darius Mount, who is also a neighbor to Brandi. He lives about 3 or 4 houses down and about a football field length away. He said he heard the dog barking. He's a manager at Golden Corral, and he got home around 1:15 at night. Oh, excuse me. Oh my gosh. That came out of nowhere. He says that night it was out of the ordinary because he gets home. Yeah, he says he normally gets home at 1:15 and it's quiet. And I would agree. Usually you're coming home at 1:15 and it's going to be quiet. So he said the dog was barking so loud that he got his wife. His wife was there and he pulled her out. And he said, yeah, it was so loud we should call 911. And then a little furry sounding, yes. Oh, dude. All right, leave my sweater. Stop. You're ruining my sweater. Stop, 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 stop. Just stop. Okay? Stop. Okay. You have a seat. So under cross, he said the sound carries, different times. He agreed to that. They talked about whether to call 911, and they both thought it was weird enough so that they did call it. And he said, I don't have an S on my chest, so I took it inside. And he did not hear gunshots. Didn't hear one gunshot. Nope. Didn't hear two gunshots. Nope. Didn't hear three gunshots. So he's like, no, not unless there was a silencer on it. So, all right. Let me get through my recap, and then I'll pull up some questions and comments. So then Marquise Davis was up next. He is a neighbor with CeCe Timmons, and CeCe Timmons, they are parallel. He said he made dinner for the kids. He made oxtails and rice. The kids came over on 6:30 or 7 for about 30 minutes. He sent food back for Brandi to eat it, and the kids took it back. Then he took a plate over to his dad, and he got back around 9 for that. He said at that point he saw a black or dark blue Suburban in the driveway of Brandi's. He said he had never met Henry, but he was familiar with his green truck. Wonder how dark a green that truck is, because he said dark blue, dark green could be the same thing. Saw Henry going in, but he had seen Henry going to Brandi's house, but he just wasn't, and he knew Henry from the case. He knew Brandi from a friend that they had dated from another time. JaVonte was the same age as his son, but he didn't have a relationship with Henry, but he knew his truck. He never saw that vehicle in the truck before. I'm sorry, never saw that vehicle in the driveway before. And then Cross came out, and so this is interesting. So it came out that Arton Timmons, who was is his stepson, he was the first witness for the state. Remember, Arton was like 14 years old, I think he said, and he testified for the state. He was the first witness we ever saw in this case. So that is Marquise's stepson, CeCe Timmons' son. So so then the Cross was like, well, first time you said anything of this was in the first trial in 2017. Why didn't you say anything to law enforcement that next day? Why didn't you say anything? He says he didn't say anything because he was working a lot. He wasn't home. He didn't know that the vehicle would be relevant. And the state was like, here, this woman and her 3 kids who came over, you knew Brandi from a previous relationship with a friend of yours. Her kids came over and played with your kids. You didn't think it was valid or necessary, relevant to go over and tell law enforcement, hey, these kids came over, but he says no. So law enforcement is all over investigating, and he didn't say anything. So the next up was the last witness for this segment was CeCe Timmons. So she was with Brandi on Thursday. She said Brandi came over with a letter that she received that day, and that envelope, they showed the envelope, and that was admitted into evidence. She said Brandi was acting very nervous and she was scared. And we found out later that letter was from Carlos Santos. Forced to appear at previous proceeding because she was scared. So the last time she testified, she was forced to testify. And then Cross said she texted Brandi to see if she wanted something to eat. So not much there on Cross, but that's pretty. So Brandi was messing with a known drug dealer, cartel, possibly. All right. Let's pull up Brandi, Brad. Let's see, what did Brad say? Okay, there's a suggestion by Mandy that the dog barking could have been from the smell of what had happened. Yeah, Brandi, that's true. Widespread Panic says, what kind of vehicle? He said it was all tricked out, and let me see. It was a green truck. I think it was a F150. I think it was a Ford F-150. Pretty sure. Yeah, I'm almost positive he said it was a what's it called? Ford F-150. Pretty sure that's what it was. His mom, Brandi's mom had a white, let's see. Okay, so Dahana said there was a white SUV parked, black SUV. Okay, I think Brandi's mom had a white SUV. Yeah, Brandi's mom drove a white Yukon, and then Dahana just said, Dahana, the one with the cool hair, she said she saw a white SUV parked in when she heard the dog barking. Take that for what it is. I don't know what color. He may have said widespread. He may have said, but he said it was all tricked out, but it was green. Yeah, it was dark, so it could have been green. It was definitely green. So Julie's suggestion first, I thought about it and totally agreed. Julie's spot on. All that blood on the front door. That is true. There was blood on the front door. There was blood on the patio. There was blood on the side of the door, the garage, if you will. Julie says, what vehicle did Brandi use that belonged to her mom? Okay, so sister said she had a Monte Carlo that she loved, but it didn't run, but she had another car. Let me think. Let me see what her sister testified. What was her name? Monica. So Monica, her testimony, she talked about the cars. Burgundy Chrysler Concorde. Okay, so she had a Grand Prix that needed an engine. She didn't say what color it was, but she had a Burgundy Chrysler Concorde owned by her mom. So she had a Burgundy Chrysler Concorde, but it didn't always run. Yes, Fala, his wife had a white SUV, but was she in a different state? No, she was. No, they lived like 8 miles away. Brandi's mom had a white SUV. Oh, no, wait, I'm sorry, wife. Okay, hold on a sec. Brandi's mom had the white SUV. Follow what? Now I'm getting confused. Did his wife have an SUV? I don't think she did. Didn't, I don't think she did. I don't think we've heard anything about wife driving. Oh my God, it was a wife. No, it was Brandi's mom. Brandi's mom had the white SUV. Pammy says, that's what I'm thinking, that maybe the defendant came back over with his white wife's car to check things out again. Possibly, definitely possibly. I don't think his wife had a car. I don't think so. Keeping up with it. Thank you, Mandy. I'm trying. Okay, let's see. Fala says, I thought in his police interview he said his wife had a white SUV thingy. Sure, one of those white SUV thingies. Did wife have a car? I don't remember the wife having a car. I wish I could just Google that. Let's see. So Malika is her name. Yeah, I don't see anything about Malika having a car. So I don't think so. Brandi's mom definitely had a white SUV. They had 3 cars. One was stolen. Who had 3 cars? Brandi? Oh, Henry. Henry. They had. What was the stolen one? He just talked about that. I want to say a Monte Carlo, but maybe it was a Monte Carlo. Yeah. Oh, the Monte Carlo was white. The Monte Carlo was white. Ah, that was stolen. The Monte Carlo was stolen, and that was white. And Hannah says there was a white SUV. Oh, do you think she got it screwed up? Monte Carlo's not really SUV. That's pretty far away from each other, but so the Monte Carlo was stolen and it was white. And then at 11, so that means if he had gone back, then he would have not had. Then his cell phone definitely would have pinged. So he would have not. He would have left both of his phones at his house. Huh. Interesting. So he did have a stolen Monte Carlo, and a white SUV was parked in her driveway around 11. Interesting. Right? Could look like Curville says it could look like one from a second floor window at night in the distance. So Dahana says, hold on a sec. She got home. She wasn't in, no, she got home. I thought she said she saw it from her driveway. I don't think she was upstairs yet. I think she saw it. Yeah, she went inside and didn't see anything. Oh, that was when the dog was barking. I think she got home, she got out of her car, truck, whatever, and she saw the white SUV parked. But you have a picture of it, of the Monte Carlo. Brad says, I can't believe he'd have left his second phone home, since then he couldn't call any of his girlfriends while he was out. That is true. Yes, the stolen one was white, the Monte Carlo, that is correct. Only fan. That is absolutely correct. Mandy Strong says, it's a good theory, but I think Julie got it right. The dog smelled the 6-year-old blood. They knew something was wrong. Dogs are smart. That is true. That is true. Yeah, Julie, to make sure nothing of importance was left behind. I wish they had talked about those footprints around Mandy, because they said there were 5 footprints around her. I wish they had... they talked about it, but then the actual evidence came in, and they were the crime scene specialists were like, well, we weren't quite sure. We think it was a footprint. I wish they could have explored that a little bit better. Like, this was a man's footprint, this was a female's footprint, but they didn't really go anywhere with that. Maybe in rebuttal. Maybe in rebuttal they'll come back. All right, we have one more segment to go. 53 minutes and 53 seconds. So we will get to that. And Curville, if you find that photo or whatever, yeah, go ahead and email us, and then email me and then tag me in here so I know it came in. Mandy says there was a lot of blood not that far from where the dogs would have been. Yeah, I agree. All right, let's continue on with the last segment for today. Okay, we'll see you guys on the other side. Curville, email me that. Email me the photo, and then just tag me so I know you sent it. Okay, see you guys on the other side.
Court is back in session.
Somebody said something?
Yes, Your Honor.
Be seated.
I'm going to ask that you do a brief proffer on Mr. Sergeant Bossia's testimony regarding this tape, because of what it is a 37-long audio where there's one line that can be heard. That's the one that you will testify to. I understand that, but there's nothing audible on there that puts it in any kind of context in any way, shape, or form. Absent the testimony and prior foundation being made by Gregory Washington, which we don't have, which we had last time. But because of this, such a brief, again, there's one line that's being heard out of this entire context that takes it out of context, and I believe at this point it's probative outweighs.
Let's have a jury. We don't need a proffer. Hit the box to order.
Yes.
All right, y'all ready? All rise for the jury.
Please, let the witness, if you would face the clerk, and be sworn, please.
You swear affirm testimony about giving this case to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, have a seat. Slide up to the railing, please. May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Bossi, can you spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
My name is Vincent, V as in Victor, I-N-C-E-N-T, last name Bosio, B as in boy, O-C-C-I-O.
And you're employed by Tallahassee Police Department, right?
That's correct.
What were you doing for TPD back in 2010?
I was assigned to the homicide unit.
Okay, and now you're a sergeant, correct?
Lieutenant.
A lieutenant. See, I was right. So you're a lieutenant now, so you oversee divisions within TPD. You don't do the investigation yourself now.
That's correct. I'm a patrol watch commander at nighttime.
Okay. Back in 2010, what role did you play in this case?
I was a support investigator. Again, I was assigned to the homicide unit. The primary investigator gets assigned the case, and then we are tasked with many jobs, and we help out with interviews, collecting evidence, and everything like that.
Okay. So Mark Lewis was the lead investigator, right?
That's correct.
And so you and other homicide investigators were providing support, correct?
Yes.
All right. At some point, did you decide to investigate a potential target named Demario Paramore and also Haywood Griffin?
That's correct.
And what investigative steps did you take to that end?
We gathered information that...
Don't go into what you gathered, please.
Okay. The two individuals were a target of our investigation for having participated in the homicide, and we conducted a search warrant on their residence, and ultimately were able to interview them.
Okay. And in order to facilitate collection of evidence, did you at some point document a confidential informant?
I did.
Okay. And affixed the confidential informant with a wire?
Yes.
And sent him out into the community under your supervision to talk to Demario Paramore, right?
That's correct.
And so when he had these interaction with Demario Paramore, he was wearing your wire and you could listen to what he was saying, correct?
Yes.
You could hear both Mr. Paramore and the confidential informant?
Correct.
Okay. While the confidential informant was talking to Mr. Paramore, did Mr. Paramore allude to the fact that he had some participation in the murders of Brandi Peters and her children?
He did make a statement, yes.
Okay. And during the same conversation with the confidential informant, Mr. Paramore explained the reason for killing the children as you don't leave any witnesses, dead men don't talk, correct?
That's what he said.
Okay. So you indicated that Mr. Paramore and Mr. Griffin were subsequently arrested once y'all executed search warrants, right?
Yes.
And ultimately they ended up getting arrested, indicted on other stuff not related to this murder, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you did a custodial interview with Mr. Paramore, correct?
I sustain the hearsay objection at this point.
As the statements made by
Yes.
Mr. Paramore? Okay. I'm going to ask you about some follow-up investigation, and I don't want to go into what Mr. Paramore actually said, okay?
Okay.
Were you provided alibi witnesses for...
Overruled.
Were you provided names of alibi witnesses that could place Mr. Paramore away from the murders during the time when that happened?
Yes.
Okay. And were you provided some information about a cell phone that Mr. Paramore was using at the time?
Correct.
Okay. And ultimately, did you get a buccal swab from Mr. Paramore?
Yes.
Okay. Now, following your interview with Mr. Paramore, did you follow up by going and doing interviews with any of those listed or named alibi witnesses?
He provided his wife and child.
Okay.
So unfortunately, no, we did not.
Okay. And as far as the buccal swab goes, well, let me just clarify this. You talked to him in March of 2011, is that right?
That's correct.
And the buccal swab wasn't ultimately sent off to FDLE until 2016, right?
That's correct.
And that was following me kind of giving you a hard time at a deposition about not having followed up on that investigative lead, correct?
It was done after the deposition, yes.
Right. Similarly, with respect to Mr. Paramore's cell phone or potential cell phone information, that was something that ended up not getting passed along to Sergeant Corbett, right? So no records were ever requested during the investigative phase of the case for Mr. Paramore?
On his current cell phone that he was using, yes, quarters were done on that cell phone.
Subsequent to this, right?
Correct.
Okay. Is the reason that you didn't follow up on those investigative leads, talking to alibi witnesses or sending off a buckle swap to FDLE or getting phone records contemporaneous with your investigation into these murders, that you basically felt that Mr. Paramore was full of it as it pertained to his confession?
After the interview with Mr. Paramore, it was evident through the cooperation and things that he provided that he was not the person that we were looking at.
So yes, without any corroboration, you basically just had a feeling that he was full of it when he confessed. Is that fair to say?
No. Again, we did corroborate a lot of evidence through cell phone records. There was plenty of court orders done, including his girlfriend's, everyone that was on Brandi Peters' cell phone. So all those cell sites and court orders, they were done prior to. That's the reason why, at the end of the interview, that we decided that he was not our main suspect.
Cooperation, not that you felt he was full of it? That he was cooperative, I mean to say, not that you personally felt he was full of it.
He was cooperative, that's correct.
Okay. Do you recall in your deposition being asked, so if his DNA, which you provided, is never compared to exclude him as a witness, and his cell phone data is never obtained to exclude him as a witness, and none of his alibi witnesses are ever questioned to exclude him as a witness, how is he so easily dismissed after having confessed? And if it's just as simple as you've been doing this forever, and you could tell based on your interview that he was obviously full of it, that's fine. I just want to know how he was so easily, and you interrupted and said, yeah. I said, that's pretty much it. And you said, that pretty much sums it up. You recall that?
Yes.
So it was essentially based on the fact that you simply felt he was full of it, correct?
The totality of circumstances, yes.
Thank you. No further questions for witness.
Let's talk about this alleged confession. First and foremost, who was it that said that he allegedly confessed? The person that you wired up?
Who the confidential informant was?
Yeah.
It was Gregory Washington.
Gregory Washington. You have a history with Gregory Washington, do you not?
Yes.
And is that a good history?
No.
Not from arrest and everything like that as a confidential informant. He's been proven to be unreliable, has he not?
That is correct.
And in fact, the only reason that he was utilizing this is because we're investigating the homicide of 3 children and Brandi Peters, correct?
Yes.
So took extraordinary measures and using a confidential informant that we normally wouldn't do, correct?
That is correct.
In this particular case, Gregory Washington.
Yes.
Okay. As I said, Gregory Washington isn't known for his, in the law enforcement community, utilizing him as a confidential informant. He's not one we would normally use because of his unreliability. That's correct?
That's correct.
In this audio recording that we're talking about, it's actually 37 minutes long, is it not?
Yes.
And you're able to hear and monitor along those things, along the lines, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you really couldn't hear anything other than Greg Washington talking for almost the entirety of the, and quite frankly, badgering Mr. Paramore?
He was definitely pushing the conversation, but yes, he monopolized almost the entire time.
Okay. And eventually, Mr. Paramore basically just says the kids were killed because dead men don't talk.
Yes.
Okay. I think we can agree that is why the children were killed, because that way they cannot witness who actually killed, correct?
I agree, yes.
So what he's saying isn't, in fact, inaccurate facts, correct?
That's correct.
Nothing along that audio in any way, shape, or form did Mr. Paramore say that he was the one that did the killing.
That's correct.
Okay. And in fact, once again, Mr. Paramore, Mr. Washington is the only one that even remotely got this thing started in the first place.
Yes, sir.
1 moment. When we talk about Mr. Washington being unreliable, isn't it true that, quite frankly, me at the state attorney's office forbid him to be used as a confidential informant because of his unreliability?
That's also correct.
And you and Mr. Campbell actually came to me and asked permission to use him once again despite that order, correct?
That is correct.
And we again made the exception because of the fact that we're talking about the deaths of 3 children and Miss Peters.
Yes, sir.
And again, you said the totality of the circumstances, including the cooperation of Mr. Paramore, limited him as a suspect.
Yes.
Cell phone records eliminated him and Griffin. There was no communication between them and Brandi Peters' cell phone, correct?
Correct.
Nothing that could be determined that they would have any kind of grudge against or motive for Miss Peters' murder or the children's murder for that matter.
That's correct.
Okay. And that buckle swab was in fact gotten?
Yes.
Many years later, it was gotten?
Yes.
And actually has come back as not present, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
No further questions.
Read the record.
I want to clarify a couple of things. So you said his buccal swab was sent off to FDLE following your deposition, and isn't it true that the profile developed from his buccal swab was only compared to, I think, one of the hundreds of evidentiary exhibits? Is that right?
I have no idea on that part.
Fair enough. I want to ask you specifically, because although the audio is inaudible, you could actually hear what was being said throughout the entire interaction between confidential informant and target, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so when Mr. Fuchs asked you a minute ago, there wasn't any statement specifying that Mr. Paramore was involved, that wasn't accurate, correct? Mr. Paramore specifically alluded to the fact that he had some participation in the murders. Is that true?
Again, he didn't say he, but he did end up saying that statement that we talked about.
You wrote a police report, right?
Yes.
Do you recall writing in your police report, Paramore alluded to the fact that he had some participation in these murders?
Based on the statement, yes, sir.
Right, that's what I was asking.
Okay, but yeah.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit more about why you decided to use Gregory Washington, notwithstanding the fact that he's generally unreliable?
Yeah, because of the crime that happened and how Mr. Fuchs just said, we're talking about 3 kids and a mother that was murdered here. We wanted to make sure that we used every possible resource at our disposal. And we wanted to make sure that we covered everything so we can make sure that we could confirm or deny who the main suspect is. And in fact, in the end, we ended up doing that.
Okay. Part of the way that you were able to deal with Mr. Washington's established unreliability is having him on the wire so that you could hear what was being said, right?
That's correct.
So you didn't have to rely on Mr. Washington's assertions. You could hear for yourself what was being said?
Yes.
Madam, may we approach real quick? No further questions for the witness.
All right. Juror, I have a question of this witness. All right. If not, you may step down.
Thank you.
We need to keep the thing first.
Yes, Your Honor.
Remain under rule, please.
Yes, sir.
Your next witness.
Yeah, at this time, Your Honor, the defense would call John Sueur.
We better go sidebar.
Swear affirm testimony about the evidence to be true, the whole truth, and nothing but truth, self and God.
I do.
Have a seat. Slide up the rail, please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Sueur, can you please state your name and spell both your first and last name for the court reporter?
John Sawicki, John Sawicki.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a forensic computer scientist and electronic evidence consultant.
What does that mean exactly?
Essentially what that means is I dig through electronic devices, computers, cell phones, cell phone records, attempt to determine what the user's done with the device, document what I find, prepare to testify about it later.
And to be able to do that, did you have to undergo any specialized education or training?
I did.
Tell us about that.
I have a law degree from Florida State University. I have a master's degree in digital forensics from the University of Central Florida. I've got a graduate certificate in computer forensics from the University of Central Florida. I've got somewhere in the neighborhood of 600 or 700 hours of specialized training in computer and cell phone forensics, interpreting call detail records, general training in how cell tower networks operate from a variety of different providers, generally private sector companies that provide either hardware or software packages to law enforcement and to corporate entities. I've also done graduate level coursework in the area of radio frequency engineering through the University of California, San Diego's extension program.
Okay, and have you previously been qualified to testify as an expert as it pertains to interpretation of call detail records and other records of the same sort?
I have, probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 60 or 70 times in state and federal court across the country.
Okay. Are you also a bar attorney?
I am. I'm admitted to practice law in the state of Florida.
I guess that should clarify. When I say bar, I don't mean prohibited, I mean you're a member of the bar. Is that right?
It is, that's correct.
Okay. Have you likewise written peer-reviewed articles?
I don't know that any of my articles have actually been peer-reviewed. I've certainly written articles that have been published in legal journals, but I don't think any of them actually gone through the peer review process.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point I would tend to the witness.
We're not. There you are. All right, maybe proceed.
I want to just ask you about any analysis that you would have done in this case relative to Mr. Segura's 408 number, 850-408 number, during the afternoon and evening hours of November 19th, 2010.
Yes, sir. That would have been the 8669 number?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And did you have an opportunity to review all of Mr. Segura's records for that phone during that time frame?
I did review the call detail report, the RTT report. Yes, sir.
Tell the jury what each of those things are.
Sure. When you get records from a cell phone carrier, you typically get a number of documents that are fairly similar across all the carriers, but not necessarily identical. The call detail report is a pretty standard report, though they're not necessarily identical from carrier to carrier. It'll usually contain an event-by-event listing of the phone calls, potentially text messages, potentially data transmissions, the dates and times of those events, the details of who is contacting who, that is by phone number, for those particular events for whatever period the report is collected for. The RTT report it's much more of an engineering-focused report, has a lot of engineering details to it, but some of the more important ones that you've kind of heard about a little bit in this case are let me take a step back. RTT stands for round-trip timing. So one of the more important pieces of that is a component that attempts to establish the range to tower distance for different events as they transpire. I believe that's the two reports that we discussed.
Okay. And in reviewing those records, did you also review the records compiled by the Tallahassee Police Department as it relates to the dummy phone, the duplicate phone that they use to try and establish distance to tower error ranges?
Yeah, this was a sample phone that the Tallahassee Police Department went out and purchased and made a series of phone calls, text messages, data transmissions, and I did have a chance to review the RTT report for that phone as well.
Okay. And based on your review of all the records, were you able to draw any conclusions as it pertains to the distance to tower information pertaining to the sector information pertaining to Mr. Segura's 408 phone?
I mean, you can draw a number of conclusions about the data itself and to the interpretation of that data.
Okay. And I guess let me ask you about the process utilized by the Tallahassee Police Department to try and determine error range. Well, I guess let me back up and ask this. Why was the distance to tower data accumulated in the first place by the various carriers? What was the science behind that, and what's the purpose behind that?
So the science behind that data is essentially around a range timing function. If you're familiar with time, rate, distance calculations, you know that if you're going to drive from here to Jacksonville, that it should take you about 3 hours if you drive at 60 miles an hour. You can do that function and determine about how far it is if you've got all three numbers, time, rate, and distance. It's a very similar calculation that the carriers use when they're trying to determine the range to tower distance in how long it takes a signal to go from the tower to the handset back to the tower. And there are a number of factors that can certainly impact that. But you can calculate out how long that should take, and it works pretty well until, like in the vehicle idea, how long it'd take you to drive to Jacksonville, somebody has to stop to go to the bathroom, or you have to get gas or something like that. Something gets in the way of that calculation and causes it to be off a little bit. Well, the same thing happens in the phones, in that you can have a number of different things happen within the transmission from the tower to the phone and back. You can have something called reflection or refraction, which causes the signal to take a variety of different paths from the tower to the phone and throws off that timing. You can have a latency effect within the device itself, how long it takes that signal once it receives it for it to send that signal back to the tower. And so that can throw off that timing distance. And as we saw, the range to tower distance is pretty much never exactly correct.
Okay. And in general, what kind of error range are we talking about?
So it really just kind of depends. I believe the Tallahassee Police Department created somewhere around 60 events, and that would be phone calls, text messages, data transmissions, in an attempt to recreate what they thought had transpired with the phone. And in all of those transmissions, I believe that there were about 88% of them that were off by more than a tenth of a mile. And in some cases, they're off by as much as a mile and a half or even a little bit more than that.
Okay. Did you walk through each of the communications between, say, 13:41 or 1:41 p.m. and the 8:21 communication from Mr. Segura's 408 phone number?
I did.
Okay. And did you develop maps to use to demonstrate to the jury which towers and which sectors his phone was communicating with during that time frame?
I did.
All right. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
For identification, this is going to be defense composite exhibit 5A through 5U. Do you recognize that?
Those are the maps I developed.
And can you look through and tell me whether they're a true and accurate depiction of the maps you developed?
They too appear to be.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I would request to move into evidence with Brent Premark as defense composite exhibit 5A through 5U into evidence as defense composite.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. Be admitted.
Request permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
First, let's talk about the communication which took place from Mr. Segura's 408 phone at 13:41:08. This is 5A. What does this map depict?
So this shows, number one, the two locations that were of concern when I was doing this analysis. 908 Saddle Creek Run, which, as we know, where the incident occurred. 401 Gale Avenue, which I believe is Mr. Segura's sister's residence. And I can't quite read the upper left-hand corner. It's got some information up there that includes the range to tower distance from Tower 847. There's a dark line right through the middle of that cell sector, and that is the range to tower distance that was reported in the RTT report.
So what does the blue arc represent?
There's actually, and unfortunately this doesn't show up very well on the overhead, but there's actually two blue arcs within there. You've got a smaller blue arc that appears immediately around that range to tower line, and then you have a broader blue section through the sector that is a little wider there. The narrow section reflects the average range to tower deviation, which I believe was somewhere in the neighborhood of 0.20 miles. For this sector, 847, this is a long, the second part of that is a longer error range, which reflects the greater deviation that we were seeing amongst that data of 0.61 miles, plus or minus.
And we actually saw instances in looking at
the communications from Mr. Segura's phone, which would indicate there was quite a bit of deviation over short periods of time, correct? Specifically, I'll refer to the two communications which occurred 7 seconds apart at 7:23 p.m., just as an example. How far was the reported distance deviated between those two 7-second apart communications?
I'm actually going to have to check the records to refer to that. I don't remember the exact distance, but it was a little over miles, I recall.
Okay. So, needless to say, it's impossible that the handset traveled that amount of distance in that amount of time.
Yeah, I recall that we checked the speed it would require to move that distance, and it was something in the neighborhood of 300 miles an hour.
So, it's safe to say the phone's not traveling that fast. It reflects that there can be, based on, like you say, a variety of factors, significant deviation.
Yeah, it's a system that there are unfortunately other factors that come into play with that signaling information that causes it to be less than precise.
Okay. And this communication that takes place at 13:41:08, which is 1:41 p.m., this arc is depicting Sector 1 from Tower 847, which is down here, correct?
That's correct.
And so if a handset is close to the sector line right here, that's the rough line that separates Sector 1 from Sector 2 for Tower 847, correct?
It's not nearly that neat in practice, but yeah, that is the general area where that handoff is going to happen if you're moving from Sector 1 to Sector 2. In practice, though, there's really no other way to draw it out theoretically, but in practice, it's not going to be a nice, neat line like that. It's going to be more of a jagged edge.
Based on environmental factors and all kinds of stuff, correct?
That's correct. You're going to have radio frequencies getting blocked by, different things that happen to be in the way. Cars, trucks, houses, hills, any kind of obstacle like that can cause a shadow, essentially. It's not unlike holding a flashlight. Things that come in front of that are going to cause a shadow from the beam. And it's the same with the transmission of energy from the cell tower.
As a general principle, as you go closer to the theoretical sector line right there, you could be in a fixed location, but over multiple communications, the records may reflect that you're jumping between Sector 2 and Sector 1, correct?
Yeah, there's certainly not a hard line there where you're just going to have coverage from Sector 1 and just have coverage from Sector 2. Simply as a matter of a function of how the networks operate, you have to have overlap built in, or when you hit that wall, you're going to drop the call.
Okay. Similarly, if you're closer to the center of a particular sector, your handset is far more likely to only communicate with that particular sector, correct?
As you move towards the center of a sector, you're going to be in the strongest portion of the beam, which I guess is going to make it more likely that you're going to connect with that tower. But I can't say it would only be that tower, except from that. That sector, except from that tower. There certainly are surrounding sectors and towers that could come into play as well.
And just as a general principle, I understand you're saying there's a variety of factors, but as a general principle, your handset will communicate with the sector of a particular tower that is facing the handset, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Based on your calculated error ranges for this communication taking place at 13:41, which is 1:08 p.m. on November 19th, is Mr. Segura's 408 handset at a location consistent with 401 Gale Avenue?
It is.
Okay. Next one is a communication taking place at 1:54 p.m. with Tower 847 at a distance of 1.06 miles. This is 5B. same kind of map we're looking at there. Is the location of Mr. Segura's 408 handset for that communication likewise consistent with being at 401 Gale Avenue?
It is, yes.
Okay. Next one is at 2:12 p.m. For 14:12 and 48 seconds. Again, for sector 847, for tower 847, sector 1 at a distance of 1.03 miles. And this is 5C. For this map is the reported distance from tower as well as the sector being communicated with, consistent with the handset being at 401 Gale Avenue.
It is, yes.
D is a communication that took place at 2:13 and 37 seconds. It's tower 847, sector 1 at a distance of 0.95 miles. Is Mr. Segura's handset for this communication, does it appear to be in a location consistent with 401 Gale Avenue?
It does.
Same question, of course, for a communication, the next one taking place at 2:20 p.m. and 12 seconds, communicating with tower 847, sector 1 at a distance of 1.06 miles.
According to the records,
is the tower, sector, and distance from tower data reported for Mr. Segura's 408 phone consistent with the handset being located at 401 Gale Avenue?
It is.
Again, at 14:27, that's 2:27 and 51 seconds. We're talking about tower 847 still, sector 1, 0.93 miles, distance to tower. Is the handset information being reported in the records? Does it place the handset at a location consistent with 401 Gale Avenue?
Yes.
And just to be clear, all of these are sector 1. None of them are line jumping to sector 2, correct? The ones that we've covered so far?
Correct.
Okay. Great. 5G is the next communication at 15:05, 25 seconds. It's tower 847, sector 1 at a distance of 1.04 miles. And again, here is the location reported consistent with 401 Gale Avenue.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is that that's 3:05 p.m.? Is that right?
It's 15:05. Yes, sir.
Okay. And I guess I should ask you this as well. For all of these, we're seeing both 401 Gale Avenue and 908 Saddle Creek Run. Both are showing up in the ARC for all these communications. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So is there any way to discern whether a handset is located at either one as opposed to the other of these two locations?
Yeah, I don't think you can exclude either one of those.
Okay. How about for 1558, still communicating with Sector 1? Is the handset still at a location that is consistent with 401 Gale Avenue as well as 908 Saddle Creek?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I guess I should ask this. Not pictured on this map is another location close to Brandi Peters' house, the church parking lot, right?
That's correct.
That's likewise now, we're talking about at 1558, that's within this arc as well, correct?
I believe it is, yes, sir.
Next one is at 1757 seconds. This is still Tower 847, Sector 1 at a distance of 1.11 miles. Is the handset location being reported based on the records consistent with either one of those or both of those? I guess is the better way to ask the question. Consistent with either or both of those locations?
Yeah, I believe it is.
As well as the church parking lot as well?
Yes, sir.
And that's 1700 is 5 o'clock, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, the next one is at 1745. This is a different tower being communicated with, correct? This is tower 849?
That's correct.
At a distance of 2.54 miles?
Yes, sir.
But the arc looks relatively similar.
So both 401 Gale Avenue as well as 908 Saddle Creek as well as the church parking lot are still within the error range for this communication, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. .5K, this is 1801, which is 601, correct?
That's correct.
This is a different tower again, Tower 851, Sector 1, at a distance of 3.98 miles. Any particular reason why a handset would communicate with towers that are farther away?
So, if you think about this, as we're getting later in the day, what's happening is a lot of people are going home from work, starting to use their phones in their residences rather than in their offices, other places like that. And so for residential neighborhoods, like we may be seeing there, it's putting a heavier load on the towers. For networks like Verizon's, you get an effect that's called cell breathing. And that is the more devices across the tower at a particular time, the less power each of those devices is going to get, so it shortens up that range. So one of the things that could be causing that is you may be seeing that effect for more powerful towers south of town to be filling in when those residential areas, when the towers in those residential areas start to see more volume.
And again, for this communication, both of the locations we're talking about, 401 Gale Avenue and 908 Saddle Creek, they're both within the error range for that tower, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. Next one's at 6:05 p.m. or 18:05. This is it's communicating again now with Tower 847, Sector 1, at a distance of 1.08 miles. And again, we see both of the locations we're talking about depicted on this map are both, again, within the error range.
Yes, sir.
Same question for communication at 6:07 p.m. or 18:07. Both I guess I should clarify, this is Tower 849, Sector 1, at a distance of 2.52 miles. And again, we see that both the 401 Gale Avenue and 908 Saddle Creek Run locations are within the error range for that communication, that tower, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. Again, same thing for 6:10 p.m. Communicating with Tower 849 at a distance of 2.51 miles. Both locations are within the error range for the tower?
Yes, sir.
Right. Again, at 6:19. Same thing. Both locations, 401 Gale Avenue and 908, are within the error range for Tower 847, Sector 1?
That's correct.
All right, 6:20 p.m. or 18:20. Again, we're at Tower 847, Sector 1, distance of 1.07 miles. Both locations are still consistent with the reported handset information?
That's correct.
16:25 or 8:25 p.m. Both locations are still consistent with the information reported for the handset?
Yes, sir.
6:33 p.m. This is again Tower 847, Sector 1, at a distance of 1.06 miles. Both locations are still consistent with the information provided for the handset?
Yes, sir.
This is at 19:23 and 42 seconds. So this is 7:23, correct?
Yes, sir.
Tower 847, Sector 1, distance of 1.66 miles. We see in this one, it does not appear that the Gale Avenue address is any longer within the error range for that tower, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So if he's at either of these locations, it's likely to be Brandi's house at this point, right?
That's correct.
And again, I know that's a big if. He could be anywhere within that arc, right?
That's true.
How about for 7:37 p.m., 8:47, Sector 1 at a distance of 1.6 miles? 1.06 miles, sorry.
Both locations are within the error range.
All right. And now, even at 8:21 p.m., technically, I guess the 401 Gale Avenue address is still within the error range for the tower, right?
It is, though it's very close.
So in situations like this, where there are multiple relevant locations within the error range, can you make any or render any opinion about where specifically the handset is?
I think it's problematic. I mean, that's the issue with the range-to-tower data anyway, is you have issues with just how accurate it is. And for any particular location to attempt to say, hey, yeah, that's where the phone was, I just don't think we have enough information.
So, essentially, you agree with Sergeant
Corbett that either location could be the location for the handset
during any of those communications other than the one noted?
I can't exclude either one.
Okay. Do you also agree with Sergeant Corbett that the 408 handset, once it travels back down to Woodville and is communicating with the tower down in Woodville at 9:30, that handset never goes anywhere near Ms. Peters' house again that day?
That's correct.
Okay. And similarly, his 509 number never goes anywhere near her house either, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions for the witness.
Yes, sir.
We'll get into the maps in just a second. Are you familiar with the basic scientific principle of conducting experiments?
I am.
Yeah. What is that?
Essentially, you would develop a hypothesis, develop an experiment to then test that hypothesis and determine whether or not you have actually created a valid hypothesis based upon those tests.
And you utilize a control, right? With something that you can control and know what the functions are and things along those lines?
That's true.
Okay. In this particular case, when you're analyzing the cell phone data, you analyze the data that was there, correct?
That's true.
Didn't have a control.
The control would have been the TPD test calls.
Okay. So you would agree that that is in fact a control?
I think it's a control, albeit with its flaws.
Okay. And in conducting these experiments, you would agree with the principle that Tallahassee Police Department did in placing this phone where they said it was. Sergeant Corbett said it was.
I think it could have been there, yes.
Okay. It is in fact consistent with being at her home, right?
That's true.
Okay. You're paid by the fence, right? You were hired by the fence?
Yes, sir.
And you were initially hired, when were you initially hired?
It's been a little while. I would have to say it was probably early in 2017.
Hired early in 2017?
Yes, sir.
And you were asked to go back and take a look at the information that was provided to the fence regarding the cell phone information for accuracies, discrepancies, things along those lines, correct?
That's true.
And in making those findings, as you've reported today, you can find no faults really with what Tallahassee Police Department found, correct?
I don't think my issue would be with the findings. I think it would be the limitations upon those findings and just how firmly you can agree to that conclusion.
What do you mean?
What I mean by that is we had a very limited sample size of approximately 60 phone calls off of the test device over a fairly short period of time. And while it gives us an idea that, yeah, that could be correct, it's really not enough to validate the actual phone calls in order to determine, hey, yeah, this is how that's going to react in every circumstance, particularly given some of the unpredictability of the cell tower networks.
Okay. But you just got through testifying that your findings are consistent with what Sergeant Corbett testified to, correct?
I think there are findings that are the findings are correct. However, we have to acknowledge the limitations.
And that limitations is that Gale Street address could also be included in this cone that you utilize, correct?
That's true, and we don't know for sure where the phone is at for range to tower distance when you've got those limitations to the test calls that were actually made.
Okay, but the test calls indicated what they did, and the data indicated what it was, and it was all consistent with being at Brandi Peters' home, correct?
Sure, in that limited testing, that's correct.
Okay. And you would have reported that back to defense, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you would agree with me that when you did that reporting back to defense, that it certainly showed that he was not at 1098 Mustang Drive where he told law enforcement he was.
I don't know where he was at. All I can do is tell you where the phone is at, but I would agree that the phone was not at 1098 Mustang Drive.
Let's take a look here. $1:41 in the afternoon. Not at 1048 Mustang Drive.
Yes, sir.
1:54 in the afternoon. Not at 1098 Mustang Drive.
That's correct.
1:12. I'm sorry, am I right? No, 2:12, excuse me. Not at 1098 Mustang Drive.
That's correct.
2:13. Not at 1098 Mustang Drive.
That's true.
10:20. Not at 1098 Mustang Drive.
That's correct.
2:27. Not at 1098 Mustang Drive.
That's correct.
3:05. Not at Mustang Drive.
That's correct.
3:58. Not at Mustang Drive.
That's correct.
5 o'clock. Not at Mustang Drive.
That's correct.
5:45. Not at Mustang Drive.
That's correct.
6 o'clock. Not at Mustang Drive.
That's correct.
6:05. Not at Mustang Drive.
That's correct.
6:07. Not at Mustang Drive.
That's correct.
6:10. Not at Mustang Drive.
That's correct.
6:19. Not at Mustang Drive.
That's correct.
6:20. Not at Mustang Drive.
That's correct.
That hung up here a little bit. And 6:25. Not at Mustang Drive.
That's correct.
6:33. Not at Mustang Drive.
That's correct.
7:23. Not at Mustang Drive.
That's correct.
7:23. Consistent with 908 Saddle Creek Run.
That's true.
7:23, when Mrs. Peters' phone stops communicating in an active way at 908 Saddle Creek Run.
Correct.
And not at 1098 Mustang Drive.
That's correct.
7:37, again, when Miss Peters' phone is not communicating and not being used actively at 908 Saddle Creek Run and not at 1098 Mustang Drive.
And potentially at 401 Gale, but yes, that's correct.
And at 8:21, when Miss Peters' phone is no longer communicating with any network in any way, shape, or form and never to be heard from again, not at 1098 Mustang Drive and consistent with Saddle Creek Run.
And potentially Gale Avenue, yes, sir.
So you would agree with me then, Mrs. Segura was there when Brandi at 908 Saddle Creek Run, when Miss Peters' phone stopped communicating with the tower.
I would say the phone could potentially be there, yes, sir.
Redirect.
This is probably a long, boring, and redundant way to say something very simple, which lawyers like me and Mr. Fuchs tend to do. You and Sergeant Corbett agree. You can't definitively say where the phone is
at within the error arc during all of these communications, right?
That's correct.
The handset location could be consistent either with 401 Gale Avenue or 908, with the exception of the one at 737, I think it was, correct?
Correct.
723.
Yes, sir.
And at that time, we know Mr. Segura was at Ms. Peters' house because he's testified to that, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And again, with regard to Sergeant Corbett's testimony that the handset stayed down in Woodville for the rest of the night after it got back down there at 9:30, you agreed with that as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. So in this case, although there may have been some issues with the scientific methodology that they utilized to try and come up with an error range, it ended up not mattering because everybody agrees, all the experts agree, you and Sergeant Corbett, that neither location can be excluded for most of these communications.
That's correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Did you have a question of this witness? All right, you can step down. Be a good place to break for the evening. Persuade y'all to go home. Have a good evening. Don't talk with anybody about the case. Don't let anybody talk with you about the case. 8:45 tomorrow morning. See you.
We're about on pace, I think. We were going slow for a while, but I think I made up ground, and we'll still be on pace to finish either by the end of the day tomorrow or very early Friday. Mr. Fuchs has indicated he thinks he can finish with his rebuttal Friday as well, which he and I have been talking about it throughout the trial, and I think what we're both hoping for is that we'll be done with his rebuttal case by the end of the day Friday. I'll need to put Mr. Knox on, and he'll need to put Mr. Yao on Monday. I don't think that'll take a full day, and we will be ready to close. I'm going to request, I can't speak for Mr. Fuchs, but I'm going to request that we close Tuesday. That's kind of the track that we're planning.
I'll be ready to close on your armpit.
Yeah, but I don't want to give it to him late in the day. I'd hope that we could I don't know. I've not done it where we broke out the closings from the instructions. So probably what we choose to do is start one morning, and if Tuesday works, that would be good, with instructions and closing, and send it to them that way. So let's keep working to that. Tuesday would work okay. So I think jury would be good with that. Anything else?
No.
All right. See y'all at 8:30.
All right. I want to pull up. Something here for you guys. Let's see. Let's hope this works. Okay. So here is. Let's see. This has to kick in. Just close it for a second. I think it takes a second to kick in. So we just concluded day 4 with, while that kicks in, with, let's see, Sergeant Vincent Boschio, who, they talked about DeMario Paramore and Haywood Griffin as potential suspects. They put a wire on a CI, and they went to go talk to Mr. Paramore, and he said something to the effect of, dead people don't tell tales. But that kind of was a nothing burger because, the CI had a bad history. He was proven to be very unreliable. Basically, the CI, Gregory Washington, just talked throughout the whole 37 minutes, and Paramore only said the one comment or something. So, and DNA came back and it was not present at the scene. And then John Sawicki came in, and he's a forensic computer scientist and knows Florida PI Sam. And he, I really want this to show up. Let me see if I can get this to work. I wonder why this isn't working. Oh, no, definitely do not want that. Okay. All right, here, check this out. Let's see. Get rid of that. I don't know what all these are. All right. We'll just close that. Okay, so... oh, seriously? Come on. Okay, so... She is right here. Oh, I got rid of it. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can search. Mustang Drive. I want to show you guys how close this was. Tallahassee. Okay. To Saddle Creek. Saddle Creek Run, I think it was called. Saddle Creek Run. Okay. So that's how close they are, right? 8 miles. So that's how close they were. Pretty close, right? Only about 8 miles, takes about 15 minutes. Now, Gale, what was it, Gale, what was he saying, Gale? His sister's house was Gale something or other. Gale Road, Gale Avenue, anyway, that's, all right, where's, oh shoot, where's, okay, so Brandi's there. So Gale, see, I had it. Okay, there's Gale Avenue right there. All right, so Gale Avenue. So Brandi's over there. Gale Avenue is right there. So then they said he parked at that church. The church is like right over here. Thought the church was like right up here. All right, so that gives you kind of an indication of what we're talking about here. So here's Tallahassee, right? So they lived pretty close to each other. Right? They lived pretty close to each other. All right. Let's get out of that. Excuse me. So we took a... Okay, so John Sawicki came up. He reviewed the 8669 number, which was the burner phone. And he talked about the map showing 2 locations of concern. Saddle Creek Run and the sister's residence, which was Gale, as we saw. The map is consistent, showing Harry could have been at his sister's house. Gale Avenue is what it was. Yes, so the range to tower data is iffy because we don't have enough info. He did admit that. But then on cross, the data is consistent to Henry being at Brandi's. They had 60 phone calls over a short period of time, so it's not enough to validate, especially with limitations of tower networks. And then I thought this was really powerful. The prosecution is just throwing down like what 20 photos of, was the phone was not at Mustang Drive. No, it wasn't. Phone was not at Mustang Drive. No, it wasn't. Phone was not at Mustang Drive. No, it wasn't. I thought that was all pretty powerful. So then we took a poll. Is this testimony giving you reasonable doubt as to Henry's cell phone location? 21% of you said yes. 47% of you said no. 31% of you said not sure, not paying attention. Yes, Pammy, I thought so too. I thought that was very powerful. He's like, was he at Mustang Drive? No, he wasn't. Was he at Mustang Drive at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock? I thought that was pretty good. I'd say, JH, I'm lying about owning the burner phone that went from Henry's to Brandi's is very compelling. So Brett says, I thought they said it was never found, but now I'm not sure that was her phone was never found. His phone was. Her phone was never found. Yes. Yeah. His phone was because it was his. Yeah. His phone. His phone was found. That's why they have all this data. Right. But they have data. Okay. So they didn't find her phone, but they found her records. They knew what her phone number was, but they never found her phone. And they couldn't. Pictures were deleted. Hold on a sec here right now. Hold on. Pictures were. There was a moment where they said this handset was never found. Okay, hold on. Shoot, what was that now? Yeah, something. Maybe it wasn't found because it was deleted. Things were deleted. Yes, I think his burner phone was never found because Brandi's phone was found because they were able to find out his phone number from her phone number, but his actual phone wasn't found because they couldn't. Things were deleted that they could see in the records, but they didn't actually have the handset. I think that's what happened. Yeah, the burner was never found. Yeah, I think that's correct. I think the burner was never found because they saw in the records that things were deleted, but they couldn't actually see what was deleted because that would have been on the phone itself. Curviel said they didn't find her phone, but they got the data that the carrier had. So they didn't find her phone, and they didn't find the burner phone. OnlyFans says that's why digital forensics these days are much more reliable than even DNA. Yeah, I mean, if they say that you're there, you're there, you know. I think the DNA was pretty damning for him because they didn't do touch DNA, they just did the blood DNA analysis, and they found his DNA in the blood that was found on the bath bar where the kids were. Brandi's blood. How her blood got in there, I will not know. I do not know. But, all right, Florida PI Sam. Do not ask me any questions about that testimony because I was on the phone with 2 different inmates at 2 different jails, and I'm writing a report. It's called Covering Lawyers' Assets. So, Florida PI Sam, I have a question for you about that testimony. Kidding. So you fall in the category of not sure, not paying attention? Are you 31%? Curviel, I mean, a cell phone is literally a tracking device. Yeah. Yeah, Brat. And we pay money to be tracked. What a deal. Mandy Strong, was Brandi's phone turned off with battery life left, or was it a dead battery? No testimony on that. I don't think they had Brandi's phone. They said it died. They just said it died. They didn't say. They think that the battery died. They think. They don't think it was turned off or even destroyed. Mandy says the defendant told law enforcement he threw the burner phone away because he didn't need it anymore. And that came from a friend of his. The burner phone came from a friend. It wasn't even, right? It wasn't even his. Or no, wait, he blamed it on his friend. Yes, OnlyFans, basically, don't crime. Or also leaving your phone home even is damning evidence with no activity. Yeah. Widespread Panic says, it's not making sense to me that the DNA didn't come from the blood. Well, they didn't do touch DNA, which was kind of annoying. They only did DNA analysis from the blood. No, I don't think they did find Brandi's phone, now that I'm thinking about it. I don't think they did find it. I think they only had, but they were able to locate the burner phone because they were looking at the information going back and forth from Brandi's phone. That I do remember. Pammy says, tape phone to cat, dog at home to imitate movement. Yeah, not a bad idea. Pammy, you have a devious mind. Brad says, there was testimony that touch DNA, if present, would be overwhelmed by the huge amounts of DNA in the blood, so it's effectively undetectable. All right, thank you, Brad, for that. Appreciated that. So Mandy says, okay, they didn't think it was destroyed. If they found Brandi's phone, they would know. They didn't think it was destroyed. Yeah, I don't know where Brandi's phone was. So, oh, you're talking about the Colorado one? All right, we'll get back to that in a second. Little Miss says, they're given a sample of blood, but it's swiped from a surface. Whatever's on that surface is going to be included in that sample, so it will be also included in the blood, right? I would think so. Yeah, because he's not bleeding all over the place, and they're taking swabs all over, they're taking swabs all over the house. So presumably whoever's, it would be somehow his DNA got into that. Hey, kiddo, you gonna come meow? You gonna meow for us? All right, leave her alone. Hi. All right. Brat says, my guess on her phone is that it was turned off and taken away. His departure was soon after the last connect to the tower. Your mileage may vary. All right. What do you think? Are we good for today? Tomorrow we're going to pick up on South Carolina versus Hughes. Oh, I'm dropping frames. All right, this might be a good time for me to sign off. Looks like internet might be getting wonky. We got some rain coming through. Not that that would matter. Paulie wants to go outside. All right, thanks for watching. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you to our mods. Our newest mod, Widespread Panic, is joining us. Thank you to OnlyFan and Julie. Thank you to Therapist You Know and Brat, Florida PI Sam and Jules. Lots of people were in the house today. We appreciate that. We're going to put Florida versus Segura on hold for the moment, and we're going to pick up on a live trial, which is South Carolina versus Zachary Hughes. And I'm going to do a little primer on that at 8:30. Hopefully that the trial will pick up at 9 o'clock. So join us tomorrow at 8:30. All right, let's see. We can get in a couple more. So if Henry touched the bath bar, they swabbed the bath bar, it's possible the DNA was there previously. Could have been if he had taken, yeah. That's reasonable doubt, of course. Why the defense is not saying that, or maybe they will, I don't know. Mandy says, I think Brandi's phone magically disappeared like the burner. I could be wrong. Yeah, I think now I don't think they discovered it. All right. Well, you're welcome, Curvio. Thank you for joining us as always. Appreciate it. Cute kitty. Yep. Well, I've got one here. Got one on my lap. And then one over here who's being a freak. She wants to go out. All right, guys, I'm going to say goodbye to you. Join us tomorrow. Thank you for joining us today. Join us tomorrow at 8:30 Eastern for a primer on South Carolina versus Hughes. We have it already posted in our on our page, so go check it out. And it's the stream is ready to go. There's nothing there yet, but the stream is ready to go. We'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm going to switch over to here because we've got. Oops.
Her moral compass is really, really not where it needs to be.
Definitely need to stop that. And I will play you some outro music. So thank you for joining us. Appreciate you. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Mm-hmm.